Hi everyone, we hope you're doing well. We're hanging in there though honestly, we haven't been getting much sleep lately. Today, we want to answer a question we get a lot: how do we publish our audiobooks? First, we post most audiobooks on Patreon as paid content. They stay paid for a few months. After that, they become free to listen to on Patreon forever. A few weeks later, we post them on other places like YouTube, Facebook, and Twitter, X. Lately, things have been a bit slow in terms of new members. So we'd love your help. Please share our site with your friends or in places like Facebook groups, Twitter, X, Discord, Reddit, or novel forums. Even one share can really help us grow. Thanks so much for your support. So she dragged Karen with her behind Deodara, using him as their shield. Deodara stood awkwardly as the two girls peeked out from behind him. Karen curiously grabbed Deodara's arm alongside Kurotsuchi. Masashi looked at Deodara. The mature kid didn't look mature at all now, his face saying, "What did I even do wrong?" "Karen." Masashi beckoned to the girl, keeping his voice gentle. "Come here." The girl named Karen looked blankly at Masashi. She still remembered him. As a descendant of the Uzumaki clan with ninja talent, she already remembered many things, including her mother. She had no memory of her father. But she knew Masashi in front of her was a good person. So, she let go of their hands and walked over to him, reaching out her small hand. Masashi took her hand, patted her head, and said, "Good girl." Then he used the Flying Thunder God. Chapter 107, No Eyebrows, No Mercy. Masashi teleported directly to the entrance of the Hokage building using the Flying Thunder God. However, the moment he used it, Masashi regretted it. He had become so accustomed to using it that he forgot he was holding a child. Looking down, he met a pair of curious eyes. Instead of the expected disorientation or nausea, he saw only wonder. "Karen, do you feel okay?" Masashi asked in surprise. The first time he used the technique with Itachi, the boy had been slightly overwhelmed. However, Karen seemed perfectly fine. This timid child instead appeared to find the teleportation interesting, with an added sparkle in her eyes. Her small hands weren't even trembling. He knew the Uzumaki clan generally had excellent physical constitutions, but Karen's reaction seemed especially rare. This child must have exceptional talent. Masashi was increasingly convinced that Karen was indeed Karen. In the original timeline, after Kushina's death, the Uzumaki clan members who appeared, whether Naruto, Nagato, or Karen, had never received formal training in the clan's techniques. Among them, only Karen showed even a slight resemblance to the clan's abilities. Although this was partly due to Orochimaru's obsession with collecting the Uzumaki clan's heritage, it still demonstrated her extraordinary potential. Holding Karen's hand, Masashi walked along the street in front of the Hokage building toward a nearby building known as the Hokage's house. He could feel her small fingers gripping his with nervous energy. Of course, Hokage's house wasn't its official name. But somehow, the people of Hidden Leaf Village started calling the building that. It just felt more approachable. Arriving at the front door of the Hokage's private duplex, Masashi knocked. "Coming." A warm and energetic voice came from inside. After a moment, the door opened, and Kushina appeared. "Masashi, you're so punctual." She had been waiting for a while. After learning about Karen, she had already made up her mind. Her eyes immediately sought out the girl. "Where's the child?" Kushina nay. Masashi nodded, then tugged at Karen, who was hiding behind him. "Karen, don't be afraid. This is your big sister." When the door opened, Karen instinctively hid behind him. Hearing what he said, she carefully peeked out. "Your name is Karen?" Kushina squatted down. The moment she saw Karen, she knew this child was from her clan. Squatting to meet her gaze, she looked at her gently. "Karen, from now on, this will be your home." Karen tilted her head in confusion at the statement and looked up at Masashi. He gave her a reassuring nod. In his view, leaving Karen in Kushina's care was the best choice. It wasn't just because Kushina was an Uzumaki too, she knew what it was like to lose a family as a kid and end up alone in a strange place. Karen started to say something but only got out a nod before stopping herself. "This child has been through a lot. You'll have to take good care of her," Masashi said. "Don't worry. I've got experience." Kushina's heart was already full of compassion as she looked at Karen. She remembered the time she first arrived in Hidden Leaf Village. Back then, Mido was still around and helped her through the toughest days. And now it was my turn to pass that kindness forward. "Alright, I'll leave now." Masashi said this to her before squatting down again and ruffling Karen's hair. "I have to go take care of some business. Listen to your big sister, okay? She's your real family. Look, your hair is the same color." Hearing that, Karen looked at Kushina's fiery red hair hanging over her shoulders and curiously touched it. Then she pulled up her own hair and carefully compared it, a small smile finally breaking through. Kushina gently pulled Karen into her arms. Seeing that the atmosphere was just right, Masashi stood up and teleported away. After all, Kushina had been a mother for over 2 years. She could handle this. Back in the Uchiha clan's territory, Masashi headed for Shizue's house. Upon arriving at the house, he heard a shout from upstairs. Masashi, are we leaving now? Masashi looked up. Shizue's bedroom window was open, and he was waving at him, already fully equipped for travel. Yeah, let's go. Are you ready? I've been ready for a while. Shizue jumped out of the window and landed steadily. Which route are we taking? What route? I'll take you there. Masashi placed his hand on Shizue's shoulder, and the two of them disappeared. When they reappeared, they were outside the village. Before Shizue could say anything, Masashi used the Flying Thunder God again. Holding on to him, Masashi followed the Flying Thunder God markings he had set along the route during his previous trip, heading south. With Shizue's physical constitution, he naturally felt no discomfort as the scenery around them kept changing. After the final teleportation, they found themselves on the coastline. We'll walk from here, Masashi said, removing his hand. No more Flying Thunder God? I think it's quite convenient. No. Hidden Mist Village is probably a mess right now, and we're close to the land of whirlpools. Let's just walk. Got it. Shizue obediently agreed. Mainly because he didn't recognize this place. When he fought against Hidden Mist Village before, he had traveled with the main forces. It wasn't that he couldn't remember the route, it was just that they hadn't taken this one. Following behind Masashi, Shizue moved along the coastline and through forests. Along the way, he began to see how Kiri's chaos had affected the Land of Fire's borders. The Land of Fire had a robust fishing industry. In the Shinobi world, there were 3 major fishing zones, one between the Land of Earth and the Land of Lightning, another shared by the Fire, Wave, and Whirlpool countries, and the last one offshore, monopolized by the Land of Water. Shizue and Masashi passed through several towns, all of which were noticeably desolate. Empty boats lined the docks, nets lay unused. If the Land of Fire was like this, the Land of Whirlpools would be in an even worse state. After all, they no longer had a ninja village. As the two of them approached the Land of Whirlpools, they began to see refugees in the towns they passed. Absorbing refugees from neighboring countries was an important task for local governors. The Land of Fire had enough land to accommodate them. In reality, the Shinobi world had abundant land and few people. The small countries lacked not land but peaceful environments. However, unless absolutely necessary, people still preferred to stay in their homeland. For the Land of Fire to see refugees, it meant that the Land of Whirlpools was already in chaos. This kind of population movement was actually beneficial for the larger nations. Masashi and Shizue continued forward. After passing through the final border town, they approached the Land of Whirlpools. Just as they were about to set foot on its land, they spotted ninjas. It was a group of ninjas chasing someone. That person, Masashi recognized. What's he doing here? He muttered, confused as to why this guy had come back. Masashi, you know him? Look closely. You know him too, Masashi said. The person in question seemed to have had a rough time recently, his appearance drastically changed, which was why Shizue didn't recognize him immediately. Shizue activated his Sharingan and looked carefully. Isn't that Zabuza? Didn't intelligence say he was already in the Land of Fire? Good question, Masashi said, looking at the ninjas chasing the figure. Why don't we ask him ourselves? Zabuza was in a very sorry state. Behind him, a group of Hidden Mist Village Anbu were chasing. The assassination of the 4th Mizukage. No, rather, the rescue of the 4th Mizukage had failed, and he had fled all the way into the Land of Fire. But the Kubika Ribicho was a gift from the Mizukage. Unless the real Mizukage himself said so, no one could take it from him. So, after the Hidden Mist Village pursuit squad withdrew, Zabuza sneaked back in. He had no choice. The blade had been left behind in Kiri. What kind of ninjutsu was that Obito using? Nothing could touch him. Why couldn't the blade hit him? Not only had he missed, but the blade was stolen. But it didn't matter, Zabuza grew up in Kiri. Didn't he retrieve it himself in the end? The demon without the Kubika Ribicho was incomplete. Gripping the blade tightly, he felt a hint of satisfaction. But even with blade, when it was time to run, he still had to run. Behind him, the sound of shuriken cutting through the air approached again. Ha! They're panicking. They knew that if he ran into the Land of Fire again, they would return empty-handed. At this moment, Kiri's Anbu did not dare enter Hidden Leaf Village as territory. Because Hidden Leaf Village was unnaturally strong right now. Hidden Mist Village was no longer capable of a confrontation with Hidden Leaf Village. Zabuza kept running, swinging the blade to deflect the shuriken flying from behind. Suddenly, he noticed two people standing ahead of him. Those green vests, they were Hidden Leaf Village ninjas. Daring to block the escape route chosen by the demon, did they have a death wish? Fine. He'd cut them down, too. Whether he was pursued by Hidden Mist Village or Hidden Leaf Village, debts piling up didn't make a difference. He sped up, chakra pulsing through his legs as he readied his blade. But as the distance between them closed, his smile disappeared. The white ghost and the teleporter? What kind of crazy setup is this? No, why were these two jinxes here? Masashi and Shizue looked at Zabuza, who was charging at them filled with killing intent. However, the closer he got, the slower he moved. Finally, he stopped, and his killing intent evaporated like morning mist. Zabuza, what a coincidence, Masashi said, staring at him with those calculating eyes. Were you planning to cut us down? Shizue, on the other hand, glanced at the Hidden Mist Village Anbu closing in behind them. In an instant, he disappeared from where he stood. Zabuza couldn't even be bothered to look back. Either the Anbu would be stopped, or they'd be killed. Killing the teleporter? Those guys behind him? Give me a break. Then he heard Masashi speak. Didn't I already tell you not to act recklessly last time? And you still went to assassinate him? Zabuza was silent for a moment before asking, what kind of ninjutsu is your clansman using? The Mangekyo Sharingan is unique to each user. Your techniques are useless against him. Masashi didn't reveal any information about Obito. I won't give you any more unnecessary intel. Based on your actions and current situation, you're no longer a viable ally in this matter. Now tell me, what are you doing in the Land of Fire? You're so arrogant, White Ghost. I still have connections in Kiri, Zabuza said, watching Masashi's reaction. My value is beyond your imagination. Enough with the nonsense. Assassinating the Mizukage? If you had connections, they're mostly dead by now. Answer my question properly. I'm just resting on this land for a while, Zabuza said, using the fiercest tone to say the politest words of his life. Once I'm rested, I'll leave. Fine, go ahead. Masashi stepped aside. As long as you don't cause trouble in the Land of Fire, we won't bother you. Alright, I'll give you that respect. If you keep pretending, I'll beat you up right now. Without another word, Zabuza disappeared like the wind before Masashi. He watched Zabuza's retreating figure, and then walked toward the Hidden Mist Village Anbu, who were now facing Shizue. Well, it could be called a standoff in a sense. One person standing, a group lying down. No one was dead, so it counted as a standoff? Who are you? Masashi pretended not to see their obviously Hidden Mist Village Anbu uniforms. The Hidden Mist Village Anbu lying on the ground looked up at the two of them. They had the same thought as Zabuza. What kind of crazy setup is this? I'm talking to you. Be nice and speak, please. I don't want to repeat a second time. Masashi smiled warmly. If you don't answer, I'll kill you. We are Hidden Mist Village Anbu, one of the ninja said. He would have liked to stand up and say this with some dignity. But one of his partner who tried had been knocked out cold by Shizue's sword hilt. The strike had been so fast, most of them hadn't even seen it happen. At this moment, Shizue didn't resemble the nice guy he usually was in the village. His strikes were quick and ruthless. This Hidden Mist Village ninja even wondered if his comrades were knocked out or just dead. Wearing masks and claiming to be Hidden Mist Village Anbu, that's too easy, isn't it? Shizue said flatly. Without permission from Hidden Leaf Village, foreign ninjas are not allowed to enter the Land of Fire. That's the rule. We really are Hidden Mist Village Anbu. We came to capture Zabuza, the ninja said immediately. It wasn't out of fear of death, it was just that dying here for no reason seemed pointless. Besides, they hadn't even entered the Land of Fire yet, they were still a few steps away. Alright, I'll take your word for it, Masashi said, tapping the forehead protector on his head. I am Masashi from Hidden Leaf Village, and this is my companion Shizue. We're here representing Hidden Leaf Village to visit Hidden Mist Village and discuss renewing the treaty between our villages. Since you're here, why don't you show us the way? If that's the case, then why attack us? The Hidden Mist Village ninja asked, though he still didn't dare to stand up. Shizue's Sharingan scanned him repeatedly, as if deciding where best to knock him out. Attack? Masashi formed a hand sign and spat out a massive fireball jutsu in an empty direction. Boom. A mushroom cloud of fire erupted, and the heat wave blew across the area. A few ninjas who weren't lying flat enough got flipped over. The ground beneath the impact cracked and melted, creating a glowing crater. See that? Do you have a misunderstanding about what an attack is? Masashi gestured to the Hidden Mist Village ninjas to stand up and take a good look. We merely stopped you to prevent unnecessary escalation of the conflict. The ninjas who stood up swallowed hard as he stared at the crater big enough to hold all of them. Sorry, It seems I misunderstood. But Zabuza is very dangerous. Entering the Land of Fire will bring trouble to Hidden Leaf Village. Oh? That guy just now was Zabuza? Masashi said sincerely. I saw he had no eyebrows and thought he was a refugee. Can my comrades get up now? Shishui, stop staring at them. These are friends from Kiri, Masashi said, patting his companion on the shoulder. You're going to give them the wrong impression. Shishui sheathed his small blade and stepped back, though his Sharingan remained active. The Hidden Mist Village ninja on the ground hurried to their feet, some still rubbing their necks where Shishui had struck them. No one mentioned Zabuza again. This was already beyond their ability and their jurisdiction. Please, go ahead. Chapter 108, Smiles and Daggers. Upon entering the Land of Water once again, Masashi could clearly feel that the atmosphere in this country had changed. The stance of opposition was visible. But it wasn't opposition between ninjas. It wasn't even the usual tension between villages. No, this was something far more dangerous. It was opposition between ordinary people and ninjas. Among the 5 great nations, it was well known that the daimyo of the Land of Wind had a strained relationship with Hidden Sand Village, to the point where the Land of Wind would sometimes delegate missions to Hidden Leaf Village instead of Hidden Sand Village. However, it had to be said that this wasn't a state of outright opposition. At most, the daimyo of the Land of Wind felt the Hidden Sand Village ninjas were somewhat ineffective, but the mechanism of cooperation between the daimyo's government and the ninja village still functioned well. In the Land of Water, however, this generation's daimyo seemed to have experienced some kind of political turmoil, perhaps like a struggle for succession among princes, and as a result, he was severely lacking in security. Meanwhile, Kiri, which had implemented the Bloody Mist policy, seemed to have maxed out its ability to instill fear. Consequently, the relationship between the daimyo's government and Hidden Mist Village was extremely tense. The daimyo was worried that the Hidden Mist Village ninjas might lose control and attack him as well. He had even dreamed, more than once, of the Hidden Mist Village ninjas swinging his severed head like a toy on a swing. The daimyo's attitude naturally influenced the entire system of the Land of Water, which ultimately led to a strained relationship between ordinary citizens and ninjas. The Mizukage being assassinated, though unsuccessful, had ignited the flames of this tension. At its core, it all stemmed from the Bloody Mist policies implemented by the third Mizukage. Distrust had begun to turn into outright hostility. In truth, this wasn't entirely Obito's fault. The Land of Water already had its own inherent problems. Masashi Shishui, observing everything along the way, grew increasingly puzzled. I can't help but feel that whether we renew the alliance or not no longer matters. We still need to renew it, Masashi replied. The Land of Water is a country of ninjas. This nation needs its ninja forces. It's just that Hidden Mist Village has been abnormal for far too long. Despite the opposition, all the turmoil still centered around Kiri. In the original timeline, the extinction of many ninja clans was primarily carried out through the military might of Kiri's forces. However, a chaotic Hidden Mist Village did not align with Hidden Leaf Village's needs. No one wanted a den of lunatics lurking behind them. Led by Kiri's Anbu, Masashi and Shishui went deeper into the country. Along the way, civilians would avoid them as soon as they saw them. In front of the Anbu, Masashi hadn't used the Flying Thunder God even once. This was just the beginning, and he didn't want the marks he had set up to be discovered by the Hidden Mist Village ninjas. If they found out, Obito would also find out. Masashi still wanted to give him a surprise. Thinking back to when he had considered Hidden Mist Village as a fallback option in his plans, he couldn't help but feel relieved that he hadn't gone through with it. The divide between the Land of Water's ninjas and its nation was so deep that, given the Uchiha clan's temperament, few would have been able to tolerate it. This discomfort only disappeared after they entered the Mist Valley. Once inside, it felt as though they had stepped into another world, completely isolated from everything outside the valley. Suddenly, he thought that this might be one of the reasons why the Hidden Mist Village ninjas didn't care about the opinions of their citizens. Living in such an isolated place, they were already exhausted dealing with the Bloody Mist policies. How could they spare the effort to care whether the people outside liked them or not? Finally, he saw Kiri. The most terrifying place in the ninja world appeared, at first glance, to be peaceful. But within his sensory range, the area was filled with countless cold and sinister chakra signatures. There were a few that were relatively less oppressive, but they were rare. Suddenly, the Hidden Mist Village Anbu stopped. A large group of people had appeared ahead. Masashi took one look. Oh, plenty of old acquaintances. However, instead of stepping forward to greet them immediately, both he and Shishui tacitly pretended to take a sudden interest in the surrounding plants and flowers. Gentlemen, the emissaries from Hidden Leaf Village are here to visit the Mizukage. Please make way, the Anbu leader said. His words were polite, but the actions of the Anbu were not as harmonious as his tone suggested. They were clearly on guard. From the crowd, a man in his 40s stepped forward. His gaze passed over the Anbu and landed on Masashi and Shizue standing behind them. The Anbu couldn't discern anything from his expression. The only thing they could conclude was that this guy probably hadn't washed his face that morning. Handling such a minor matter as welcoming guests should be left to us old folks. Don't you all have more important tasks at hand? The man said. It's better not to lose focus. Hearing this, the Anbu were cursing him internally. Wasn't this whole situation your fault to begin with? Attempting to assassinate the Mizukage, with Zabuza, of all people? Zabuza had been declared a fugitive after being accused of an attempted assassination of the Mizukage. He was currently at large. That statement wasn't entirely accurate. In truth, among those who tried to assassinate the Mizukage that night, Zabuza was the only one who successfully escaped. The others had died at the scene. Those whose identities could be traced were all civilian ninjas who shared the same belief, to end the bloody mist and restore the village to its former glory. The Mizukage's faction, though ruthless, did not harbor malice toward these people. They had no choice but to stop them, but still respected their resolve. However, they deeply despised the mastermind who had exploited these people. Assassinating the Mizukage and publicly exposing the conflict was a foolish move that only provided opportunities for outsiders. The greatest suspect was none other than the Hazuki clan. Even the ninja clans opposed the bloody mist, but for entirely different reasons. Now the Mizukage had begun rallying civilian ninjas against the established ninja clans, and if this continued, civil war was inevitable. The Yuki clan had already taken the fall. Someone had used ice style that night, and the Mizukage had immediately led the Anbu to the Yuki clan's territory, slaughtering all of their ninja members. The remaining non-ninja clan members were then exiled from Kiri. This isn't good, Kagemyun-sama, the Anbu leader said, suppressing his anger. Hidden Mist Village has its own laws, and you are overstepping your bounds. The village's laws were built by us, the man said calmly. You need to remember not to bite the hands that fed you. The atmosphere grew tense, to the point of almost breaking. To the Anbu, every second felt like an eternity. The other side wasn't just testing them, they were genuinely here to intercept the Hidden Leaf Village emissaries. Eh? Oh, it's you? Suddenly, Masashi's voice broke the tension. He stepped forward from behind the Anbu, as if he had just noticed the people there, his face showing apparent surprise. It's been a long time. Shizue turned his head slightly, struggling to hold back a laugh. He could swear that Masashi absolutely did not know who this person was. Because for most of the missions Masashi had completed, Shizue had been present. Anyone alive, Shizue would have known. If Masashi didn't know him, then this person certainly wasn't a survivor. Indeed, it has been a long time, the man smiled, playing along perfectly. You are as humorous as ever. Masashi smiled back and patted the Anbu leader on the shoulder. You've worked hard. I'll catch up with this old friend of mine, and then I'll go see the Mizukage myself. Ah, I see. My oversight, the Anbu leader's demeanor changed completely. I'll report to the Mizukage now. I'll take my leave. With that, he waved his hand and quickly departed with the other Anbu. Their hasty departure eased the tense atmosphere among the ninja clans to some extent. But it was only eased, not eliminated. Because standing before them now were two young Hidden Leaf Village ninjas who had killed a significant number of Hidden Mist Village ninjas during the war between Hidden Leaf Village and Kiri. To put it bluntly, most of the people in the Hidden Mist Village now held grudges against these two individuals. The White Ghost had not only killed the most but had become a nightmare for the ninja clans. The stories of his exploits during the war still haunted their dreams, stories of entire squads vanishing into the mist, only their headbands left behind as cruel markers. If the village of the Bloody Mist hadn't already broken the spirit of the current Hidden Mist Village ninjas, they would have been seeking revenge the moment these two set foot in the Land of Water. This sort of thing was exactly what Hidden Mist Village ninjas would do. Getting hot-headed was a common trait among them. Once they were fired up, not even the Mizukage himself could hold them back. Unless he was ready to make examples of them. The Hidden Mist Village clans especially valued family revenge. The village couldn't control these people, and sometimes even the clans themselves couldn't rein them in. The Yuki clan had been doomed because a few young hotheads from their clan acted recklessly. Kagemyun wasn't exactly a good person, but he had never encouraged the young Yuki clan members to assassinate the fourth Mizukage. That kind of move would leave too much evidence. Having managed to become an elder of the Hazuki clan at over 40 years old, he wasn't that foolish. What he hadn't anticipated was the loss of control over the pawn, Zabuza. That loss of control had brought the conflict between the ninja clans and the Mizukage's office into the open, and now there was no turning back. Kagemyun carefully observed Masashi and Shizue before him. Ultimately settling his gaze on Masashi. This was mostly because Shizue's serious demeanor made him disinclined to engage in conversation. He bent slightly at the waist and offered a bow to both of them. Such courage, admirable. Seeing this, Masashi and Shizue returned the gesture. I've heard much about the white ghost, and today I finally see him in person. He smiled faintly. Have you really seen through me? Let's not say the quiet part out loud, Masashi replied with a nod. I am here to discuss business, not to stir up your internal conflicts. Among the Hidden Mist Village ninjas, some younger faces seemed eager to move. One stepped forward. You dare come here after? Noticing this, Masashi smiled and cut in, looking for revenge? How about following the old traditions? Masashi, there's no need to provoke them, Kagemune said. Young people always think we are stubborn and want to break all the rules. Their actions should be understood. You're not even 50 yet, but you talk like you've got one foot in the grave, Masashi shook his head. We're all ninja clans, fighting and killing are normal. I've always honored tradition. Being too aggressive doesn't suit a cooperative attitude. When in Rome, do as the Romans do. Is that so hard to understand? Masashi's smile faded. I'm kind of young, too. It's easy to provoke me. I don't know where this Rome is, Kagemune replied with a slight smile, but I understand your point about following local customs. Still, being too aggressive doesn't suit a cooperative attitude. Masashi's words seemed to remind Kagemune of something. He turned back to the crowd, his expression hardening. Let me be clear, anyone who ruins this will face the clan's punishment. The restless movements in the crowd quieted down. Satisfied, Kagemune turned back. Please, this way. With that, the ninja clans parted to form a path, their eyes locked on Masashi and Shizue. Kagemune stood at the entrance of this road, smiling. Since we're all friends here, I won't stand on ceremony, Masashi said calmly as he stepped forward. Shizue gave the crowd a cool glance, shook his head slightly, and followed. Kagemune's smile widened as he led the two into Kiri. The walls of Hidden Mist Village were no smaller than those of Hidden Leaf villages, and due to the terrain, their main gate even appeared more imposing. But it carried a far more sinister air. Unlike the lively gates of Hidden Leaf Village, which were always open and bustling with merchants and travelers, the Hidden Mist Village gates felt like the perfect set for a horror film. Add a spooky soundtrack, and it would feel authentic. Hidden Mist Village ninjas were everywhere, but to the untrained eye, it seemed deserted. Walking through the fortress-like village, Masashi felt no signs of ordinary life. The Hidden Mist Village ninjas really have it rough, he sighed. Shizue glanced at him, wanting to comment but holding back. Finally, he muttered, Masashi, you can drink tea back home, too. I feel like you're insinuating something, but you have no evidence, Masashi shot him a look. You're young, why's your mind so dirty? You've picked up bad habits. That's your fault. Shizue felt wrong but kept quiet, maintaining his professional image as Hidden Leaf Village's envoy. Oh? You enjoy the tea ceremony? Kagemune looked at him in surprise. It's rare to find young people interested in such things. Since we share this interest, let's not be strangers. We should get closer. Shizue had been too cheeky earlier, making the atmosphere awkward. Masashi just hoped he wouldn't mess up in the Mizukage's office. Behind them, the ninja clans dispersed as they entered the village, but not before memorizing every detail of the two Hidden Leaf Village ninjas' appearances. In their eyes, Shizue lived up to his reputation, cold, serious, and reserved. But the White Ghost was another story, far harder to describe. He seemed even more hot-headed than the Hidden Mist Village ninjas themselves. Kagemune led the two through the village, eventually passing the towering Mizukage building. It resembled a massive water barrel and dwarfed all other structures in Kiri. Its design was purely militaristic, devoid of any signs of civilian life. We're here, Kagemune said as they stopped in front of a building along a gravel path. The building had a hint of civilian charm and was clearly a guest house. This guest house is reserved for esteemed visitors. It's fully equipped with everything you'll need, Kagemune said. Feel free to rest here. Should you need anything, there are people available to assist you. His tone suddenly turned suggestive. Of course, remember that business is important. Take care of yourselves. Why did that sound so familiar? Shizue was confused. Thank you. Masashi ignored the undertone in Kagemune's voice. Flattery wouldn't sway him in negotiations, he just wanted a proper rest. But aren't we meeting the Mizukage today? There's no rush, Kagemune smiled. He needs time to prepare. The information you gave to Mainjutsu is very important, but only a few people know about it. Reliable as ever. Masashi gave him a thumbs up. That's fine, then. We're tired anyway, time for a good meal and sleep. Rest is important, Kagemune nodded. By the way, there's a gathering tonight. We'd like to invite you too, can we count on your presence? Of course. Then I'm relieved. Enjoy your rest, gentlemen. After saying this, Kagemune left. Chapter 109, Masks Within Masks. Masashi waited for Kagemune to disappear before turning around and opening the doors of the guest house. As soon as the door opened, a wave of heat hit them. "It's quite warm," Shizue said, his face showing a look of comfort. The land of water lived up to its name, its humidity was oppressive. Being used to the pleasant climate of the land of fire, he felt uncomfortable here, his body sticky and clammy. As the two walked into the building, they realized the guest house was more impressive on the inside than it appeared. While the exterior presented as an unremarkable apartment block, the interior boasted exquisite architectural design. A lavishly furnished lobby spread out before them, with red as the dominant color. There were fireplaces on both sides, radiating heat that warmed the space. Though the area was not very large, many small doors branched off in various directions. Masashi looked up and noticed ventilation ducts covering the ceiling. His eyes narrowed slightly. The door behind them closed automatically, and footsteps approached. Soon after, a girl around 15 or 16 years old appeared before them. She had delicate features, with jet black hair falling straight down her shoulders. Her face was slightly flushed, and her large, bright eyes shone like polished obsidian. Her soft, full lips curved into a gentle smile. She wore fairly revealing clothing, but it didn't seem indecent. Instead, it radiated the youthful energy fitting for her age. Shizue averted his gaze. It wasn't that he was shy, ninjas of his caliber would not falter so easily. It was simply that she reminded him of a particularly painful memory. The girl noticed his reaction, and a hint of moisture appeared in her eyes. "Welcome to Kiri." "That might be premature," Masashi said as he continued observing his surroundings. "For all we know, you might not be so welcoming tomorrow." The girl froze. In truth, she hadn't been working here for long. Guests were a rarity, and this was her first time receiving any. She was unsure how to respond to the situation. Suddenly, Masashi turned his gaze toward her, his eyes transforming into the three Tomoe Sharingan. The girl's heart tightened, but she maintained her shy smile. Masashi wasn't interested in her performance, he simply wanted to confirm whether she possessed chakra. He had already used chakra sensing earlier and hadn't detected anyone in the building with chakra. He couldn't believe it, so he decided to double-check with his Sharingan. "You're not a ninja?" Masashi asked as he deactivated the Sharingan. "Are all of you ordinary people?" "Yes. This is a place meant to host important guests, and no ninjas are allowed," the girl said, bowing deeply. "You must be a noble from a distinguished ninja clan. Please allow me to serve you." "Sorry, but I'm neither noble nor distinguished," Masashi said bluntly. His curt demeanor made the girl fearful of what would happen to her. But in the next moment, his tone changed. "No, this guy here is the noble and distinguished one." He slapped Shizue on the shoulder, pushing him forward. "Serve him well. I'm just an assistant, don't get the wrong person." Shizue looked at Masashi in disbelief, his eyes clearly saying, "Masashi, can you act like a decent human being for once?" Masashi felt that Shizue probably didn't understand his intent. "Sorry, Shizue, but you're the better distraction right now. You're being unreasonable. Don't look down on working people," Masashi lectured. "Workers don't bully other workers." "I didn't bully anyone," Shizue muttered, feeling deeply distressed. He was convinced Masashi was acting irrational again. Masashi couldn't be bothered to explain. "Well, that's settled. I'm truly exhausted, so I'm off to get some sleep," he said, turning to the girl. "Please take me to my room, one with a bath and a place to sleep." "Why yes." The girl, feeling as though she had just been pulled back from hell into heaven, was still dazed. She realized that Masashi was helping her, and her heart filled with gratitude. Serving someone who was tough on the outside but soft-hearted underneath was more rewarding, though she had no choice in the matter. The girl stood up and tugged a thin rope nearby. The sound of bells echoed in the room. After a while, another woman appeared. "Hikari?" Masashi paused for a moment. This woman had a completely different style of dress, a high-slit gown. She was older than the girl, with an aura of maturity, essentially a contrast of sweet young girl and seductive mature woman. Kiri, it seemed, not only practiced the bloody mist policies but also indulged in these antics, which likely explained their poor reputation. Masashi waved his hand dismissively. "Lead the way. No need to make something as simple as getting a room so complicated." "This way," the woman said with a deep bow. She bent so far forward that Masashi worried her waist might not support the weight up front. It was clear that Kagemune had ulterior motives for arranging accommodations like this for him and Shizue. Hopefully, Shizue, despite his innocent appearance, would realize the situation soon and put his Ganjutsu skills to good use, perhaps gathering some useful intel. Ahead of him, the woman swayed her hips as she led the way. When they arrived at a room, she opened the door and bowed for Masashi to enter. Inside, Everything from the doorknob to the metallic-looking stove exuded luxury. Each wall was painted in deep hues, resembling orderly arranged oil paintings. It was gaudy and over the top. A faint rustling sound came from behind. When Masashi turned around, the woman had begun to undress. Everything was proceeding exactly as he expected. The woman removed the pins from her hair. Masashi's gaze remained indifferent. "I'm sorry, but I'm really tired. I still have work to do tonight. Let's arrange for another time." He liked tea, sure, but only tea, not this kind of tea. No matter how much someone faked a smile, they couldn't hide their true intentions. It was no wonder Hidden Mist Village had devolved into such chaos. While the non-clan ninjas had seemingly lost their minds, the clan ninjas weren't much better. The woman froze. Though she was new here, her previous profession gave her a good sense of when someone was telling the truth or not. After hesitating for a moment, she put her clothes back on, bowed, and left, closing the door behind her. Masashi walked around the room casually and easily discovered several surveillance devices laced with monitoring jutsu. They really had underestimated him. Destroying the devices without effort, he collapsed onto the sofa and closed his eyes. When he opened them again, the sky outside had darkened. There was another knock at the door. "Come in." The same woman entered again, now wearing a full black gown. "The Hidden Mist Village clan families are hosting a gathering tonight. The Hazuki family has invited you and your companion to attend. Will you go?" "And who invited us?" "I am your guide. Serving you is my responsibility." "All right, change into something more conservative." The woman paused, then walked into the wardrobe. When she emerged, she was covered in a sheer veil. Masashi realized this was far from conservative. "There are no clothes here that meet your standards," the woman explained. "Fine," Masashi replied, not pressing the matter. He stood up. "Let's go to the banquet." He smiled. This trip to Hidden Mist Village had already opened his eyes. The ninjas of Hidden Mist Village certainly had their own lives, but such a lifestyle had little to do with civilian ninjas. Through the luxury and excess, he could see the deeper rot. Here, civilian ninjas struggled just to survive. Masashi wasn't sure if Hidden Mist Village had always been this way, but he knew that in those days, the Hidden Mist Village ninjas had standards for living. Most likely, the policies were to blame again. So, if the third Mizukage wasn't just outright crazy, then maybe he was an undercover agent who rose to power, or perhaps. But Madara wasn't Obito. He had no personal grudge against Kiri. Accompanied by the woman, they made their way out and wandered through a spiral staircase leading to the lower levels. "Do they hold banquets here too?" Masashi asked. "Yes." The woman was sparing with her words. Her eyes occasionally glanced around, carrying a faint sweetness. However, the eyes that should have been enchanting and lively were instead empty and melancholy, the look of someone who had long cried themselves dry, eliciting pity just like Hikari. A smile was merely a mask for pain too deep to articulate. She resembled her too much. "Later, stay close to me," Masashi said. "That way no one can touch you." A flicker of light appeared in the woman's eyes, but like a candle in the wind, it quickly extinguished. Still, she did move slightly closer to him. And Masashi noticed this. In his first life, anyone who dared play this sort of game in Hidden Leaf Village had been crushed under his boot. In Kiri, however, such behavior was rampant and unrestrained. The spiral staircase seemed endless. After a few turns, sounds began to emanate from below. At the bottom was a door. Before opening the door, Masashi asked, "What's your name?" "Hikari." Masashi's expression remained unchanged, but something shifted in his eyes. He opened the door himself. A wave of noisy voices and shouting rushed toward him. The scale of the banquet hall exceeded his expectations. Long tables were arranged vertically across the hall, filled with people on both sides. At the far end, a horizontal table sat a group of men, most appearing over 50, with commanding presences that marked them as high-ranking individuals. Servants moved back and forth along the aisle. Members of various ninja clans drank heavily, many holding women in their arms, exchanging boisterous laughter and inappropriate banter, behaving utterly unrestrained and absurdly. Witnessing this scene, he couldn't help but frown. They were like demons and monsters. In the Warring States period, many ninja clans had displayed this arrogant and absurd behavior, including the Uchiha and the Senju. However, back then, Madara had been the Uchiha clan leader. He despised such nonsense and crushed it wherever it appeared. As a result, this sort of atmosphere quickly disappeared from the Uchiha clan. Hashirama, on the other hand, didn't resort to violence but enjoyed chatting. He could sit and talk for an entire day. If he couldn't manage that, the clan still had the black-faced duo of Tobirama and Muzo to enforce discipline. Now, such foolishness seemed to survive only in Kiri. And it was rampant. Masashi scanned the room but didn't spot Shisui. "Hikari, Finally willing to entertain your first guest. A young man approached with a laugh. He wore an open chest and reeked of alcohol, holding a wine cup in his hand. What a shame. If the Yuki clan had been willing to let you marry me back then, things wouldn't have come to this. Masashi gave him a glance. He didn't recognize the family crest, likely from the weak ninja clan. Pardon me, but I believe you're making her uncomfortable, Masashi said with a gentle smile. Perhaps we could discuss this another time? As he spoke those courteous words, his Ganjutsu had already invaded the man's mind, revealing his most embarrassing memories. To his mild surprise, the woman was originally from the Yuki clan. The man before him had once been one of her suitors. However, he had been deemed too low class, and the Yuki clan had rejected him, only offering marriage if he agreed to be a live-in son-in-law. After seeing this memory, Masashi's assessment of the man dropped to the level of trash. Failing to woo a woman could happen any time, but to come gloating after her fall from grace? Utter trash. When the 3 seconds passed and the man remained frozen, Masashi simply stepped forward and with a smooth, almost casual motion, guided him aside. The force, while gentle in appearance, sent the man stumbling back several feet. Nearby, a servant holding a tray froze in shock. The boisterous noise in the banquet hall abruptly ceased. All eyes turned toward them. Hikari's mouth fell slightly open as she stared at Masashi, bewildered and unsure what to do. Under the weight of all those gazes, she instinctively gripped the slit of her high-slit dress, clenching her legs together as her body trembled uncontrollably. Masashi accepted a wet towel from a nearby servant with a nod and carefully wiped his hands. How unfortunate, he murmured, when one overestimates their position. Everyone in the hall clearly heard his words. Their faces darkened slightly. But no one dared to challenge him. After all, the White Ghost's reputation spoke for itself. Masashi, no need for such formalities, called a voice from the table at the back. He didn't seem the least bit upset. Instead, his eyes darted between Hikari and Masashi, his smile growing satisfied. After all, desiring beautiful women is just a common weakness among men. It seems she has served you well. I'll reward her for it. Pardon my ignorance, but I don't believe we've been properly introduced, Masashi said with a polite smile, his eyes studying the man who had spoken. Ah, where are my manners? Hazuki Ketsuki, the man replied. I oversee certain arrangements here in Kiri. You're too kind, Masashi replied, but I've grown quite fond of her company. He gently placed a protective hand on her shoulder. Perhaps we could come to a more permanent arrangement? Feeling the scorching gazes of the men around them, Hikari's panicked expression turned paler as she unconsciously moved closer to Masashi. This isn't much of an issue, Ketsuki said with a slightly smug smile. We're all friends here. If we can come to an agreement, she's yours. His reluctance to part with her was clear in every word. In Kiri's guest houses, women like Hikari, who were born into bloodline clans and were once of noble status, were rare treasures. She had been the famed beauty of the Yuki clan. Though never becoming a ninja, before the clan's downfall, suitors had flocked to her. Not only was she stunning, but she had also managed the Yuki clan's businesses in the Land of Water with remarkable success. After Ketsuki placed her in the guest house, many had expressed interest, but he had never relented. Now, with the White Ghost and the teleporter visiting, he had played his trump card. Though ninja clans often guarded against bloodline intermixing, he believed Hikari's charms would make any young man forget such concerns. What he hadn't anticipated was Masashi's direct approach. Please sit. Let's discuss this further, Ketsuki invited warmly. You're most gracious, Masashi replied with a pleasant smile. He guided Hikari alongside him as he approached the table. Taking his seat, he noticed how Hikari lowered her head and stood quietly behind him. Ketsuki, might I ask about my clan brother? Masashi inquired politely. He mentioned preparations for meeting the Mizukage and declined, Ketsuki said. It seems the Uchiha clan is prudent in its approach. Well done, Shizui. You've learned to see the layers beneath the obvious. I hope you understand. The Uchiha clan's position requires careful consideration of all possibilities, Masashi offered diplomatically. Of course, we understand completely. So, how does the Uchiha clan propose we cooperate? The nature of cooperation is ever-changing, Masashi responded with a gentle smile, his eyes showing just a hint of warmth. Recent developments, our clan leader's appointment as Hokage advisor, for instance, have altered the landscape somewhat. Perhaps you could share your thoughts on how we might best proceed? Chapter 110, Pieces on the Board. Hokage advisor? Everyone present showed expressions of surprise. In the unique environment of the Land of Water, Hidden Mist Village prioritized safeguarding its secrets above all else. Due to its lack of an intelligence network on the continent, it was always one step behind in obtaining external information. However, as the chaos in Hidden Mist Village worsened, Its ability to gather information about the outside world had not just fallen behind, it had practically collapsed. This was partly due to some of the strategies implemented by Obito. The systematic dismantling of their information networks had been thorough, leaving them blind to the outside world. In his vision, Hidden Mist Village was to become a completely isolated place, disconnected from the continent's information flow, a tool producing ground exclusively for him. As a result, no one present was even aware that Hidden Leaf Village had appointed a new Hokage advisor. That's correct, Masashi nodded. Therefore, the Uchiha clan's position in Hidden Leaf Village has changed compared to before. I trust you all understand this. I see, an elder said as he stroked his beard. That is unexpected. I didn't think the Uchiha clan would regain such a position. You must have paid a significant price. The elder appeared to be the spokesperson for the group. When he spoke, the others remained silent. You're mistaken about that, Masashi shook his head. It's mainly because others made us look good by comparison. The group's expressions stiffened immediately. They weren't sure if he was making an insult, but they didn't believe the Uchiha clan could have easily gained the advisor position. They assumed he was simply exaggerating his clan's advantage. Still, it was undeniable that the balance of power had shifted. Hidden Mist Village didn't have an advisor to its Mizukage, but they understood the significance of such a position. Their own situation had worsened as the internal conflicts within Hidden Mist Village became more public. The Uchiha clan truly lives up to its name, the elder said deeply. No doubt, the fame of the White Ghost and the teleporter played an important role. But to claim it came without a price is unreasonable. Our cooperation remains mutually beneficial. So you don't believe me? Masashi laughed. It's not disbelief, it's just not realistic, the elder shook his head. We should be honest with each other. What about a new plan? Masashi said. Interactions between ninja clans don't need to be so complicated. Let's lay everything on the table. The group furrowed their brows, exchanging glances in the silence. They couldn't come up with a plan on the spot. Originally, it was the Uchiha who had proposed building closer ties, and the Hidden Mist Village clans had a rough idea of their motivations. It had been a welcome suggestion. The clans had assumed that the Uchiha's future involved a complete break with Hidden Leaf Village and migration of their entire clan. In Kiri's initial plan, they had prepared to officially invite the Uchiha clan to relocate to the Land of Water when the timing was right. The ninja clans of Hidden Mist Village had always tightly banded together to safeguard their collective interests. Marriage alliances were a common strategy, and in this, they were less restrained than the ninja clans of Hidden Leaf Village. Their unity was renowned, though it came with a reputation for xenophobia. That said, their xenophobia depended on the target. For the Uchiha clan, they would open their arms in welcome. These ninja clans understood one key principle: if the pie wasn't growing, their unity would eventually fail under pressure. They also hoped to strengthen Hidden Mist Village and had worked hard toward that goal. The Uchiha joining them would drastically transform Kiri's power. The person they valued most was Masashi himself. To them, he was more like a Hidden Mist Village ninja than anyone else, someone they even considered a future Mizukage candidate. Their transparent plotting almost made him want to laugh. They had even begun selecting candidates for marriage alliances within their clans. Before the Yuki clan's downfall, Hikari had been their chosen candidate. The Hazuki clan, however, believed Mai would be a better choice. To the Hazuki, who admired strength and combat, Hikari, who wasn't even a ninja, seemed far inferior to the White Ghost. In their view, Hikari would be nothing more than a concubine if she married into the Uchiha clan. Of course, now that the Yuki clan was gone, Hikari had lost that status. Still, her past reputation had drawn plenty of wolves. This was Kiri's way: if someone messed up their own game, they couldn't expect others to honor past alliances. Even Katsuki, who had placed Hikari in the guest house and hadn't acted on her, was considered more decent than the rest of the wolves. We may not be able to give you an answer right away, the elder said after a long discussion. How long will you be staying in Kiri? The village hasn't set any restrictions on me, Masashi replied, pointing to the ceiling with deliberate casualness. After all, my cousin also has an important task here. The fourth Mizukage, huh? The elder's eyes narrowed thoughtfully, analyzing various possibilities. Could it be that you're here to deal with your own clan's traitor? The Hokage is aware of his identity, Masashi said. He was once his student. Out of past sentiments, we hesitated to act. But his actions, clearly betraying the village and attacking the Hokage, leave us no choice. Everyone understood. No wonder Hidden Leaf Village wanted him dead. The major ninja clans had already learned about the fourth Mizukage being under someone's control, though the information had been tightly guarded. Each clan had hoped to use this as leverage when the time was right. But now, it seemed Hidden Leaf Village intended to eliminate all these clans as obstacles. If it weren't for their desire to avoid an all-out civil war in Kiri, They would have leaked the information already. We can discuss future cooperation later, the elder said sharply, leaning forward with more intensity. For now, why don't we join forces to resolve the Mizukage issue? Hidden Leaf Village likely sent you here because they're concerned Kiri's chaos could affect them. That's true, Masashi acknowledged, keeping his face carefully neutral. In that case, let's finish what Zabuza failed to do. We'll help you take him out. I never said I wanted to assassinate the Mizukage, Masashi shook his head. Our first task is simply to renew the agreement. A man under control, what's the point in meeting him? The elder gestured to the group. With us here, you can eliminate your traitor easily. The fourth Mizukage will have no choice but to step down, and we'll elect a new Mizukage to renew the agreement with Hidden Leaf Village. If that can be achieved, it's worth considering, Masashi nodded. Inwardly, he almost laughed. This tedious game was nearly over. If he was still Muzo, he would have forced them to do what he wanted, but Muzo was already dead, and he didn't want to be that person again. So, it's a deal? Yes, a deal, Masashi stood up. You can discuss the details at your leisure. I'll take my leave. Since you're already here, why not stay for a meal? The elder stroked his beard and glanced at Hikari, his eyes glinting with self-satisfaction as if he'd uncovered some grand secret. Young people need to take care of themselves. Speaking of which, Hikari was yours to begin with. This is quite a coincidence. Masashi paused, and said, is that so? We really are fated, then. He wasn't Obito, he had no desire to slaughter ninja clans like chickens, especially with so many ordinary people caught up in the mess. But watching these hidden mist village elders, Masashi could only shake his head at their outdated ways. Their mindset was so backward that even trying to work with them seemed pointless. The best he could hope for was avoiding direct conflict. Back in Hidden Leaf Village, people often criticized the Uchiha and Hyuga for their traditional values. But at least they had evolved with the times. These Hidden Mist Village traditionalists, with their arranged marriages and power games, were still living as if the Warring States period had never ended. After saying everything that needed to be said, Masashi left. Being with those people made him feel extremely uncomfortable. Compared to them, Maingetsu and his group were far more agreeable, even Zabuza's deadpan face appeared cute. Of course, he took Hikari with him when he left, noting the subtle way she kept close to his shadow. The destruction of the Yuki clan was something he hadn't anticipated. He had thought that after his action on the beach back then, if this ninja clan had even a modicum of intelligence, they wouldn't have been wiped out. Turned out, he overestimated them. In the original timeline, the true cause of Hidden Mist Village ninja clan's destruction wasn't Obito, but their own arrogance, which completely alienated the masses. Neither the civilian ninjas nor the ordinary people of the Land of Water had any sympathy for these ninja clans, they were full of hatred instead. This wasn't something that could be swayed by mere words. In contrast, in the original timeline, although the Uchiha clan wasn't well liked, before the Nine Tails showed up to flaunt its big eyes in the village, the villagers didn't have much of an issue with the Uchiha. Even in the early days of the village, with Madara, people were more afraid of him than they were disgusted. In fact, he had quite a bit of popularity at the time, with many people genuinely admiring him. Many truly believed that being born in the same era as Hashirama was simply his misfortune, otherwise, he would have been invincible. Madara could also sense the villagers' true opinions about him, he'd even get anxious and run over to help kids up when they fell on the road. Though he did scare the kids half to death. It couldn't be helped. He possessed the most handsome deadpan face in the world. After Izuna's death, he had hardly smiled a few times. Perhaps his smile was something only Hashirama had ever seen. But Masashi wasn't interested in the smiles of men. After leaving the banquet hall, he returned to his room. Once again, he felt that this room was excessively fancy. Especially that sofa, so tiny it couldn't even be comfortably laid on. The only redeeming feature was the large bed, perfect for someone restless who might start sleeping vertically but wake up sprawled horizontally. His initial mission had been successfully completed. Now, he just had to wait for the right opportunity. It was up to Shishui's Ganjutsu to create that opportunity. He was curious to see whether Obito would dare to let the Mizukage, whom he controlled, meet Shishui. Shishui's Ganjutsu was renowned within the clan, and his ability to break Ganjutsu was also top-notch. If they didn't allow such a meeting, then half of the plan would already be complete. Go back and rest, he said to Hikari, who was following him. However, she showed a hesitant expression. Can I stay here? She asked. Masashi thought about it, she was probably afraid of exposing the plan. Alright, let's chat then, he replied, carefully observing her body language. Since Hikari was originally a member of the Yuki clan, he also wanted to know how the Yuki clan had managed to destroy themselves. Because he was genuinely curious. Even if Obito controlled the Mizukage, He couldn't have wiped out a ninja clan for no reason. Otherwise, if this group rebelled, while Obito himself wouldn't have been harmed, he would definitely have had to abandon Hidden Mist Village as his base. Masashi took off his shoes, sat cross-legged on the bed, and patted the spot in front of him, signaling for Hikari to sit down as well. It wasn't that he didn't want to sit on the sofa, he literally couldn't fit. It was ridiculously small, like a decoration. Hikari carefully climbed onto the bed and knelt politely, hands folded in her lap. "Alright, tell me, how did the Yuki clan meet their end?" Masashi asked with a serious expression. "The elders." Hikari took a deep breath, steadying herself. "They became obsessed with producing a Mizukage. Pride before the fall," Masashi nodded. "Continue." "They believed our bloodline made us destined for greatness. That we were chosen by the snow itself. And the younger generation? They took action without understanding the consequences. They thought our recent successes meant we were ready." As someone who had managed the Yuki clan's business, she had access to plenty of information and had a sharp, logical mind. In the eyes of others, her only flaw was her lack of talent as a ninja. Any organization sows the seeds of its own destruction during its most prosperous period. Ninja clans were no exception. Even the powerful Ninshu had disappeared. From Hikari's account, he pieced together what had happened. In short, if the Hazuki clan can do it, so can we. With such a mindset, it was no surprise that the new generation started acting on their own. The second Mizukage had the ability to defeat the entire Kiri, but the Yuki clearly lacked such power. The Yuki clan wasn't the first to destroy themselves for the dream of producing a Kage, and they wouldn't be the last. "Do you have any family left?" Masashi asked, watching her expression carefully. "I have a younger brother," Hikari replied, a genuine smile appearing on her face for the first time. "Just one younger brother? What's his name?" "His name is Hiku." "Oh, Haku, huh?" Masashi nodded, finding the name oddly familiar. The more he thought about it, the more familiar it sounded. Wait, damn. The Haku? The one who figured out the Yuki clan's secret techniques on his own without any guidance? Even though Masashi didn't think much of the technique itself, he knew it was impressive, showing just how solid the clan's foundation was. A kid like Haku, who could master such abilities, was definitely on the genius tier. In the original timeline, Hidden Leaf Village had a similar genius, Neji, the son of Hisashi, who managed to learn the palm rotation entirely on his own. The Hyuga clan shared everything with their clan members, except for the palm rotation, which was reserved solely for the main family. "How old is your brother?" 5. The age checked out. He made up his mind, his obsession with collecting prodigies wouldn't let him miss even a small chance. Considering he had already taken in Karen, and now possibly Haku. If he picked up one more, he could start his own little study abroad class. What could be more satisfying for a collector? He was definitely taking this one. "You'll stay here for now, you can have the bed." Having decided, he acted quickly. Whether out of conscience or his collecting tendencies, Hikari and her brother had to stay under his protection. Nothing could happen to them. "When this matter is over, I'll bring your brother too. From now on, you two will join Hidden Leaf Village. Don't worry, the people there are normal, none of the craziness you see here." Hearing this, Hikari froze. She understood that as long as Hiku remained under the Hazuki clan's control, she would remain their slave, a toy to please the powerful. The only reason she hadn't been used yet was to maximize her value. Once she lost her purity, she would become no different from the other women in this building. Masashi's words were like a bolt of lightning in a clear sky, promising her and Haku a new life. But after the destruction of the Yuki clan, she had learned to close herself off, never revealing her true thoughts. The risks were too great. Even if this man had once been her betrothed, though it was entirely one-sided and in the past. She lowered her head, suppressing the turbulent emotions in her heart. This was the limit of what she could manage. "Alright, go to sleep," Masashi said. Having learned everything he wanted, he got out of bed and put his shoes back on. He left a flying thunder god mark in the room, carefully placing it where it wouldn't be easily noticed. "Take me to Shizue's room first, then come back to rest. If anyone stops you, just say I need you to keep me company tonight." Chapter 111, The Puppet Who Pulled His Own Strings. In the Mizukage building, Yagura was in his office reviewing documents. The soft rustle of papers filled the otherwise silent room as his eyes scanned each page. Everything appeared normal. Standing silently beside him, as the head of Anbu, was Obito. This role was convenient for maintaining his Ganjutsu-induced deep hypnosis on the fourth Mizukage at all times. The benefits of wearing a mask every day were becoming clearer to Obito. Not showing his face meant he could impersonate anyone without the need for ninjutsu. Now his proficiency with Ganjutsu had become second nature, almost imperceptible, like water soaking into the earth. The knowledge imparted by Madara and Black Zetsu was being absorbed and digested at an incredible speed. If he met Masashi again now, he felt certain that the other wouldn't stand a chance against his current Genjutsu mastery. Unless Masashi, like him, had some god-tier mentor like Madara giving him special training. This time, he would definitely turn things around beautifully. Obito didn't exactly know what Masashi was planning, but he was certain that Masashi wouldn't abandon the Uchiha clan's matters. He would definitely come to Hidden Mist Village to cause trouble after knowing what he was up to. Killing Masashi? Honestly, he hadn't even thought about that. Putting personal grudges aside, their relationship was a strange mix of enemies not enemies and friends not friends. Killing each other hadn't become necessary. To be honest, he had just wanted to punch Masashi for a long time. Suddenly, an Anbu appeared silently in the Mizukage's office. Mizukage-sama, the White Ghost attended the Hazuki clan's banquet last night. Understood, Yagura said. Don't expose yourselves, stay on standby. The Anbu vanished, and the office returned to silence. What do you think, Tobi? Yagura asked Obito. In his memory, Tobi was his most loyal subordinate. The Bloody Mist policy was something Yagura was forced to continue due to the village's circumstances, even intensify. The great clans led by the Hazuki clan still refuse to repent. They intend to resist to the end. For the future of the village, they must be eliminated, Obito replied. I know they're a tumor. Yagura sighed. It wasn't difficult to wipe out the major clans represented by the Hazuki clan, but that also meant Hidden Mist Village would lose many elites and secret techniques. And such a loss would be irreplaceable. This would cement Hidden Mist Village as the weakest among the 5 great shinobi nations. Of course, there were benefits. Without those great clans, commoner ninjas would have upward mobility and the village wouldn't need to rely on the Bloody Mist policy to maintain its fighting power at the lower levels. Before becoming Mizukage, he hadn't fully understood it. Only after stepping into this role did he realize why the third Mizukage had implemented the Bloody Mist policy and what abolishing it would truly mean. I need to think more about this. I must carefully consider this matter. Yagura didn't want to act against people from his own village, but he knew time was running out. He decided to give them one more chance. Obito watched the scene with satisfaction. Who could say this is Genjutsu? Even Shizue isn't as effective as this. This was the power he now wielded. Masashi, just you wait. The current me is nothing like before. Knock, knock. A knocking sound echoed through the office, breaking the moment. Come in, Yagura said. The door opened, and a man walked in. It's Ao, huh? You've been working hard lately. Sit down and talk. Yagura gestured to the sofa in his office. Thank you for your concern, Mizukage-sama. Actually, the elder. Ao hesitated as he looked at Yagura. The sudden rumors spreading in the village had deeply concerned him, which was why he had come. But using the Byakugan to check the Mizukage would be an extreme act of disrespect, akin to drawing a sword on him. He hesitated to go that far. Once he did it, there would be no turning back. I know. Yagura interrupted Ao's words. So, I also want to have a proper talk with you. Tobi, step out. Don't let anyone disturb us. Yes, Mizukage-sama. Obito displayed the loyalty expected of a subordinate at that moment. Without a word, he disappeared. Yagura stood up, making Ao slightly nervous. Back when he became Mizukage under everyone's hopeful gaze, his exceptional leadership and shared political ideals were one reason, but the decisive factor was his strength. He had defeated every foe in Kiri. Yagura was the third shinobi, after Hashirama and Madara, to perfectly control a tailed beast. Perfect Jinchuriki and perfect control of tailed beast power were slightly different concepts. The former referred to a state of perfect coexistence with a tailed beast, where the beast not only didn't hinder the Jinchuriki's abilities but actively assisted them. This wasn't a relationship of container and sealed being, it was a bond of true comrades. The latter meant that regardless of whether the tailed beast was willing, its power could be used however the user desired. It was a master-pet relationship. Yagura possessed both, making him the strongest Jinchuriki of his era. It was rumored that the deceased Eight Tails Jinchuriki from Hidden Cloud's village also had this ability, but it was only a rumor. After all, that Jinchuriki had already been killed by the White Ghost. Who knew when the Eight Tails would revive? Ow! Yagura sat on the sofa opposite, meeting his gaze. That look was one Ao knew very well. Once, that look had convinced him Hidden Mist Village had hope. Mizukage-sama, you truly haven't changed. There's no one else here. Just call me Yagura, like before, Ao. Yagura smiled bitterly. You've probably cursed me 1,000 times in your mind, haven't you? Fourth. No, Yagura, what happened? After you became Mizukage, what did you see? There are rumors spreading that you're being controlled by a Genjutsu. Ganjutsu, huh? Yagura laughed bitterly. Even rumors like that are spreading? Maybe I really am under Ganjutsu. After all, I can't believe I've done these things myself. Don't joke around, Yagura. Finding that his former comrade was still the same person, he didn't believe the rumors and realized how malicious they were. If you keep pushing like this, there will be rebellion. The rebellion will be led by the great clans, with the Hazuki at the forefront. Ow, Yagura said, shaking his head. Let me show you something. He walked to his desk, opened a drawer, and pulled out a stack of documents. Take a look at this. I immediately noticed the top secret stamp on the cover. Yagura, my position doesn't really suit this. I hesitated, feeling a little embarrassed. After all, he had initially planned to use his Byakugan when he came here. He wasn't wrong though. While he was a trusted confidant of the elders, his official rank was merely that of a standard Jonin, with no other titles or authority. According to laws personally enacted by the second Mizukage that were still in effect, he wasn't allowed to view such documents. At this point, why does that even matter? Yagura shoved the documents into Ao's hands. In a little while, these documents won't matter anymore. Ao stopped resisting, sat back down on the sofa, and began reading carefully. The more he read, the grimmer his expression became. This is too outrageous. The stack of documents contain nothing but the dark secrets of the major ninja clans in Kiri. Words that could start a war within their own walls. It wasn't uncommon for ninjas to have skeletons in their closets, but what these documents revealed showed that the major clans in Hidden Mist Village had completely lost all sense of restraint or reverence. They treated the village like their personal farm, hoarding resources, monopolizing opportunities for advancement, and exploiting commoner ninjas to an extreme degree. This all traced back to the era of the second Mizukage. That Mizukage, who loved war, had stirred up plenty of conflict during his tenure, and the clan ninjas had taken advantage of the chaos to accumulate immense credit and influence. However, while the second Mizukage himself hailed from a major clan, he never cared about status when selecting talent. He embodied the principle of I have plenty of jutsu, let's see if you have the skill to earn them. While clan ninjas certainly benefited, this was also the era when commoner ninjas began to rise in number and prominence. By the time of the third Mizukage, however, things changed. The third's rise to power was rushed, and he lacked the strength and prestige of his predecessor. As a result, he had to rely on the major clans, which rapidly grew in power and privatized key village institutions. This destroyed the core principle of relative fairness that underpinned Kiri's ninja system. Faced with this reality, commoner ninjas in the village began to give up. After all, no matter how hard they worked, they wouldn't get a single extra coin. So why bother? The third Mizukage couldn't reform the clans, so he decided to pressure them by changing the commoner ninjas instead. This led to the infamous Bloody Mist policy. Over time, this policy deeply harmed the interests of the clans. By the time of the Third Great Ninja War, the number of commoner ninjas had fallen to less than half of what it was during the second Mizukage's era. Without enough commoner ninjas, casualty rates for clan ninjas skyrocketed during the war. It didn't matter how many resources they controlled if there were no people left to fight. At the same time, the resentment of commoner ninjas toward the clans only grew stronger. The divide deepened, and during the war, commoner ninjas had even begun hesitating to help comrades in danger if they were from the clans. On the other hand, clan ninjas, used to their privileged treatment, looked down on everyone outside their clans, commoner ninjas included, considering them crude, ignorant, and greedy inferiors by nature. From both perspectives, the other side was irredeemable. They lived in the same village, yet viewed each other as sworn enemies. The Bloody Mist policy had failed to produce the result the third Mizukage wanted. But it couldn't be stopped either. If it were ended, the quality of commoner ninjas would plummet immediately. Thus, after the devastating loss in the Third Great Ninja War, he knew that the situation he had created would ultimately spell his downfall. So, he resigned. He certainly didn't want to become the first Mizukage to trigger a civil war while still in office. That would be far worse than being purged. Ao gripped the documents tightly, shocked by the unspeakable actions of the clan ninjas. The records detailed how the clan ninjas had used their family privileges to seize resources, exploit commoner ninjas, and suppress the lower ranks without the slightest restraint or morality. Hikari was assigned to the guest house. Ao was stunned when he saw this line. Just one example of many, Yagura said softly, watching his reaction. Keep reading. The guest house was originally meant for hosting foreign dignitaries and symbolized Kiri's dignity. Over time, however, it had turned into a private club for the major clans and had become a place of debauchery. Ao knew that much, but he had no idea that many of the women there were the relatives of criminals. Regardless of the circumstances surrounding those so-called criminals, how could they involve innocent family members? These were people from their own village. And now, Even members of the recently wiped out Yuki clan had been sent there. This is madness. Unable to read any further, Ao closed the file. His hand trembled slightly. It's complete madness. Not reading anymore? Yagura asked, though his tone suggested he already knew the answer. No. Ao handed the documents back to Yagura. Do the elders know about this? Maybe they do, maybe they don't. Yagura tossed the documents onto the desk. These people have been very discreet. These files were gathered starting from the third Mizukage's era, and this is all we've managed to collect. All we've managed to collect. Ao felt a fire burning in his heart. If that fire were released, he wasn't sure what he might do. But he knew what would happen if the villagers and commoner ninjas saw this and unleashed their rage. At that point, no one would care about major clans or minor clans. No one would care whether every clan was guilty or not. If you were from a clan, you would have to die. The bloodshed would sweep through Hidden Mist Village and soon engulf the entire land of water. Ao, what do you think would happen if I abolished the Bloody Mist policy right now? The answer was so obvious it didn't need to be spoken. Seeing Ao remain silent, Yagura smiled faintly. You came to see me for a reason, didn't you? The rumors, Ao said after a pause. The elders asked me to tell you that it's the Hazuki clan behind them. I know. And then? And then? And then I was going to surprise you with my Byakugan. How could he say that now? Ao felt bitter. Not only was Yagura completely unsurprised, but even if he were, Ao could no longer justify using his Byakugan. After all, Yagura himself wasn't the problem. Even if he had been under Ganjutsu control, his actions so far clearly showed that whoever was controlling him was someone within Hidden Mist Village who had had enough of the clans and wanted to destroy them to rebuild the village. At this rate, either the commoner ninjas would disappear completely, or the clan ninjas would all die out. Knock knock. The office door was knocked again. Yagura frowned. What is it? I'm sorry, Mizukage-sama. Hidden Leaf Village's envoys are here, they've been waiting downstairs for a long time. Is it the White Ghost or Teleporter? Both of them, Mizukage-sama. I see. I'll come right away. Take them to the council chamber. After issuing his instructions, Yagura looked at Ao. Ao, do you want to come with me? Yagura, Never mind. Stay here for now. Don't leave until I'm back. We'll talk more then. Chapter 112, Masks Within Masks led by the Hidden Mist Village ninjas into the conference hall. Masashi and Shizue took their seats and waited for the arrival of the fourth Mizukage. As they sat there, alone and bored, the two began chatting. The humidity here is unbearable, Shizue complained, wiping his forehead. When can we go back? Be patient. This is a meeting between two major ninja villages, Masashi replied. Over the past 2 days, he had spent half his time with Shizue and the other half in his own room. Hikari was a gem, whether this mission would go smoothly depended on her. To create the impression that she was already his woman, he had to return to her room at night. Thankfully, the bed was big enough. Though it was true that she had been wearing less and less. She seemed to have genuinely relaxed. On the first morning, she was curled up like a little cat in a corner of the bed. And this morning, she nearly rolled over onto him. Her sleeping posture was bold. This wouldn't do. When it came to delicate negotiations, Masashi was a professional. Not a single detail could be overlooked. Putting himself in another's shoes, if one's family had been wiped out, leaving just an older sister, and a benefactor appeared to rescue them, but oh wait, this benefactor slept with the sister. Suddenly, that benefactor's image would take on a very different meaning. From a kind-hearted Samaritan, they would become someone who lusted after the sister's beauty. The debt of gratitude would still exist, but the flavor of it would change significantly. Fortunately, this was about a younger brother and not a younger sister. Otherwise, wouldn't there be the concern of the benefactor one day becoming the husband? 1,000-mile embankment can be ruined by an ant's nest. So, details couldn't be ignored. Seeing Shizue looking a bit impatient, Masashi decided to act more annoying. Mainly because he worried this kid would act recklessly. Shizue. What is it, Masashi? You know what we're here to do today, right? Of course, Shizue said, puzzled. We're here to propose a contract renewal. He's treating me like a child again. Right, exactly. And you won't do anything extra, right? Masashi, I won't do anything unnecessary. Shizue looked at his cousin, speechless. I know your intentions. Fugaku-sama asked me to learn from you. Oh, good. I was just making conversation because I was bored, Masashi said awkwardly. He shouldn't have doubted Shizue, the kid had made a lot of progress. He needed more encouragement. Shizue caught the way Masashi was looking at him. Masashi, do you think I'm an idiot? He was clearly displeased. He was an elite ninja and had his pride. He thought his behavior had been flawless lately. He even perfectly countered Kiri's honey trap. Not only did he protect himself, but he also protected the girl. Absolutely perfect? Don't talk about yourself like that, Masashi said, putting on a serious face and encouraging him. Be more confident. You're much smarter than Tetsuka. Shisui felt as if a lump of air was stuck in his throat, unable to come out. Tetsuka? Is this praise or another subtle insult? Tetsuka, the clan's universally acknowledged simpleton. At least Shisui had a reputation. He was definitely not an idiot. Suddenly, footsteps echoed from outside the room. Hearing the sound, both men adjusted their posture and looked toward the door. Masashi activated his chakra sensing ability. That's a lot of chakra. It is definitely Yagura. Soon, a boy with purple eyes appeared at the door. A scar resembling stitches ran under his left eye, confirming his identity. Yagura had a baby face and wasn't tall. His thin build made him look like a teenager. But in reality, he was far from young, an experienced veteran with children of his own. Perhaps due to the formal setting, he wore the Mizukage's hat. The hats of the 5 Kage were uniform in design, only differing in color. The Mizukage's hat was blue and white. However, his attire was more practical, designed for combat, with hidden mist village forehead protector sewn directly into his clothes at the abdomen. A ninja's forehead protector was an essential piece of armor, capable of blocking shuriken and kunai at close range. Most people wore it properly on their foreheads. Yagura's unconventional placement reflected his confidence. Shisui the teleporter, long time no see, Yagura said. The last time we met, we were enemies. And now, you are the 4th Mizukage, Shisui replied, matching the formal tone while keeping his own chakra perfectly steady. Yagura turned his gaze to Masashi. The white ghost of Hidden Leaf Village. I've heard much about you. You flatter me. I am nothing compared to you, Mizukage-sama, the hero of Kiri, Masashi responded politely, smiling. No wonder, in the original timeline, Hidden Mist Village got played for so many years. Obito's Ganjutsu was top-notch. But what was truly absurd was that after slaughtering entire ninja clans, Hidden Mist Village blamed Obito. As if, while cheerfully butchering clan after clan, they had all been acting under Obito's control. The clans annihilated by ordinary ninjas carrying out their revenge thus became evidence of his crimes. In that instant, Kiri, and the entire Land of Water, managed to erase this history cleanly. Masashi privately disdained such behavior. In his view, it was the Mizukage's incompetence that led to such a ridiculous situation. If you wanted to talk about complex clan dynamics, Hidden Leaf Village's situation back then was far more complicated. And yet, the clans never degenerated into this inhuman chaos. The key was cutting losses promptly. Like eliminating the greedy, unrepentant ones who would jump out first, and the rest would naturally behave. Ambition was cultivated, and so was self-awareness. Masashi considered himself an expert in such matters. Kiri's downfall lay in its failure to act decisively. What could have been fixed with a bandage became an excuse to cut flesh and bones. They had no one to blame but themselves. Yagura sat in the main seat, and behind him, a group of Anbu filed in, lining up behind him. Masashi scanned them all but didn't see Obito. Shy guy, huh? Hiding away. Mizukage-sama, we're here today to renew our agreement. This matter has been delayed for quite some time, Shisui spoke first, acting in his official capacity. Could we get a definitive answer today? Of course. Hidden Mist Village and Hidden Leaf Village are close neighbors. A renewal is necessary, Yagura said seriously, and everyone listened as if he meant it. But, he added, shifting his tone, I hope you understand that due to many pressing matters in our village, this has been delayed. That's understandable, Shisui nodded. However, we hope to finalize this as soon as possible to put both sides at ease. Yagura nodded, and an Anbu member stepped forward, placing 4 identical agreements on the table. Please review them, he said, pushing the agreements toward the 2. Each village keeps a copy, and the other 2 will be sent to the respective daimyos. Is that acceptable? The process itself isn't an issue, Shisui said after carefully reviewing the documents. But traditionally, we've only signed agreements between villages. These include matters beyond a ninja village's authority, and we haven't received authorization for that. Masashi also reviewed one of the agreements. Clearly, the documents covered topics exceeding a ninja village's jurisdiction. Such an agreement would need the daimyo's signatures to be valid, Masashi said, putting the document down. Otherwise, how can we enforce matters involving the citizens of both nations? That's possible, as these matters rely on the Uchiha clan's strength, Yagura said with a smile. The Trade Merchants Association, which has risen in the Land of Fire in recent years, is excellent. From what I know, the Uchiha clan holds actual control. These matters don't need approval, the feudal lords just need to be informed. Masashi chuckled lightly. The Uchiha clan merely cooperates with the association. We don't negotiate on their behalf. Besides, he placed the document back on the table. With all due respect, Hidden Leaf Village is not a defeated party. To ask Hidden Leaf Village to secure resources for Hidden Mist Village in exchange for a ceasefire is unrealistic. May I ask who drafted this agreement? It seems you're the real negotiator here, Masashi, Yagura replied nonchalantly. Though Hidden Mist Village had lost the war and he was the Mizukage, Masashi was considered Kage level himself. There was no need to show him excessive respect. Besides, the agreement was indeed unreasonable. Having opinions on it was normal. Negotiations were a process, after all. My apologies. I'm simply familiar with this association, so I had to overstep my role to explain, Masashi said. This is my personal view, agreements are just agreements. Ninja villages have never truly achieved peace because of them, Yagura replied, taking the words as serious. Empty chatter, it was basic protocol, and both sides understood that. What mattered was not to mislead each other on the key points. Still, compared to the Hazuki clan, shouldn't I be a better partner, Masashi? The one extending the olive branch, Yagura, gazed at the two people in front of him. He noticed that both of them had an expression of surprise. As if to say, did you stay up all night? Mizukage-sama, I'm afraid there's been a misunderstanding, Masashi said. The guest follows the host's lead. We are guests, and when the host invites, we must attend. The Hazuki clan is not the master of Kiri, Yagura replied. No one is the master of Kiri. This village belongs to everyone who lives here. Is that so? Masashi glanced at the Anbu members behind Yagura. People who say such things usually mean, I am the real master. Is that what you mean too? If you want to interpret it that way, so be it. As the Mizukage, I represent Kiri, Yagura said with a faint smile. While the Hazuki clan comes from the second Mizukage, that is all. That's why we're here to renew our agreement with you, Masashi said. Business is business. Since this is an issue between Hidden Leaf Village and Kiri, let's use the old version of the agreement. No need to rush to reject me, Masashi. Why not listen to Kiri's terms first? Mizukage-sama, since you're so insistent, let me be honest based on what I know about the association, Masashi said, deciding to speak candidly. Given Kiri's current situation, the association won't accept this business. The village simply doesn't have the financial capacity. Hidden Mist Village is a great ninja village. Given enough time, we can repay it, Yagura persisted. Merchants don't have the right to negotiate. It's all up to the Uchiha clan. Hidden Mist Village would owe the Uchiha a favor. Mizukage-sama, that's no way to talk. Masashi said coldly, do you take the Uchiha for fools? No, I see you as reliable partners, Yagura said with a smile. He waved his hand. The Anbu members behind him turned and left. Once they were gone, Yagura stood up. Shall we take a walk, the three of us? Masashi and Shizui exchanged a glance of confusion, but as he was the Mizukage, they couldn't deny him this courtesy. As you wish. The two stood up as well. Yagura led the way out of the conference hall. The Mizukage's building was much larger than the Hokage's and far more labyrinthine. He walked silently in front, leading them up a staircase. When they reached the top, he opened a door. What lay before them was an expansive wide rooftop that offered a panoramic view of Kiri. The area was vast, and the view was magnificent. This was the rooftop of the Mizukage's building. Yagura walked to the edge of the platform and silently admired the scenery. Good relations between two villages is a major matter. There's no need to rush, he said suddenly. Given Kiri's current difficulties, we can wait until we've dealt with the more troublesome matters before resuming negotiations. Masashi and Shizui exchanged glances, confusion flickering in their eyes. Is this really someone under Ganjutsu control? Both were very familiar with Ganjutsu. No matter how intricately applied, it always affected a person's consciousness. At the very least, it would reduce their mental agility, an unavoidable side effect. Yet from start to finish, Yagura showed no such signs. Masashi gave Shizui a look, and Shizui immediately understood. With the flow of chakra, his pupils transformed into Sharingan. The next moment, the unique pattern of the Mangekyo Sharingan took form. Under those eyes, Yagura's chakra was laid bare. A flicker of surprise crossed Shizui's face. Did you see it clearly? The voice rang out, not from Masashi, but from Yagura. He turned around. So this is the legendary Mangekyo Sharingan? Last time we fought, you didn't have those eyes. To Shizui's surprise, Yagura's chakra was surging at an astonishing speed. It seems the rumors were false. Masashi activated his Sharingan as well. You have not been placed under Ganjutsu. I thought your unrealistic proposal meant someone was pulling strings behind the scenes. Masashi, your reflexes are quick. No wonder you were able to rebuild the Uchiha clan, Yagura said as his chakra calmed. Stirring chaos in Hidden Mist Village alone can't be your goal. You're not that shallow. Mizukage-sama, speaking like this here will cause misunderstandings. Don't worry. Unless your clansmen appear here personally, the barrier prevents anyone from hearing our conversation, Yagura said confidently. I don't know what you're talking about, but you seem very confident in your barrier. Playing the role of the controlled one is tiring, Yagura sighed. After so much effort, I can't walk away empty-handed, can I? But Masashi, you still haven't answered my question. Are you not sincere about renewing our alliance? I'm very sincere, Masashi said, finding this situation utterly absurd. Obito, what a ridiculous genius. Even someone who read the manga finds this hilarious. Denzo's scapegoating skills didn't even compare to this. If you're sincere, why bother with these little tricks? Yagura asked. Hidden Mist Village has no intention of antagonizing Hidden Leaf Village. Mizukage-sama, you're saying too much. Let me rephrase, as long as I'm Mizukage, there will be no war between Hidden Mist Village and Hidden Leaf Village, Yagura said seriously. There's no reason for the new Hidden Mist Village to conflict with Hidden Leaf Village. Masashi and Shizue stared blankly at the Mizukage before them, unsure how to process this. What's with this tone? Now they started to think maybe the Mizukage was under Genjutsu. Many people have already died in Kiri. There's no need for more meaningless war. Of course, if the Land of Water's daimyo has ambitions for the Land of Fire, that's a different matter, Yagura said, returning to his earlier point. But strengthening cooperation between our villages will reduce that possibility. Mizukage-sama, do you think that's achievable? Masashi scratched his head. Yagura seemed serious now, quite different from their earlier conversation in the hall. To stop the Land of Water from eyeing mainland territories is a bit much. Given your relationship with the daimyo, it seems impossible. There are many nations in this world, Yagura said with a faint smile. We don't have to focus solely on the Land of Fire. If Hidden Mist Village allies with Hidden Leaf Village, Hidden Clouds Village becomes less of a problem, doesn't it? Alright then, Mizukage-sama. What exactly do you want? I can help you lure out your clansmen and assist you in capturing him. In return, when I go to war with the Hazuki clan, I hope you'll join my forces. Mizukage-sama, I want to take someone with me. Her younger brother is in the hands of the Hazuki clan. No, Masashi, you've been deceived. Hikari's younger brother is not in Ketsuki's hands. The person she thought was him was actually someone I arranged, Yagura said with a calm smile. Her younger brother has been here with me all along. Chapter 113, A Perfect Performance of Imperfection, Bonus. Yagura's words demonstrate that the five Kage were indeed ninjas with the most intelligence in this world. Information was one of the most powerful forces a ninja could have. There were far too few people who could disregard intelligence and rely solely on raw combat power. Masashi's smooth journey thus far owed much to the power of information. On the flip side, any individual who exhibited enough unpredictability had to be treated with caution. Yagura was currently the most unpredictable person he had encountered in his life. Mizukage-sama, wasn't it you who wiped out the Yuki clan? He asked. Taking control of someone from the Yuki clan doesn't seem like something you would do. At the time, I was under control. This was the only insignificant thing I could do as the Mizukage. Yagura spoke seriously. After all, it was the Genjutsu of the Mangekyo Sharingan. I only managed to break free with great effort. After saying this, he felt it wasn't convincing enough, so he added more. That power is truly overwhelming. I can't believe there is such a powerful force in this world. The Uchiha truly deserve to be called the strongest clan in the ninja world. Masashi and Shizue remained expressionless. Both of them had their Sharingan activated at this moment. Masashi didn't need to say anything, but Shizue possessed a pair of Mangekyo Sharingan himself. Mizukage-sama. What is it, Shizue? Please show a little more sincerity. The way you're acting right now reminds me of Masashi, and I'm not enjoying this experience. Shizue snorted, his Sharingan staring intently at Yagura. Despite the banter, he wasn't slacking off on his duties. Let's get to the point. Stop wasting time with meaningless flattery. Masashi sighed. This marked the beginning of the countdown to the end of the Hazuki clan. Another great clan was about to face destruction. I'm afraid we cannot fulfill your request, he said to Yagura. As Hidden Leaf Village's ninjas, Shizue and I cannot and will not intervene in the internal affairs of Kiri. It's not an internal matter, Yagura said without changing his expression. The missing ninja from Kiri, led by the Hazuki clan, have been collaborating with Uchiha Trader, attempting to seize control of the village. Hidden Leaf Village discovered this and assisted me, the Mizukage, in eradicating them to maintain our amicable relationship. That's rough, don't you think so? Yes, it's a bit crude. But as long as it works, that's all that matters, Yagura replied. Perhaps you think I'm lying, but I was indeed controlled at first, and their goal was to strike at Hidden Leaf Village's power. Oh? Masashi grew interested. And how did you break free? Since Obito's plan for the Eye of the Moon required weakening Hidden Leaf Village as a key step, it was worth probing whether Yagura's words were true or just a lucky guess. It's embarrassing to say, but when the enemy controlled me to attack the Yuki clan, attempting to kill every member of the clan, I was so impacted by the tragedy that I broke free of their Ganjutsu. Yagura wore a sorrowful expression. Seeing my companions die at my hands caused me immense pain. Liar. Masashi watched him expressionlessly as Yagura delivered his performance. Mizukage-sama. That's enough. How many times have you used that excuse? Can you take it down a notch? From the side, Shizue shot Yagura a schadenfreude-filled look. My apologies. I might have gotten a bit carried away. Yagura immediately dropped the sorrowful act, returning to normal. But that's basically what happened. Recently, the enemy modified his technique, but it's not perfected. I found an opportunity to connect with the three-tailed spirit and broke free of his Ganjutsu together. That's better. In the original timeline, Yagura was indeed controlled, but he was such a minor character in the story that even his death wasn't elaborated upon. He didn't get the attention he deserved, unlike other minor Kage who were killed off early. Even during the 5 Kage summit, Yagura was mentioned only briefly, as the villages were still scheming against each other. Even half-truths had ulterior motives behind them. It never made sense that Yagura, the first person since Hashirama and Madara to perfectly control a tailed beast, would go down so easily. For someone to achieve such a feat, their chakra would have to be incredibly strong. In the end, Ganjutsu was just a battle of chakra, and Obito's current chakra shouldn't have been enough to crush Yagura. The portrayal of Hidden Mist Village in the original timeline never added up. It was as though, once Yagura's control was discovered, all the village's problems were miraculously resolved. The previous bloodshed suddenly seemed like a path to the village's rebirth. Now, this scenario felt far more reasonable. And very much like Obito. He always enjoyed showing off his innovations to Masashi, only for them to backfire spectacularly. Surprisingly, Masashi almost sympathized with Black Zetsu for a moment. Even though Black Zetsu was a villain, his work ethic was commendable. It must have been exhausting to partner with someone like Obito, whose interests often took precedence over their plans. Still, villains were villains. When they messed up, Masashi benefited. If he couldn't stop the villains, he might as well encourage Obito to develop more hobbies like these. I still hope you and Shizue will consider my proposal carefully. Yagura said. From Hidden Leaf Village's perspective, you wouldn't want Hidden Mist Village to remain in chaos for too long. Masashi looked at him, whose expression betrayed nothing. His poker face was impressive. I'm sorry, but your reasoning is still insufficient, Masashi replied. The risks of getting involved are too great. If it's to deal with traitors, neither you nor the Hazuki clan will hold back. Why should we step in and bring trouble upon ourselves? If the conflict drags on, Hidden Mist Village might resolve it by declaring war on Hidden Leaf Village. That's fine. Ninjas who don't fight will become obsolete. You're truly greedy, Masashi. Yagura sighed, reluctantly offering another bargaining chip. You can take Akari and her brother. I'm sorry. That's still not enough, Mizukage-sama. It's not greed, it's caution. Times have changed. Any action Shizue and I take will be tied to the Uchiha name. Now, the Uchiha must be particularly careful. A Kage advisor clan indeed needs to be cautious. Yagura nodded. But what if Hidden Mist Village provided the association with access to the Land of Water? What do you mean? The Land of Water is isolated by the sea but rich in resources. Its nobles also wish to find better opportunities to grow their wealth. I know a little about how the Kage assistant selection was won. If Hidden Mist Village shows its sincerity and convinces the Water Daimyo to allow the association to act as a special trading partner with the Land of Fire, then, considering the challenges the association faces, we will protect the association's personnel and help solve any problems within the Land of Water. You sound like you're trying to take control. I think no one can outmatch you in this area. As long as you're alive, the association belongs to the Uchiha. Huh? The Mizukage is flattering me now. Masashi, think about it. As a show of sincerity, I'll give the Hazuki clan another day. After all, I don't want to kill my comrades either. Yagura placed the Mizukage's ceremonial hat back on his head. I've enjoyed today's conversation with both of you. But now, I should return. After all. He smiled faintly, I am a useless man who was controlled, after all. After returning to the Mizukage building, Yagura once again seemed like the rumored puppet Mizukage, controlled by outsiders. The three of them returned to the council chamber and, following the protocol, performed a formal play of "This agreement isn't great. Let's renegotiate it and talk again." After that, each person went their separate ways. Outside the building, Masashi and Shizue returned to their guest house, heading straight to Shizue's room. His room had a small bed, but the sofa was wide and long, good for discussions. Sitting on the sofa, the two began to digest what they had gained today at the Mizukage building. Yagura had already presented his terms on the rooftop, it was now up to the two of them to decide. Observing from the sidelines posed no risk, while getting involved promised high returns but with significant risks. From a risk perspective, the two should have chosen the former. That was Shizue's view. He believed the Uchiha clan needed to proceed cautiously during this critical period. However, being someone who knew about Kaguya sealed on the moon, Masashi had to consider more. On the surface, killing Obito and Nagato would allow Kaguya to continue sleeping. But in truth, Black Zetsu, the prime instigator, possessed limitless possibilities, and the current shinobi world had no jutsu capable of eliminating or sealing it. The only choice before Masashi was to prevent everything with sheer, overwhelming strength. Striving to master yin-yang release was also for countering Nagato's Rinnegan, a set of troublesome eyes left behind by Madara. Yet, no matter how powerful the Rinnegan was, without the tentails, it was meaningless. Engaging Nagato head-on wasn't particularly significant, the tailed beasts were the real focus. Continuously eliminating Jinchuriki was one option, but it was a stopgap measure. Forming an alliance with strong Jinchuriki for mutual defense was much better. The olive branch extended by Yagura had undeniably tempted Masashi. Not only was he a perfect Jinchuriki who controlled his tailed beast flawlessly, but he was also the Mizukage, helping him would be immensely beneficial. If Hidden Mist Village could become a normal village, it could serve as a fallback option for the Uchiha. After considering it carefully, Masashi shared his thoughts with Shizue. "Masashi, why do you have so little confidence in the village?" Shizue instinctively rejected any suggestion that would isolate the Uchiha from Hidden Leaf Village. He had grown up in Hidden Leaf Village, after all, it was his home. "This isn't about the village. People's hearts are unpredictable, you always need to prepare multiple paths," Masashi replied. "Even if it's not useful now, it might help someone in the future." "Fine, but if anything goes wrong, the Uchiha clan might end up being blamed for starting a war." Though Shizue trusted Masashi's judgment, he felt obligated to point this out. "I know that," Masashi nodded. "But Obito's existence is very sensitive. In truth, we're the ones forced to act. As a member of the Uchiha clan and a Mengekyo Sharingan wielder, Obito naturally cast a shadow over the Uchiha name. If the Uchiha weren't present during his actions, that would be one thing. But if any Uchiha was present, they would be forced to act, or else the clan would bear responsibility for his actions. Much of the chaos caused by Obito would easily be framed as a conspiracy by the Uchiha. That was likely why he used his Mengekyo Sharingan so often. The Uchiha clan was the greatest obstacle to the Eye of the Moon plan. While his actions could be absurd at times, his logic was clear. Eliminating the Uchiha clan took precedence over gathering the tailed beasts. For now, this pitfall had been temporarily buried. But as for the future, Masashi wasn't optimistic. Besides Kiri, there truly weren't many other viable options. "Alright, since you have so much confidence in Kiri, I have no objections," Shizue said after a moment's thought. He, too, was frustrated with Obito's constant efforts to smear the Uchiha name. "Don't look so reluctant." Masashi grinned, pulling out a sealing scroll and extracting its contents. It was 2 sets of Anbu uniforms, Kiri's Anbu, to be precise. "Masashi, where did you get these?" Shizue asked in surprise. "I replicated them when we were in the village," Masashi replied. "How do they look?" "Identical to Kiri's Anbu, right?" He picked up a mask and tossed one to Shizue, putting the other one on himself. With the mask on, he became emotionless. Later, he could simply burn the outfit, and no matter what happened, it wouldn't concern him. It would be masked man versus masked man. "You're really well prepared," Shizue muttered, fiddling with the mask in his hand, speechless. On the rooftop earlier, Masashi and the Mizukage had gone back and forth with seemingly no choice but to accept the situation. The act had been flawless. Shizue was skilled in combat strategies and tricks but couldn't pull off something like this. Sometimes, he tried to be a bit shameless, but it never worked. People could always tell he was faking it. Masashi had once mocked him for being form without spirit. Who knew what spirit even meant? Looking at the Hidden Mist Village Anbu outfit, though, Shizue felt like he understood a bit. Leaving Shizue to his thoughts, Masashi sealed his outfit back into the scroll and returned to his room. When he entered, he saw Hikari sitting on the bed, gazing out the window. The current state of Hidden Mist Village and its ninja were well reflected in her. Seeing him return, Hikari quickly climbed off the bed to bow. "No need, just rest," Masashi said. He took out the uniform again, entered the dressing room, and changed into it. When he emerged, he stood before Hikari in full Hidden Mist Village Anbu gear. "Masashi?" Hikari stiffened at the familiar image. She had a feeling her benefactor was about to cause trouble. "What do you think? Does it fit well? Does it look like the Hidden Mist Village Anbu?" Masashi asked casually. It looks very similar. Back when her clan still existed, she had been to the Mizukage building and was familiar with the Anbu there. Masashi's outfit was identical to the Mizukage guard, the elite of the Hidden Mist Village Anbu. "As long as it looks convincing." Masashi nodded with satisfaction. "Feel free to pass the time however you like. I'm going out to take a look around." "Where are you going?" "Hidden Mist Village is a big village, I want to see more of it," Masashi said with a smile. He formed hand seals and created a shadow clone. The clone, however, still wore Hidden Lee Village's ninja attire. After placing a special Flying Thunder God seal on his clone, Masashi disappeared from the room. Chapter 114, Baby Turtle's Symphony. Strictly speaking, Obirama was not the founder of Hidden Lee Village's system, he was the founder of the Ninja Village era. Aside from the police force he created specifically for the Uchiha clan, the organizational structures he established in Hidden Lee Village were widely copied by the other four major ninja villages, adapted to their own needs. Hidden Mist Village copied the least, but they directly replicated the Anbu and the Ninja Academy. Unlike Hidden Lee Village, which later divided the Anbu into different functional departments, Kiri's Anbu remained in its original form. They had three primary tasks: assassinate those the Mizukage disliked, collect intelligence for the Mizukage, and openly follow the Mizukage to kill people. The night in Hidden Mist Village was damp, with moisture in the air. The city's nighttime was more terrifying than the day. There weren't even streetlights on the roads, and ordinary people had to rely on faint starlight to find their way. Any sudden sound could easily startle someone. This was why no ordinary people would wander around Hidden Mist Village at night. Masashi moved through the dark night, dressed in a knockoff Anbu uniform. During the day, when he and the Mizukage locked eyes as the latter was leaving, they had came to a tacit understanding. Visual Ganjutsu could accomplish many things, it wasn't limited to combat. As he approached the Mizukage building, a figure suddenly appeared. Password. The figure was a Hidden Mist Village Anbu. He immediately noticed at least 10 flaws in Masashi's disguise. In the past, he would have immediately shouted, "Intruder!" But tonight was different, orders from the Mizukage required him to wait. "Baby turtle do. Masashi spoke with complete seriousness, face perfectly straight as he recited the password he and Yaguro had agreed upon in the Ganjutsu. The Anbu stiffened. Years of training had prepared him for many things, but not this. His hand twitched slightly before he responded, clearly struggling to maintain his professional demeanor. "Mommy turtle do," the Anbu replied. Then, with mechanical precision that showed hours of reluctant practice, he performed 3 small sways, each synchronized with the do. Masashi kept his face neutral, but internally he was quite pleased. This had been his suggestion to Yagura, a password system so embarrassing that no spy would ever think it was real. The fact that it forced the elite Anbu to do the little dance was just a bonus. "You may call me Zero," the Anbu said quickly, clearly eager to move past the moment. Even through his mask, his discomfort was visible. If someone had given a wrong password or failed to complete the dance moves exactly as specified, they would have been marked as an imposter. After all, only someone truly authorized would have been forced to learn this humiliating routine. "Where is the Mizukage?" "Same place as usual. Don't go into the building, use the walls." After exchanging information, Zero quickly disappeared using the body flicker. Masashi smiled and vanished from the spot. "Climb the walls?" Walls weren't for climbing, they were for support. Appearing on the rooftop, Masashi saw Yagura, who was also dressed in black. This was ridiculous, Yagura was wearing a knockoff version of Hidden Lee Village's Anbu uniform. Masashi also immediately noticed at least 10 flaws in Yagura's outfit. "Mizukage-sama, what's with this getup? Being cautious is always a good thing." Yagura looked at Masashi's attire and winced. "Where did you get that uniform?" "Ours were updated back in the 3rd Mizukage's era." "Your outfit is outdated too, Mizukage-sama." The two fell into a brief silence. After a moment, Yagura spoke first. "Do you have uniforms from the other villages?" "Yes." "Lend me one. I'll return it when we're done." "No need, I'll gift you a full set of custom-made Ninja Village uniforms, including ones from small villages and defunct organizations." No one will be able to verify them. You're too generous. I feel bad about making you spend so much. We're allies, no need for formalities. Masashi pulled out a scroll and tossed it to Yagura. The Mizukage caught it and tucked it away with satisfaction. He felt he had found the right person, such professionalism. Follow me, Yagura said, leaping off the roof and disappearing into the darkness. Masashi activated his Sharingan and followed. The two quickly moved beyond the Mizukage building's vicinity. Yagura, as the biggest boss in Kiri, was extremely familiar with the village's streets, alleys, watch points, and patrol routes. Their journey was safe and smooth. Yagura turned into a narrow alley and knocked on the door of a small, low house in a specific rhythm. The door creaked open, and a middle-aged man stood in the doorway. He did not immediately step aside when he saw Yagura, his gaze turned to Masashi behind him. He's one of us, Yagura said. The middle-aged man finally moved aside. The door was small, and Masashi had to duck slightly to enter. The interior was old and worn. The middle-aged man went into another room and returned with a young boy. Yagura removed his mask. The boy, upon seeing his face, showed a faint look of joy. Masashi, this child is Haku, Yagura said, patting the boy's head. The boy glanced at Masashi and, frightened, hid behind Yagura. Masashi removed his mask. Hello, Haku, he said kindly. Hello. Seeing the distrust in the boy's eyes, Masashi didn't mind. He had seen such expressions many times before. What surprised him was Haku's apparent trust in Yagura. You're pretty good with kids, Mizukage-sama. I had more time back then to stay home and be with my son, Yagura said nostalgically. Masashi, are you married? No. You should marry early and have children, otherwise, you'll regret it. We're here to plot assassinations, and you're telling me to get married? Masashi ignored the comment and asked, did you bring me here just to see this child? This place is safer, Yagura explained. Masashi, I need to confirm again, do you and Shizue agree to my previous conditions? Yes, in principle. After everything is over, we'll report back to the Hokage and formalize the agreement. There's no need to trouble yourselves. Once this is over, I'll accompany you to Hidden Lee Village and sign the agreement with the Hokage personally, Yagura said, satisfied. As a fellow fourth, I haven't yet met the Hokage. Masashi considered this. It was a bit sudden, but it demonstrated their sincerity. Generous of you, Mizukage-sama. He gave a thumbs up. It's you who are efficient and decisive. I look forward to our cooperation. When and how do we act? The time remains the same, 2 days from now, Yagura replied. That day, I'll invite you and Shizue to further discuss the agreement, with key members of the Hazuki clan and their allies present. Will we act during the meeting? No, we'll act against your clansman first, Yagura said, shaking his head. Your clansman, disguised as Tobi, has been appointed as the Anbu leader and holds control of the Mizukage guards. The Hazuki clan plans to expose that I'm being controlled and will attack him and the forces under his control. You seem well informed about their plan. The Hazuki clan's goal is to become the ruling Mizukage family. Even in a rebellion, they wouldn't directly attack the Mizukage. Go back now, Masashi, don't let them discover you're missing. Don't worry, Hikari will cover for me. Good. Do you want to speak to this child? Yagura asked, glancing at Haku. Hearing his sister's name, Haku looked at Masashi curiously. It's not the time yet. After this is done. But. Masashi walked up to Haku, crouched down, and extended his hand. Haku, can we shake hands? Haku looked at Masashi, hesitated, and placed his small hand in Masashi's palm. Do you know my sister? He asked. Yes, I do. We're good friends, Masashi replied with a smile, then stood up and withdrew his hand. He nodded at Yagura, connected to the Flying Thunder God seal on his clone at the inn, and activated the jutsu to leave. The scenery changed, and Masashi realized he was now lying on a bed. What was even more outrageous was that Hikari was also on the bed. She was clinging to him naked, blinking her eyes and staring directly into his. Masashi was dumbfounded. What kind of absurd plot was this? Why was he lying in bed with Hikari like this? Did his shadow clone seriously sneak away? The next moment, the memories of the shadow clone came rushing back, and he understood. Knock, knock. A voice came again from outside the door. Masashi-sama, are you ready yet? Hearing this voice, Hikari instinctively hugged him a little tighter. You're butt naked right now, tone it down a bit. I'm sorry, Masashi-sama, this matter is urgent, so I'll have to come in first. The sound of the doorknob turning rang out. At that moment, Masashi swiftly wiped his hand over himself. Flying Thunder God activated, and his clothes disappeared entirely as well. Perfect? Now they were both naked. Then he pulled the blanket over, tightly covering both of their bodies. The door opened, and a member of the Hazuki clan, whom he'd seen at the banquet, poked half of his body into the room. Seeing the two of them tightly wrapped up on the bed, he immediately turned back to the hallway and said, "I'll be waiting outside. But please hurry. The elders have something very important and urgent to discuss. Could you meet with them now? Is it really that urgent?" Masashi responded with the perfect attitude of someone reluctant to leave bed. "Can it wait until tomorrow?" Under the blanket, his hand moved slightly, making the blanket visibly wriggle. In reality, he was just patting Hikari's arm, trusting that the girl would get the hint. The clever girl let out a soft whimpering sound. "Nice. Great teamwork. I'm really sorry, but the elders are very anxious. Tomorrow would be too late." "All right, I understand. I'll get up now. Wait for me to change my clothes." "Understood." The Hazuki clansman bowed slightly, pulled his body back out, and shut the door. Their actions were entirely within Yagura's predictions. The Hazuki clan was doomed. He got out of bed. Out of consideration for his partner, he didn't fling the blanket off with a swift kick like he normally would. He even helped Hikari pull the blanket back up to cover herself properly. Then he entered the wardrobe room and changed back into his standard Hidden Leaf Village shinobi uniform. When he came back out, Hikari was sitting on the bed wrapped in the blanket, looking at him. Masashi made a quiet gesture to her, then walked over, leaned down, and whispered into her ear, "Just pretend to be asleep. Don't make a sound until I'm back." Hikari nodded obediently and lay back down on the bed. He gave her a thumbs up, turned around, and walked to the door to unlock it. The Hazuki clansman was standing outside, accompanied by several others. "Where's the room key?" Masashi asked. The Hazuki clansman handed it over, and Masashi took it, locking the door behind him. "How many keys are there?" he asked. "There are 3. Don't worry, Masashi-sama. No one will enter without your permission. You came in just now. Collect all the keys later and hand them to me. This is a matter of principle." "Understood. Rest assured." The Hazuki clansman felt relieved. "I didn't expect the white ghost to be so lustful and possessive. This is perfect." Hikari wasn't even the best. Among their allies, they had no shortage of women. In Kiri, there were far too many ninja clans, and women outnumber men significantly. As a result, each clan had an abundance of unmarried daughters who couldn't marry non-shinobi. Every arranged marriage became a kind of war. The grooms' families were also under great pressure because choosing among so many options was overwhelming. Such matters were too complex to manage individually. Thus, arranged marriages between ninja clans had become a refined art. The clans excelled at precisely identifying matches, perfectly balancing family needs and personal preferences. In this regard, they were professionals. The Hazuki clansman thought his sister would actually be a good fit. Maybe he could arrange a dinner meeting later. Go collect all the keys. Don't leave a single one. Also, no one is allowed to approach this room while Masashi-sama is away. Violators will be severely punished under clan rules. These are the elders' orders. The Hazuki clansman instructed his subordinates, then turned back to Masashi enthusiastically. "Masashi-sama, please follow me." "Thank you for the trouble." Following the Hazuki clansman, Masashi wound his way through the halls and entered a small room. The room wasn't big, and the lighting was dim. Luxurious animal belts were nailed across the walls and ceiling, layered thickly on the floor like the most expensive carpet, soft like a bed. There wasn't much furniture, just a round table in the center, with a few people already seated. "Masashi, you're here." Ketsuki waved from his seat with a grin. "I apologize for disturbing you so late, but time is tight, and we must discuss this." "Katsuki-sama, staying up late is bad for your health." Masashi walked over and sat in a chair. "Isn't Shizue here again this time? Your clan brother seems quite conservative and likely wouldn't want to join our plan. So this time, we didn't invite him." "Oh? I've already taken care of that. Shizue will act with me. In that case, please notify him to join us." Katsuki's eyes brightened. He turned to the Hazuki clansman at the door. "Quickly, invite the teleporter over as well." After the clansman hurried off, Katsuki turned back, smiling. "The Mizukage, no, Yagura, has confirmed the final version of the agreement. This agreement was orchestrated by your clansman, aiming to sabotage the renewal and destroy relations between Hidden Mist Village and Hidden Leaf Village. We've all agreed that we'll expose your clansman's identity. Arrest him on the spot." Masashi rubbed his chin, as if deep in thought. "At such an occasion, Kiri's higher-ups will all be there, right?" "Yes, even that old man Genji will be there, along with the current inheritors of the 7 ninja swords. With you and Shizue, even if the enemy controls Yagura, they won't stand a chance. Of course, I personally recommend that you kill the traitor on the spot." Kill him? Masashi shook his head. Seeing Katsuki's puzzled expression, he said, every clan has its rules. A traitor to the Uchiha must be judged at a clan meeting. The Uchiha clan's discipline is truly admirable, Katsuki sighed with a hint of envy. Their younger generation was unruly and often disobedient. Then let's finalize the plan when Shizue arrives. What do you say? Of course. The sooner we finalize it, the sooner we prepare. Just one thing. Masashi said, although he's a traitor, this is an internal matter for the Uchiha clan. It's not appropriate for others to take action. I hope you understand. Absolutely. Rest assured. We will only deal with Yagura and the others. Masashi nodded, looking satisfied. They're beyond saving. Arrogant to this extent, this clan is really doomed. Chapter 115, Fools Who Watch the Night. After finalizing an action plan with the Hazuki clan, Masashi and Shizue spent a peaceful day in Kiri. They ate dango when it was time, rested when needed. Unlike their time in Kusa, Masashi didn't dare to casually consume food or water from Kiri, who knew what strange concoctions might be lurking here. The benefits of being proficient in Fu-in-jutsu became evident. He carried plenty of bottled water and soldier pills. When it came to safety, these expenses were entirely justifiable. To avoid wasting time, he practiced chakra control in his room, keeping his skills sharp. Work was work, but training couldn't be neglected. Hikari, as usual, was an excellent audience. She never interrupted him, watching quietly without saying a word. While Masashi conserved his energy, the Hazuki clan was busy making the rounds, visiting allies and rallying support. The Anbu from the Mizukage building, predictably, dispatched operatives to monitor the Hazuki clan's movements. The leader of this operation was none other than the man operating under the alias Tobi. Thanks to his self-developed jutsu, Obito now had more free time than ever, no longer tied down to the office slogging through paperwork. All he needed to do was periodically reinforce the Genjutsu cast on Yagura. Yagura diligently followed his hypnotic suggestions. With the Yuki clan eliminated, the Hazuki clan was next. Once the major clans were eradicated, Hidden Mist Village would have only one voice, the Mizukages. The Mizukage controlled Kiri, and he controlled the Mizukage. Without these troublemaking clans stirring up dissent, Obito could turn his attention to Hidden Rain Village, where things were currently being handled by Black Zetsu, though he wasn't entirely confident in Zetsu's competence. Black Zetsu didn't seem all that smart, after all. Moreover, as the embodiment of Madara's will, Zetsu's loyalties would never truly align with his own. Then there was Hidden Rain Village itself. Hanzo of the Salamander was proving to be an obstacle and needed to be dealt with. It was high time Nagato was pushed further into hating the great nations, to eliminate Hanzo and seize control of Hidden Rain Village. Nagato was becoming increasingly adept at wielding the Rinnegan. In Obito's eyes, the time was ripe for taking Hidden Rain Village. From there, Hidden Rain Village could serve as a base to grow Akatsuki. Using its strategic location, they could incite military conflict across the continent, further deepening the hostility and division among the great ninja villages. With Kiri's resources at his disposal, Obito would simply bide his time, letting events play out until the moment came to unite the two sides of his plan and bring his ultimate vision to fruition. Now that was true ambition. Ever since Masashi and Shizue entered Kiri, he had kept a close eye on them. When he saw them teaming up with the Hazuki clan, he was thrilled, nearly bursting into maniacal laughter. At last, they had fallen into his hands. This time, he was determined to utterly humiliate them. Even though he was itching for action, Obito methodically directed Kiri's Anbu to keep a tight watch on the Hazuki clan's movements. That night, a squad of Anbu appeared outside the guest house where Masashi and Shizue were staying. Standing atop a fortress overlooking the guest house, Obito led his men, peering down at the scene below. Finally, the time had come to face Masashi again. And this time, the once renowned prodigy, Shizue, was part of the equation. Obito's entire body trembled with excitement. 007, step forward, his tone was sharp and commanding. Although his subordinates didn't understand why their leader was so exhilarated, they wisely kept silent. This man, prone to sudden violence, was terrifyingly ruthless. An Anbu member respectfully stepped forward. Obito retrieved a letter from his cloak, holding it between two fingers before handing it back without even looking. Deliver this to Masashi. Inform him that he is expected to attend the signing ceremony as scheduled. Yes, the Anbu member accepted the letter with both hands before vanishing into the streets below. Obito watched the scene unfold, a smug smile on his face. Kiri's Anbu had been thoroughly tamed under his rule. Madara truly was a genius. The Genjutsu he developed was not only incredibly fast-acting and highly penetrating but also devastatingly effective against tailed beast chakra. This was how Obito had managed to control Yagura, a perfect Jinchuriki, in one fell swoop. However, his own Genjutsu, developed on top of Madara's, was nothing to scoff at either. While Madara's Genjutsu was formidable, it could still be detected and countered by powerful Sharingan or Byakugan users. Obito's version, however, was subtler, with Shizue's Mangekyo Sharingan being the sole credible threat. Given Shizue's proficiency in Genjutsu, his Mangekyo abilities were undoubtedly centered around illusions. Obito had already devised a strategy to ensure Shizue would never get a chance to use them. First, he would use Kamyu to remove Shizue from the battlefield, leaving him free to toy with Masashi. Obito couldn't wait to see the expression on Masashi's face when he, lacking mastery in Genjutsu, lost to him. Rumors? What a joke. These spineless hidden mist village fools would be silenced as long as he displayed overwhelming power. They wouldn't dare make a peep. As for Yagura, he would execute the Hazuki clan and their allies on the spot. Defying the Mizukage was a crime punishable by death. Masashi, you've truly disappointed me this time. Too weak. Too incompetent. Hidden Leaf Village's ideals only bred weakness, leaving one blind to their own frailty. Despair, on the other hand, was the key to strength. In this battle, Obito would eliminate Kiri's stabilizing plans in one fell swoop, severing any ties between the village and Hidden Leaf Village. Hidden Mist Village was his to control, and no one else could have it unless he allowed it. Obito's gaze locked onto the Anbu operative entering the guest house. He smirked as the subordinate unceremoniously barged in. The Hazuki clan was doomed, and this guest house would soon belong to the Mizukage. With full confidence in their imminent victory, the Anbu had no reservations about antagonizing the Hazuki. Moments later, the Anbu returned, their previous arrogance gone, replaced with respectful humility as they reported back to Obito. The letter has been delivered. And? Obito kept his tone calm. What is Masashi doing? He's in his room with Hikari. According to our investigation, ever since he took that woman, he hasn't been leaving his quarters. She's been serving him diligently the entire time. Disgusting, Obito sneered in contempt. The Hazuki clan deserves to die if they're lying with scum like him. He waved a hand dismissively, exuding authority. Leave one team to keep watch here. The rest, return to base. Yes. The Anbu responded in unison. Obito turned to leave, intent on reinforcing Yagura's Genjutsu one more time. As per his orders, a handful of Anbu stayed behind to monitor the area. They took up positions in various spots for surveillance. One operative assigned to watch a window had an agonizing night. The room's curtains were tightly drawn, but the light inside stayed on all night, casting silhouettes of two figures constantly entwining in all sorts of movements. Watching this, the Anbu couldn't help but feel envious, knowing Hikari's famed beauty. These Hidden Leaf Village ninjas were seriously creative. He hadn't even thought of some of those moves. He resolved to help the captain teach these Hidden Leaf Village intruders a lesson the next day. After all, the guest house would soon belong to the Mizukage, and the women inside would need new protectors. He could only hope Hikari would choose him. The Anbu spent the night alternating between monitoring and daydreaming. By the time dawn broke, he was bleary-eyed, exhausted from watching the seemingly endless activity in the room. Damn it, they went at it till almost morning. Is this guy even planning to attend the signing today? Just as he fumed, someone tapped him on the shoulder from behind, a signal from his team to switch shifts. Relieved, he turned casually, muttering, "Don't worry. That guy's sleeping like a log." No need to be so cautious, he froze, staring into a pair of Sharingan. In an instant, his consciousness slipped away. Fixing his gaze on the Anbu member, Masashi was utterly irritated. If he weren't trying to avoid unnecessary trouble, he would have already beaten this guy up. What kind of idiot is this? Last night, after Obito left, Masashi had to prepare some things in his room. So he used a Genjutsu on the guy outside. The result? While he was busy all night, that guy stared at the room with an extremely perverted gaze the entire time, wriggling around like a lunatic. What the hell is wrong with you? I just made you see what your subconscious desires, so what on earth did you see? The signing time was at 3 p.m., so he could have caught up on some sleep. But that thing outside had irritated him to the point where he couldn't take it anymore. He was left with no choice but to teleport out again. This time, he didn't bother with illusions, he directly erased the guy's memory and put him to sleep. This dude was seriously nauseating. He raised his foot, but fearing he might accidentally kick the guy to death, Masashi withdrew it and muttered, "Consider yourself lucky this time," before teleporting back to his room. Inside, Hikari was staring blankly at a pile of explosive tags on the ground. Last night had been an eye-opener for her. Back when she was handling her clan's business, she dealt with explosive tags before and had reviewed the production process countless times. But she was sure that no one could make them the way Masashi did. This speed. It was like when she used to stamp documents back at the office. The Uchiha clan, was this insane? Was this the rumored power of the Uchiha clan, said to be invincible? Explosive tags weren't even pre-made, he just brought the materials and crafted them on the spot. Hikari, help me tidy these up. I'm going to take a shower, Masashi said, then headed into the bathroom. The sound of running water soon echoed from inside. She quietly began collecting the explosive tags one by one. Around her, neat stacks of explosive tags were organized, along with scrolls inscribed with complex sealing formulas. After a while, Masashi emerged from the bathroom, wearing a bathrobe. His hair was messy and still damp. By then, Hikari had already cleaned up all the explosive tags. Seeing his still wet hair, she stepped forward, took the towel from his hand, and began drying it for him. Masashi initially wanted to tell her it wasn't necessary, but then he figured she probably felt insecure about not contributing anything. He decided to just let her be. This was common. Since she was from the Yuki clan, she naturally understood that in the ninja world, everything was about mutual exchange. Kindness existed but always had its limits. Being rescued without having to pay anything back would surely make her uneasy. After letting her dry his hair and fix his hairstyle, Masashi walked over to the fruits of his overnight labor. Hikari had organized everything beautifully, stacked neatly and pleasing to the eye. He quickly formed hand seals and sealed all the explosive tags into a scroll. The quantity was probably a bit excessive, but it didn't matter. Obito had white Zetsu cells, these wouldn't kill him. Besides, Masashi's tandem paper bombs had been modified, he didn't need to use them all at once. After securing the sealing scroll and placing it into one of the scroll pouches on his combat vest, Masashi noted that all 6 scroll pouches were now full. Mission accomplished. Done. Sleep time. Masashi clapped his hands in satisfaction. I'll stand guard for you. No need. If something happens, I can react faster than you anyway. Masashi patted her arm. You've had a long night too. Go rest. He placed 2 pillows on the bed and pointed to the side against the wall. You sleep inside, I'll sleep outside. I can respond if anything happens. Hikari nodded. She was already used to doing whatever Masashi told her. Moving lightly, she climbed onto the bed, afraid to wrinkle the sheets too much. She obediently lay on the farthest side. I told you to sleep inside, not stick to the wall. Masashi sighed. I'm not that fat. Hikari adjusted her position to look a bit more natural. Masashi climbed into the bed as well, not caring about the details. He had already set up a sensing barrier, so he simply closed his eyes and fell asleep. After years of honing his physical and mental energy, he had excellent control over his body. Staying up all night wasn't too damaging for him, nor was he affected by a biological clock. He just needed enough hours of sleep. Exactly 6 hours later, his eyes opened right on time. The sensing barrier hadn't been triggered, so he slept very well. Beside him was the sound of steady breathing. He turned his head slightly. Hikari was deeply asleep, her black hair spreading out like a cloud. Her shoulders and arms were exposed outside the blanket. Even in sleep, her brows held a trace of worry. But her lips were slightly upturned, suggesting a good dream. Her cherry-red lips glistened with a bit of drool. Masashi confirmed that it wasn't his drool. Honestly, no dreams would have been best, that would mean she was sleeping deeply. He got out of bed quietly and pulled a blanket over her shoulders. Then he began changing into his Hidden Leaf Village ninja uniform. The standard Hidden Leaf Village ninja attire was designed for convenience, flexibility, versatility, and durability, refined through countless life or death battles. For example, the 6 scroll pouches on the combat vest were the maximum practical number, any more would hinder movement. The thigh-mounted tool pouch was positioned based on personal height. Since advancing in Fuinjutsu, Masashi no longer used the tool pouch. The Uchiha's Shuriken Jutsu required a high quantity of projectiles, with many techniques needing large volleys at once. The standard pouch couldn't hold enough. Now, he often combined this skill with the Flying Thunder God, so he needed even more. After tying his leg wraps and putting on his gloves, Masashi was ready. He left the room, set up the sealing formula on the door, and headed for the exit. Outside the guest house, Shisui was already waiting. Shisui nodded at him, indicating he was ready as well. Masashi had been busy all night, and so had Shisui. As members of the same clan, they wouldn't let Obito down. Let's go. We're meeting the Mizukage, Masashi said with a smile. The two of them began walking toward the Mizukage building. There, Yagura had already prepared the stage for them. Chapter 116, Today's weather. Deadly clear today in Kiri, the weather was unexpectedly pleasant. Sunlight streamed down onto the high walls of the Mizukage's building, so clear that even the textures on the walls could be seen. Such clear weather was a rare event in the perpetually foggy Kiri. Of course, this was only relative to Kiri. For Masashi and Shizui, the air here was still too humid and uncomfortable. The upside, however, was that using water-style techniques here was incredibly convenient. It saved a considerable amount of chakra. But today, no one cared about the weather. In front of the Mizukage's office, the usually elusive hidden mist village Anbu stood clustered together in groups. Ahead of them was a large crowd, each person an influential figure in Kiri. The prominent members of Kiri's clans, dozens in total, were all gathered here. These individuals were now glaring at the Anbu, and the two groups seemed to be waiting for someone. Did the Mizukage summon us here just to let us bask in today's sunlight? Someone remarked sarcastically. Please, remain patient, the Anbu said stiffly, trying to placate them. Although they had yet to break into open hostilities, the Anbu secretly considered these people as good as dead. However, until the final moment arrived, they were compelled to keep their heads down. Lowering their heads was one thing, but making way for these people? That was out of the question. Yagura had issued a strict order: no one enters until the guests from Hidden Leaf Village arrive. A Mizukage who panders to Hidden Leaf Village like this, what kind of leadership is that? Exactly. Hidden Mist Village is one of the 5 great shinobi villages, equal to Hidden Leaf Village. Why stoop so low? The Anbu's submissiveness only further fueled the clan's indignation, and they seized the opportunity to hurl insults, completely forgetting how they behaved in front of the Hazuki clan. And as for the Hazuki clan, to whom they were ever loyal, even they showed tremendous respect toward the 2 ninja from Hidden Leaf Village. But that didn't matter. It was Anbu they were confronting, and venting anger on them was a rare treat. To them, Yagura was no longer fit to be Mizukage, unworthy of the title. He had never been their chosen Mizukage in the first place. The Anbu were inwardly furious but remained silent. They kept their mouths shut and let the other side rant and rave. Meanwhile, the elder faction, led by Genji, watched the scene coldly. The old man sighed inwardly as he looked at the descendants of his former comrades. The clans had worked hard to reach their current status, but after today, all that effort would be in vain. He recalled the old days when marriages between clans were used to maintain relationships. For one thing, everyone had been at each other's throats, and this helped ease tensions. Another reason was that while Hidden Mist Village had many clans, few were truly strong. Intermarriage had been a way to harness the power of nature to produce miracles. Mai was the crowning achievement of this strategy. Though she was currently the only success, she proved that his path was viable. A difference between 1 and 0 was fundamental. After today, however, there might only be this one left. As for the rest, the misshapen fruits, Genji didn't hold much hope. Perhaps they'd need to bring in fresh bloodlines, such as the Kaguya clan, who still refused to join Kiri. Their Shikatsu Miyako was an incredibly powerful bloodline limit, though it seemed that no one in the current generation had awakened it. The clamor grew louder and louder, and Genji shook his head, unwilling to watch this disgraceful display any longer. Just as he was about to say something, the noise began to subside. One by one, the crowd turned to look toward the back, toward the sunlit direction. From that direction, 2 young men were walking toward the Mizukage's office. Ow! Genji-sama. Are those the white ghost and the teleporter? Yes, Genji-sama. The one on the left is the white ghost, and the one on the right is the teleporter. I'll explain to Genji. Genji leaned forward on his cane, as though trying to get a better look at the 2 young men. Ao hurried to offer his support, but Genji waved him off. Ow, step aside. You're blocking my view. Ao retreated begrudgingly. Genji squinted, his eyes trying to focus. As the 2 young men drew closer, their appearances became clearer to him. The boy on the left caught his attention. His demeanor, it felt so familiar. Such a resemblance. He murmured softly. At this moment, the 2 Uchiha youths passed through the crowd of the clans, who had instinctively parted to make way. They stopped in front of Genji. Genji-sama, it's an honor to meet you. Shizui greeted him with a bright smile. No. The honor is mine, Shizui. I've long admired your reputation, Genji replied with a chuckle. His gaze then shifted to Masashi. And this must be Masashi, correct? Genji-sama, good day to you, Masashi greeted with a polite smile. The once powerful figure who had stood beside the Mizukage was now nothing more than an old man, frail beyond recognition. The most remarkable thing was that, even after all these years, he was still alive. Onoki was another example of remarkable longevity. And as for Madara, there was no need to even mention him. He had practically turned into an immortal, with not a single unblemished part of his body, and he was still manipulating Obito. You remind me of an old friend, Genji said thoughtfully. You flatter me. I could never compare to Madara. At the mention of that name, the atmosphere froze. In the era of the shinobi villages, the name of Hashirama represented light and hope, while Madara embodied raw power. Even now, long after his time, the mere mention of his name filled people with awe and wonder. Such was the aura of that name. Of all present, only Genji had actually met Madara in person. He still remembered the feelings he had when he heard about the demands made by the Kazekage during the first 5 Kage summit. Madara had already died by then. Otherwise, Genji doubted the Kazekage would have dared to make such bold claims. Had Madara not fallen out with Hashirama, and if he had accompanied him to that meeting, it wouldn't have been Dobirama sitting beside Hashirama. The Kazekage would probably have been sent flying before finishing a single sentence. Hearing Masashi humbly claim he couldn't compare to Madara made Genji chuckle. "You misunderstand me. I wasn't referring to him." Genji smiled, swallowing back the question he had intended to ask. The resemblance was uncanny. But there is no need to ask, those people are long gone. Thank you both for staying these past days. On behalf of Kiri, I offer my gratitude and hope today brings a fruitful outcome. Of course. Peace is what matters most, Masashi replied, extending a hand. To the alarm of the elder faction, he held on to Genji's arm. "Let me assist you. You're the treasure of Kiri. I hope you won't mind this small act of kindness." Ha ha ha, Genji laughed heartily. "Oh dear, age really is catching up with me. Thank you, Masashi." At this point, the Anbu at the door stepped aside, though no one was bold enough to enter first in Genji's presence. The clans might have had their grievances with Yagura, but they were deferential to Genji. After all, his seniority was undeniable. Among those present, every single one of their ancestors had ties with Genji. He was like a living relic. Seeing Masashi supporting Genji as they entered the building, the others finally began to follow. As they passed the Anbu guarding the door, most of them strutted arrogantly, their attitudes scornful. Once everyone was inside, some of the Hidden Mist Village Anbu quickly shut the doors and began inscribing sealing techniques on them. The others dispersed, heading to their assigned positions. Their loyal Hidden Mist Village shinobi forces were already fully prepared. The doors to the council hall burst open with a loud bang, and a group of people filed in one after another. At the front of the group was Masashi, who was supporting the Genji as they walked in together. "You can let go now," Genji said kindly, even giving Masashi's arm a friendly pat. Judging by the look on their faces, one might mistakenly think the two shared some kind of deep, cross-generational friendship. "All right, take care," Masashi said as he let go. Genji gave him a deep, meaningful glance before walking over to his seat and sitting down. Masashi, along with Shizui, walked to the other side of the room and sat in their assigned seats. One could not help but notice that the Mizukage's building had a notable feature: everything was on a grand scale. Today's council hall was no exception, as the table had been replaced with an even larger one than the one used 2 days prior. The seats representing Kiri's side were fully occupied, with several rows extending behind the main table. On the side representing Hidden Leaf Village, however, there were only 2 seats, though a few rows of chairs had also been arranged behind them. More and more people entered on behalf of Kiri. Among them was Katsuki, who offered a friendly smile to Masashi and Shizui, as though it was perfectly natural to convey the hospitality of Kiri. However, when he reached Genji's side, his demeanor shifted dramatically. He bowed deeply with utmost respect before taking his seat. Other representatives of the clans followed suit. Before long, every seat was filled except for the primary one reserved for Yagura. Masashi and Shizui were now surrounded, front and back, giving the impression that they were encircled. Genji silently observed the expressions of the 2 young men. Such a disparity in numbers would be abnormal under any circumstances and would create significant pressure on the smaller group. From his perspective, Shizui appeared calm on the surface but showed subtle signs of tension. This tension wasn't due to fear or other emotions but rather stemmed from a ninja's natural instincts. It was entirely understandable. However, the so-called white ghost, Masashi, showed no signs of tension whatsoever. Genji hadn't seen someone like this in a long time, and he quickly made his own assessment. The white ghost not only possessed immense power but also had an exceptionally composed mind, far superior to Shizui's. For someone of his age, this level of mental control was remarkable, to say the least. Only those who had survived countless battles and bloodshed could develop such an air of composure. Genji could only conclude that Masashi was innately bloodthirsty and carried an overwhelming confidence in his abilities, making him entirely indifferent to the pressure in this room. The Uchiha clan truly produces exceptional talent. He couldn't help but feel a pang of regret. Hidden Mist Village had no one like this among their younger generation. "The Mizukage is arriving," one of the Anbu at the door suddenly announced. Everyone except Genji immediately stood up. Masashi and Shizui also rose to their feet. This was a matter of formality. The occasion was an official signing, and one of the 5 Kage was present, so such protocol was to be expected. It wasn't about privilege, it was about respect. Not adhering to basic courtesies as a ninja could only mean one thing: battle to the death. If Minato were denied the ceremonial treatment befitting one of the 5 Kage in a setting like this, it would essentially signify that the opposing side harbored deep-seated hostility toward Hidden Leaf Village. Yagura entered. Compared to the other day, he now wore the wide-brimmed hat that symbolized his role as Mizukage and carried his personal weapon on his back. It was a staff-like weapon with a hooked tip, entirely made of metal. Genji began to prop himself up with his cane, preparing to stand. "There's no need for that," Yagura said as he walked over to help Genji back into his seat. The faction loyal to the elder smiled warmly at this gesture. Although they had decided to side with the Mizukage, seeing Yagura show such respect toward Genji reassured them. After all, Yagura had been acting erratically in recent years. If Ao hadn't returned that day and sworn on his life that Yagura hadn't changed and wasn't under anyone's control, they wouldn't have believed it. That said, one key individual was still missing. Without him, this event would lack its central character. "Mizukage-sama, where is Tobi?" one of the clan representatives finally asked, unable to hold back any longer. Yagura ignored the question. As of today, he no longer needed to pretend. He sat in his seat, smiling as he looked at Masashi and Shizui. "Shizui, Masashi, we have prepared a revised agreement for your review." Yagura clapped his hands. An Anbu member stepped forward and placed 2 copies of the agreement in front of Masashi and Shizui. Masashi glanced at the document and then set it aside. "Mizukage-sama, does this agreement differ from the one we discussed 2 days ago?" "No," Yagura replied with a calm smile. This draft was strongly recommended by the head of our Anbu, who conducted a detailed analysis of our 2 nations and deemed this agreement the most appropriate. "I see," Masashi replied thoughtfully. "In that case, I must ask for the presence of the Anbu head. Since he drafted the agreement, it's only fitting to discuss the relevant clauses with him." "That's no problem," Yagura said with a nod before turning to one of the Anbu. As Masashi suggested, summoned Obi to join the meeting. "Understood, Mizukage-sama," the Anbu responded before leaving the council hall. The room fell into an eerie silence. At the mention of the name Obi, everyone seemed to enter a peculiar state of unease. Only 2 individuals in the room appeared unaffected by the tension. "Masashi, you're not planning to outright reject the agreement this time without discussion, are you?" Yagura asked with a smile. "That wouldn't do at all." "Of course not," Masashi replied in a seemingly helpless tone. "Since Hidden Mist Village is so insistent, we'll just have to discuss it clause by clause." He stopped just short of saying, "Oh, Mizukage-sama, you're such a tease." Everyone in the room, knowing the true circumstances, couldn't help but think. These 2 are really getting into their roles. Footsteps echoed outside the door. Everyone turned their attention toward the entrance. Under the watchful gaze of the crowd, the Anbu member returned, but he was alone. "What's going on?" Yagura's expression remained unchanged. "Where is Tobi?" "Mizukage-sama." The Anbu hesitated, seemingly at a loss for words. Suddenly, the space beside him distorted, and a figure emerged from the swirling void. "I'm here, Mizukage-sama." "Oh, Tobi, you're finally here," Yagura said with an unusually cheerful tone. "Come, let me introduce you to Hidden Leaf Village's envoys." "There's no need for that, Mizukage-sama. We're old acquaintances," Obito said coldly as he stared at the 2 familiar faces sitting before him. "White Ghost, how dare you sit here as if nothing's wrong?" "Indeed, why am I still sitting here?" Masashi replied cheerfully. The council hall fell into complete silence. Some people were already sweating nervously. Katsuki suddenly stood up, pointing a finger at Obito and shouting, "Tobi, mind your tone in front of the Mizukage-sama. Are you trying to stir conflict between Hidden Mist Village and Hidden Leaf Village?" "Trash," Obito sneered disdainfully, not even sparing Katsuki a glance. The space distorted once more, and this time, Obito appeared beside Yagura, casually placing a hand on his shoulder. "Mizukage-sama, Hidden Leaf Village clearly lacks sincerity. Why not just capture them?" "If that's your recommendation, then so be it," Yagura said, nodding as if he always followed Obito's lead. Feeling triumphant, Obito was about to taunt Masashi further when Yagura suddenly spoke again. "By the way, Tobi, there's one more thing." "Mizukage-sama, let's handle the important matters first," Obito replied impatiently. Normally, he might have exercised more restraint, but in his eyes, aside from Masashi and Shizui, everyone else in this room was insignificant. All of them were going to die anyway. Why bother pretending? The Hidden Mist Village ninja clans would be slaughtered. Genji would be killed as well. And the blame? That would fall squarely on the two Hidden Lee village envoys. If you insist, Yagura said with a regretful sigh, his tone as calm as always. In that case, Dobi, you may die now. Huh? Obito froze. The next moment, he heard a crackling sound and felt a sudden burst of chakra. Startled, he glanced down, and found himself staring into a pair of eyes filled with killing intent. Chapter 117, the day the mist turned red on Yagura's shoulders, boiling chakra bubbled up like foam. Normally, human chakra was invisible and gentle, not displaying such phenomena. This was tailed beast chakra. As a perfect Jinchuriki, someone who had full control over a tailed beast's power, he was demonstrating this unique trait. The violent tailed beast chakra partially manifested on his shoulder, enveloping Obito's hand resting there. In an instant, the hand was mangled, flesh and blood indistinguishable. You? His chakra surged, and he withdrew his hand. The next moment, the tail-like chakra burst forth from Yagura's back, sweeping across the area where Obito stood. The conference table was sliced apart as if it were made of tofu. Cries of alarm and shouts erupted in the council chamber. Shocked, everyone stood up instinctively, their chakra flaring and splintering chairs into pieces. Wooden shards flew everywhere, accompanied by a deafening cacophony that seemed to shake the entire hall into chaos. This action of Yagura's completely caught the clans off guard. Katsuki stared at the suddenly aggressive Mizukage, both shocked and furious. His first thought was, are these two fighting amongst themselves? Though he had spread rumors, deep down, he didn't believe someone as strong as Yagura could truly be controlled by Genjutsu. But such a blemish was necessary to pressure him into stepping down. Katsuki wasn't the only one who thought this way. However, the immediate priority was avoiding the fallout. After his initial strike, Yagura had already drawn the hook staff from his back, his chakra surging through the weapon to create a terrifyingly powerful force. Ignoring the other ninjas seated behind Obito, Yagura swung his staff. Boom! The chakra emanating from the staff transformed into claw-like shapes, piercing through Obito's body and annihilating everything in its path. It finally tore through the wall, its momentum blasting the entire wall, along with part of the outer wall, into oblivion. With the wall gone, the pure, clear sky outside the Mizukage building was now fully visible to everyone. The thick, humid wind blew into the room, snapping many back to their senses with its familiar chill. In front of Masashi and Shizui, a chakra barrier rose to block the flying debris and tailed beast chakra. The two of them were the only ones still seated in their chairs amidst the wreckage. However, the table before them, and the two copies of agreements atop it, had long since been obliterated by Yagura's strength, becoming nothing more than floating particles in the air. Mizukage-sama. What are you doing? The assembled ninja clans were both furious and horrified. Just moments ago, Yagura's attack not only destroyed the wall in front of him, but also obliterated several ninjas in the room. Literally obliterated, blood and flesh still lingered in the air. Of course, I am purging rebels. Today, Hidden Mist Village will be reborn, Yagura said coldly, looking at the clans. For the sake of the village, I ask you all to die. Yagura, are you insane? Katsuki exclaimed in disbelief. Do you want to destroy the village? We just wanted you to step down, okay? Sure, those nouveau riche like the Yuki clan Kago, but the rest of us here were among the founding clans of the village. That's exactly your problem, Yagura replied with a regretful shake of his head. Even at death's door, you think you are the village? The Hazuki clan is tiny. All of you combined, are there even 10,000 of you? The perpetually baby-faced yet formidable Mizukage sighed. If you don't die, the village has no future. Having said this, he turned his gaze back to Obito. Dobi, you've worked hard during this time. Yagura smiled kindly, as he always did. Obito glanced at Yagura, then at Masashi and Shizui, who were still calmly seated. When did they break your Genjutsu? Obito's right hand had already regenerated. That side of his body, infused with white Zetsu cells, didn't bleed the same way normal humans did. Yagura noticed this as well. Dobi, it seems you have more secrets than I imagined. Answer my question. Obito sneered, with your strength, there's no way you could have broken my Genjutsu. Every eye in the council chamber turned toward Yagura. So, Yagura had been under Genjutsu control? And from the sound of it, it was the white ghost and the teleporter who freed him? I even let you have Hikari, and you play me like this? Katsuki felt a wave of fury rise within him. Masashi and Shizui exchanged awkward glances. Does this guy even know how bad his Genjutsu really is? And look at him, he seems so proud of himself. Enough, Shizui said, standing abruptly. Surrender now, criminal. This conversation couldn't continue any longer. If the truth came out, it wouldn't just embarrass Obito, it'd humiliate the Uchiha as a whole. Masashi, on the other hand, seemed completely unbothered, keeping his eyes locked on Obito. "Shisui, I'm speaking with Yagura. Stand aside, I'll deal with you shortly," Obito said. In reality, however, his attention was entirely on Shisui. It was obvious that Shisui was the one who had broken Yagura's Genjutsu. In other words, Shisui was the only real threat to him here. He was already prepared to make his move. Everything he had done so far was just to lull Shisui into a false sense of security. This guy couldn't sit still anymore, trying to stop him from continuing the conversation with the Mizukage. Once again, Obito felt the thrill of victory. Under his mask, a smirk formed. The joy of intellectual dominance was exhilarating. He planned to trap Shisui with Kami, kill the hidden Mist Village ninjas here, recontrol the Mizukage, and defeat Masashi with Genjutsu to make him sing "Alt My Ducklings." Oh! Even the white Zetsu cells in his body trembled with excitement. However, just as he was about to act, Yagura spoke. "Dobi, you're as persistent as ever. Actually, I broke free of your Genjutsu the last time you modified its structure. By my count, I was under your control for 20 days? Let's just round it to a month." The white Zetsu cells trembled even more violently. Even Obito's own cells began to shake. "Stop moving, cells. You're going to make it look like I'm upset. Liar." Obito roared. "Are you trying to provoke me? My technique isn't something trash like you could break." Seeing his reaction, Masashi nearly pulled a bag of peanuts out of his ceiling scroll. That expression. This is it. This is exactly what I wanted to see. "No, I didn't figure it out," Yagura said, his expression strangely earnest. "I simply broke free. Dobi, your technique really didn't need improvement. Why did you even change it?" The ninjas in the chamber, all of them, whether they belonged to the clans, the faction loyal to the previous Mizukage, or Yagura's own people, were now staring at Obito with expressions that seemed to ask, "Yeah, why did you do that?" "Obi," Yagura said, feeling a surge of satisfaction. "Do you know how much effort Isabu and I went through to hide this from you? It was harder than breaking your original Genjutsu." Thinking about how Obito had diligently helped him during this time, even approving documents with reasonable competence, he couldn't bring himself to be too harsh. So he offered some genuine advice. "Your previous Genjutsu is strong enough. Really, don't recklessly modify your jutsu and make it worse." Ha 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 ha. Suddenly, Obito burst out into maniacal laughter. Yagura stood still, silently watching him. The other hidden Mist Village ninjas, however, were startled. Especially the clan ninjas among them, they kept glancing nervously toward the wall-less side of the room. From this height, jumping down shouldn't kill a ninja. Still, none of them dared to act immediately. They knew that since Yagura had made his move, the outside was undoubtedly surrounded by a foolproof trap. They wouldn't leap unless it was absolutely the last resort. Obito's laughter subsided, though his voice still carried a gritted edge. "So my Genjutsu isn't good enough for you, huh? Fine, I'll show you the original version. Do you think that's possible?" Shisui suddenly appeared beside Yagura, his Mangekyo Sharingan active. "This is your last warning, surrender." Masashi also stood up. That was enough. He'd seen what he needed to. It was time to work. Noticing Masashi's movement, Obito didn't waste any more time. He acted immediately. But his target wasn't Yagura, it was Shisui. The power of his Genjutsu surged through his single Sharingan, aimed directly at Yagura. This wasn't a modified version. It was the original, pure technique taught to him by Madara, designed specifically to counter perfect Jinchuriki. Shisui stepped in front of Yagura, meeting Obito's gaze head-on. The two unleashed their equally powerful ocular powers, which collided and erupted into each other's minds. The advantage of such precision targeting was that when it hit, the impact doubled in power. The downside: if the target wasn't compatible, the effect would be diminished. Shisui fully activated his Mangekyo Sharingan, countering Obito's incoming Genjutsu power. Just as he finished dispelling it, he felt Obito's hand rest on his shoulder. Everything in his vision warped. Even with his mastery of the body flicker, he couldn't escape this space-warping ninjutsu. Realizing resistance was futile, Shisui chose not to attempt using any more ninjutsu, allowing Obito to successfully pull him into the Kamyu dimension. When his vision returned to normal, Shisui found himself in a space filled with floating cubic structures. Just as Masashi had described. Shisui calmly sat down cross-legged, waiting patiently. Everything in front of him affirmed his belief: Masashi's plan was flawless. Meanwhile, back in the outside world, Masashi had already stepped in to take over Shisui's role. Having subdued Shisui so easily, Obito felt a surge of confidence returning to him. Once again, he broke into hearty laughter, though this time it sounded more assured. "It's come to this, huh? I guess there's no other choice. You all can just die. With that, he spun on his heel and suddenly charged toward the clansman. Obi. What the hell are you doing? Damn it. Kill him. The clansman completely lost it. Yagura wanted them dead, and now Obito was attacking them too. What was the meaning of this? Masashi, who had initially planned to act, paused again. After some thought, he stepped aside. Let Hidden Mist Village handle their own infighting. As a Hidden Leaf Village ninja, he couldn't casually interfere. That wouldn't be right. Both the Elder faction and the Mizukage faction were dumbfounded. Yagura, too, joined the battle. No, rather, he joined in the massacre of the clansmen. Moments ago, these two major figures had been on the verge of clashing. Now, they had turned around and were ruthlessly slaughtering the clansmen of Kiri. The onlookers couldn't help but marvel. How could these clansmen possibly have such terrible interpersonal relationships? If they didn't die today, would there even be justice left in the world? However, this was an excellent opportunity. If they didn't kick them while they were down, they wouldn't be Hidden Mist Village ninjas. Let's start by eliminating the rebels, Genji declared. He didn't name specific clans, but everyone present understood his meaning. Thus, aside from Mao, who stayed behind with a group to guard Genji, the rest of the Elder faction took up their weapons and charged toward the clansmen. The Mizukage faction wasn't far behind. In an instant, the council chamber became a perfect storm where only the clansmen were on the receiving end of violence. Of course, the clansmen weren't going to sit there and wait for death. They used whatever they had, and chaos erupted as the different factions clashed. At first, everyone worried about collateral damage and refrained from using ninjutsu. But after just a few breaths, no one cared anymore. Not using ninjutsu was foolish. They didn't hold back, and neither did Obito, who had no allies here. He unleashed wood style, attacking indiscriminately. Outside the Mizukage building, the Hidden Mist Village army, who had surrounded the building so tightly that not even water could seep through, once again watched as the building's walls were breached. If the first time had just knocked down a wall, this time was downright excessive. Was the entire building about to collapse? The Hidden Mist Village ninjas collectively cursed their parents for not giving them longer legs as they sprinted away from the building at full speed. From one side of the building, massive and grotesque thorny trees erupted, tearing down walls as they writhed. Large chunks of wall, along with human bodies and various debris, tumbled down like dumplings into the streets below. Who wouldn't run from that? Boom. A series of deafening crashes echoed behind them as heavy debris slammed into the ground, sending tremors rippling through the ground beneath their feet. Finally, the tremors subsided. When they turned back, they gasped. The Mizukage building would need repairs this year. No, they might as well build a new one. Half of the building's outer wall was gone, with a mountain of rubble piled up at its base. The grotesque thorny trees completely filled the now exposed side of the building. The Hidden Mist Village ninjas stared at the scene in stunned silence. Is that wood style? One of them muttered weakly, as if mourning. What's wood style? A newer, civilian-born ninja asked, still unfamiliar with many things. It's a Hidden Leaf Village technique. And an incredibly powerful one. Hey! Isn't it strange for such a technique to show up here? Shut up, you idiot. There are 2 Hidden Leaf Village ninjas in there. Did you forget about the White Ghost? Ah. So this is the White Ghost's technique. At the mention of the White Ghost, the entire Hidden Mist Village army seemed to freeze. They fell silent as if someone had pressed a pause button. After a while, seeing that the commotion inside had subsided, they cautiously moved back toward the Mizukage building. Stop! Someone suddenly barked. A group of Hidden Mist Village Anbu appeared before them, raising their hands to signal them to halt. Orders from the Mizukage: the traitors in the building will be dealt with personally by the Mizukage and Genji. All others are to head to the clan's district and ensure no one escapes. The Hidden Mist Village ninjas were stunned but quickly delighted. Great. They'd much rather fight their own village's clans than face the White Ghost in combat. The thought of capturing some of the clan women, soft and fair-skinned, to take home as wives made them ecstatic. Unfortunately, their joy didn't last long. The Anbu had more to say. If any of the traitorous clan ninjas resist, eliminate them all. However, those who surrender, as well as civilians, must not be harmed. Above all, do not harm or violate any women. At this, the Anbu's voice turned icy. Otherwise, wherever you're from, prepare to lose a limb as an apology. Damn. That harsh? The Hidden Mist Village ninjas gasped, harder than when they'd seen the destruction of the Mizukage building. Other units have received the same orders. Now go. The Anbu waved them off, eager for them to leave. He didn't want these troops hanging around. The psychos inside the building could burst out at any moment. The bloody mist policy did have its minor benefits. Obedience to orders had become second nature for the Hidden Mist Village army. Without hesitation, they dispersed like a flood. Once outside the Mizukage building's perimeter, they turned toward the clan district. Meanwhile, the Anbu outside the building returned their gaze to the wrecked building. They were dying to know what was happening inside. Chapter 118, The Three Tomoe Miracle. Genji stared calmly at the smooth cuts on the thorny branches before him. Anyone who had seen Hashirama or Madara in action would find it hard for any grand scene to stir their heart again. Those two, anything you could imagine, they already done, and on a scale beyond your wildest dreams. Similarly, anyone who had witnessed Muso in combat and managed to survive would no longer be fazed by bizarre occurrences. After all, nothing could outmatch the sheer variety of his techniques. Genji had, by chance, seen all of these people in action. To be honest, the scene before him now neither matched the grandeur of the first two nor the intricate creativity of Muso. Having lived for so many years, expecting him to pull off a stunned old man face was really asking too much. In contrast, Ao wasn't nearly as composed. "How did you do it?" he asked Masashi. Just moments ago, a wave of sharp thorny branches had surged toward them, and Ao had been sure it was the end. Abandoning the elder to escape on his own was not an option. If they were going to die, they'd die together. Then Masashi had appeared. With a single seal, a miracle occurred. The area they occupied became like a forbidden zone. Anything crossing the boundary simply vanished. When it was all over, the trio stood at the center of a semicircular clearing, surrounded by a forest of cold, twisted thorns. "This is the flying thunder god of Tobirama, isn't it?" Genji observed. "It seems Hidden Leaf Village has perfected this jutsu." Humbly speaking, it was the genius of the fourth Hokage that perfected the jutsu, turning it into a mature technique. "It's now much easier to learn," Masashi replied earnestly. As expected of the Hokage, Genji said with admiration in his tone. "Hidden Leaf Village is truly blessed with exceptional talent. I envy it deeply." "Who are you fooling?" he thought. "You think I don't know what the Yellow Flash's flying thunder god looks like? Your trustworthiness to the Hokage is truly admirable," he said with a smile. "No wonder you've been entrusted with such critical negotiations." The Uchiha and Senju seemed to have finally put their grudges behind them and united. A truly joyous occasion. Indeed. The Hokage specifically nominated our clan leader as advisor. You wouldn't believe how much pressure he's under now. He's even stopped practicing calligraphy because he's so worried about disappointing the Hokage. "Wonderful, truly wonderful," Genji said with an approving nod. Hidden Mist Village and the Uchiha have came to know each other through battle. In the future, we must foster closer ties. "We must," Masashi agreed with a sigh. "To be honest, Genji-sama, our clan struggles with social connections. We've got plenty of young, eligible bachelors, but they're all single. I've noticed Hidden Mist Village has more women than men. Many outstanding young ladies are stuck waiting to be chosen. That's just unfair." What a cunning devil. Genji thought. "I haven't even made a move on your Uchiha yet, and here you are targeting Kiri." "Young women deserve to be cherished," Masashi continued righteously. "It's unjust for them to be overlooked. Why not build connections through mutual exchange?" "Well said. Masashi, you and I think alike." Genji nodded repeatedly, as though he had found a kindred spirit. "In fact, I won't hide it from you, I have a niece. She's proper, capable, and wise but has struggled to find a good match." "Oh? That's truly unfortunate." Masashi raised an eyebrow, instantly on alert. "But let's finish dealing with these traitors first. We can discuss this later." "Of course. We'll talk afterward." Genji wasn't concerned. Once a topic was opened, there was always room to revisit it. After this mission, the complementary strengths of Hidden Mist Village and Hidden Leaf Village would undoubtedly usher in a stable honeymoon period. How best to leverage this would require skillful maneuvering. Meanwhile, Ao said nothing. He'd figured it out, these two weren't planning anything good. Sigh. They hadn't even started working together, and already there was scheming and manipulation. Genji was an elder, so it was understandable. But why was the so-called White Ghost just as full of tricks? Wasn't he supposed to be a combat specialist? Even with the fall of the darkness of the shinobi, Hidden Leaf Village was still crawling with scoundrels. Finally, the conversation shifted to the task at hand. He rolled up his sleeves and readied his kunai. He'd already tried dealing with the thorny wood, they were tough as steel. Genji was an old man, so heavy physical activity was out of the question. "Ow! What is the White Ghost calling Mister for? Don't you dare use some massive jutsu. The elder can't handle that kind of stress." "Masashi, the elder's age makes him fragile. We must be cautious," Ao said nervously, eyeing the Uchiha. Everyone knew the White Ghost's modus operandi, Go big right from the start and keep escalating. His jutsu left nothing behind but devastation. Don't worry. Masashi placed a hand on Nao's shoulder, teleporting him back to Genji's side. Then, he began forming seals. My jutsu isn't that inconvenient. Drawing on knowledge passed down from Black Zetsu, he felt it. This time, he could do it. Flame-like patterns crept across his face. White chakra became visible, radiating a cold aura. Ao panicked and rushed to shield Genji. White Ghost, you're insane. You promised caution, and now you're summoning some ice giant, aren't you? Hidden Leaf Village ninjas were indeed unreliable. He heard Genji's breathing grow heavy. As expected, the elder's body couldn't handle the White Ghost's jutsu. Ao started, ready to berate Masashi. Suddenly, a powerful force pushed him aside. Genji-sama? Shut up, ow! Ao stared, dumbfounded, at Genji. The elder was staring intently at Masashi. Crack. Crack. A strange sound filled the air. Ao witnessed something utterly bizarre. It was a spine. A massive one. This colossal spine seemed spiritual, passing through the two men as it stood tall before them. It was formed from Masashi's constantly expanding chakra. What kind of jutsu was this? Ao's confusion didn't hinder the jutsu's completion. Under Masashi's control, the white chakra expanded to encompass all three of them. Before the two men, the initial spine had grown into a complete humanoid upper skeleton. Muscles began forming on it, and the chakra shell contracted to create skin. Susanoo. Genji murmured with a sigh. Hidden Leaf Village. No, the Uchiha clan had awakened this power once more. No wonder this man could serve as an advisor to the Hokage. Although the White Ghost's Susanoo was immature, that depended on who you were comparing it to. Genji also noticed something terrifying. His Sharingan remained at the 3 Tomoe stage. The Uchiha clan had refined this technique to such a level? If someone were to tell Genji that a genius from the Uchiha clan could activate Susanoo at the 3 Tomoe stage, even if it was just a basic version, that person would probably be chased across the village by his wielding his staff. Did they think geniuses could achieve anything? Was its a genius the answer to everything? He didn't believe individual talent alone could accomplish such a feat. It could only be the result of collective wisdom. If Masashi knew what Genji was thinking at this moment, he would undoubtedly give him a thumbs up. When he walked the world as Muso, he had mastered almost all the Senju clan's ninjutsu. In terms of sheer quantity, he knew more techniques than any other Senju. The reason it was almost always that some techniques had ludicrous hardware requirements he couldn't meet, but he still understood their principles. During this process, he learned an enormous amount. Obirama spent most of his life studying the Uchiha, but he wasn't the first Senju to do so. He merely built upon and perfected the knowledge of his predecessors. And all of this knowledge was taught to Muso. Thus, when Masashi acquired this knowledge, he wasn't acting alone, he had the wisdom of generations standing behind him. After joining the Uchiha clan, he naturally gained access to the collective achievements and insights of the Uchiha's ancestors, including historical studies of activating Susanoo at the 3 Tomoe stage. So now, he essentially had two legacies supporting him. On this foundation, Black Zetsu gave him the final push, shoving him through the door. And now, combined with the immense amplifying power of Sage Mode, he had finally unleashed it. The appearance of Susanoo differs among Uchiha, but the basic versions are usually quite similar. At this moment, his half-formed Susanoo had taken on a rather generic form. Simply put, it looked like something that screamed bad guy. There was no helping it, basic versions are like that. Aesthetics couldn't be a priority, whether the configuration met requirements was key. The Susanoo raised its hand and swept aside the dense forest of thorny wood ahead. In the deafening roar, the entire Mizukage building seemed to tremble. The strength of a perfect Jinchuriki lay in their ability to continuously use the tail beast cloak. Even simple punches and kicks carried the same destructive power as elemental ninjutsu. Whether or not Susanoo was based on this principle was up for debate, but in terms of results, it was just as, if not more, effective. The thorny wood was hard and sharp, but in front of Susanoo, it was meaningless. Even protected within the Susanoo, both Ao and Genji could feel its overwhelming power. It was as if a blunt metal weapon were smashing through tofu. Segments of thorny wood were effortlessly torn apart, flying out alongside debris into the clear blue sky outside, then crashing down freely. The nearby hidden mist village Anbu, who were stationed as watchers, wailed in misery, their curses rising to new creative heights. The thorny wood tried its best to hinder Susanoo on its path. Unfortunately, its sharp edges couldn't even leave a scratch on it. This level of defense far surpassed the sage art, majestic attire that he had previously used. That was a technique forcibly mimicking Susanoo through sage mode amplification. The chakra hadn't undergone any qualitative changes, and the strength was deliberately reduced, otherwise, he couldn't have used it at all. This time, however, he was unleashing Susanoo at its original strength. In truth, the Mangekyo Sharingan didn't require hand seals to activate Susanoo. This was likely due to the skill bonus that came with the Mangekyo. But this was Masashi's first time, and he was meticulous about his ninjutsu. The result was excellent. Even though it was just a basic, armorless version of Susanoo, it effortlessly displayed incredible defensive power. Absolute defense might be an exaggeration, but unless he faced a god, it was practically absolute. Susanoo, truly worthy of being the symbol of the Uchiha's power. In Black Zetsu's words, this was the Eye of Indra. Every pair of 3 Tomoe Sharingan inherently possessed the power of Indra. In the past, due to the Uchiha's chosen path of power, they had to stimulate their spirit to awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan, forcing out their latent potential. But achieving Mangekyo meant abandoning the infinite possibilities that came with Indra. Now, Masashi decided that the 3 Tomoe was good enough. He didn't see the need to change it. Between Indra and Obito, he chose Indra. After clearing the thorn forest, he continued to release chakra. An enormous flow of it surged into the lower half of Susanoo. That familiar sound echoed again. Susanoo's body began to grow taller. Along with it, the 3 occupants were lifted into the air as chakra gained form, supporting them. Susanoo's head pierced through the ceiling and emerged into the upper floor. Its arm swung, tearing through the floor above. Finally, it was complete. A colossal warrior, radiating white light, stood tall. With its movement, the ground creaked ominously. Cracks spread out like spiderwebs. Both Ao and Genji immediately realized what was happening. Genji instinctively tightened his grip on his cane. Despite his vast experience, at his age, he needed to take free fall seriously. Ao instinctively reached out to support Genji, earning a glare in return. Are you planning to help me jump off a building? In the next moment, with the sound of shattering floors, Susanoo's body began to fall. The anticipated feeling of weightlessness didn't come. From their perspective, they only saw a tide of rubble crash against the chakra barrier ahead, unable to advance. Genji let go of his cane, sighing with awe. Who would have thought that in his lifetime, he would experience sitting inside Susanoo? It was surprisingly comfortable. And so, to the sound of continuous booms, Susanoo descended floor by floor. Finally, with a thunderous crash, it landed firmly. In front of the 2, Masashi released his hand seals. Guided by his will, Susanoo took a step forward and began walking outside. It's far more flexible than Prometheus. Feeling the difference in operation, he was quite satisfied. In the original timeline, Madara and Sasuke had demonstrated the endless possibilities of Susanoo. It could only be said that yin release was a power that pushed imagination to its limit. If you could think it, you could do it. The chakra consumption is higher compared to Prometheus. I'll use ice style for the small fry in the future. Masashi quickly grasped many of the differences between the 2. Boom. Like a raging bull, Susanoo burst through the thorn forest, revealing a clear view ahead. Chapter 119, Size Matters. Bursting out of the thorny forest, Masashi first saw a group of hidden Mist Village Anbu agents frantically jumping around with their backsides in the air. Huh? He was stunned. Oh, there are still some alive? Genji and Ao immediately turned to him. Those are our own people. Don't step on them. Stop. Stop. You're about to step on them. Susanoo's massive foot hovered in midair as someone scrambled out of the shadows, rolling and crawling, sprinting away without daring to look back. Come on, at this point, why are you even using earth jutsu outside? Masashi complained. Is the Anbu recruitment process really this lax? Maybe to avoid falling debris. Ao glanced at the nearby trash mountain, breaking into a cold sweat. How much did it cost to rebuild the Mizukage building? The cost of political conflict is way too high. This better not happen again. Forget it. Where's the Mizukage? Masashi controlled Susanoo's foot to land, causing the nearby trash mountain to tremble and send debris tumbling down. He may have lured the enemy out of the village. That's impossible. Masashi shook his head, activated his Sharingan, and started observing. The building was now void of active chakra. With Obito's interference, the Hidden Mist Village Administrative Department would probably need to reselect its personnel. They'd better start by selecting the leaders. Kiri's system should be similar to Hidden Leaf Villages, with all administrative work done in the Mizukage building. Moving his gaze away from the half-ruined Mizukage building, Masashi surveyed the area and activated his chakra sensing. The chakra was highly active, especially in the south, where it clustered densely. Even without sensing, the rising smoke and faint sounds of exploding tags could be seen and heard. Found them. The chakra signatures of Yagura and Obito were there as well. Surprisingly, their fight had already moved to that area. Are you two coming with me, or do you want to get off here? Masashi asked. We'll get off here, Genji said. Though riding in Susanoo felt great and offered a perfect viewing angle, watching Masashi kill people, especially Kiri's own ninjas, wasn't appropriate for him. Alright. Masashi nodded as the surrounding chakra shifted, gently lowering Genji and out to the ground. Finally, they emerged from Susanoo's left leg. Stay safe, you two, Masashi said before resuming control of Susanoo and heading south. Susanoo was really far more flexible than Prometheus and could even jump. When confronted with dense areas unsuitable for stepping, he simply jumped over them. This was like a Parker. Of course, being such a huge entity, every landing caused a boom boom boom. But this wasn't Hidden Leaf Village. Masashi couldn't do much more to avoid damage. Being a ninja meant that getting crushed by something unexpected was just part of the job, no one could be blamed. As he got closer, he saw a complex of houses, at least several thousand buildings. With surrounding white walls, interconnected pathways, and decorative rocks, the houses formed a large, organized estate, which stood out against the surroundings. Clearly, it belonged to the exploitative landlord class. At that moment, the estate was under attack. However, Susanoo's appearance brought the fighting to a halt. Everyone stared up at Susanoo as it approached, expressions of shock on their faces. Masashi's Sharingan allowed him to see quite far and in detail, so he caught their expressions clearly. Small-minded. Hashirama's sage art, wood style, through several thousand hands, top transformed Buddha, that was truly big. Just one palm was over 10 meters wide, and the entire Buddha stood 300 meters tall. Susanoo? At most, it was as big as a tailed beast, not even 20 meters tall. In front of that Buddha, it'd just be something that could be grabbed with one hand. That was how Hashirama suppressed Madara, with that technique. Looking below, Masashi saw that the attackers were Kiri's forces, while the defenders were led by the Hazuki clan and other ninja families. Among them, he spotted the Takataori clan. Wait, no, it was Kaguya. Takataori and Kaguya referred to the same clan during the Warring States period. People used whichever name they preferred. After Hidden Mist Village was founded, the clan split into two branches. They refused to acknowledge each other. The simple sentiment could be described as, I don't have such stupid or cowardly relatives. The Takataori side refused to join Kiri. Although their outward demeanor seemed free-spirited, they were quite passive in strategy and preferred to live quietly. The Kaguya side joined Kiri. They were a bloodthirsty bunch. Masashi had fought against them before but hadn't seen any of them use the Shikatsu Yaku. To be fair, the Shikatsu Yaku was extremely strong but equally difficult to awaken. He had never seen a bloodline limit with a lower awakening rate. Suddenly, Masashi noticed someone attacking Susanoo's foot furiously. He looked down. Oh, it is a Kaguya. Typical. And then he squashed the man underfoot. Are you kidding me? Trying to stab Susanoo with a kunai? Why don't you just seal a whole bridge while you're at it? Angry roars erupted from the crowd. A large group of distinctly Kaguya-looking men charged at him, howling. Their actions caused the previously calm fighting sides to stir again. He scanned them to confirm that none of them could sprout bones like Kinemaru. Relieved, he smiled. Kinemaru was far too easy to recruit. Missing out on him would be a shame. As for these middle-aged men, Susanoo raised its hand, and a massive chakra sword materialized in its palm. Masashi swung the sword down. With a thunderous boom, the chakra blade slashed through the Kaguya clan's position. Rocks, dirt, and body fragments were sent flying into the air. Wiping out the reckless Kaguya in one blow, he spoke up, out of the way, please. Once I pass through, you can continue. With chakra amplification, his voice boomed like it had been broadcasted through loudspeakers. Everyone heard him. They all turned simultaneously, opening a clear path for Susanoo to walk through. Masashi was satisfied. The world of mutual understanding between people had been achieved. Thanks, he said politely, taking long strides and quickly passing through. He prided himself on his manners. Even before crossing over, he'd always stepped aside when people were taking photos. If he had to cross, he'd do so quickly, just like now. As for the Kaguya clan members, they brought it upon themselves. No one could blame him. Passing through the area, Masashi entered the more remote corners of Kiri. He advanced, crossing a forest and startling countless birds into flight, until he finally saw another settlement. This was also a clan's territory. From the style, it was the Kaguya clan's. Hidden Mist Village forces were here too. Many Kaguya clan members were gathered here, facing off against the Hidden Mist Village forces. But the core of the standoff wasn't them. The real focus was Yagura and Obito. Yagura, clad in his tailed beast cloak, and Obito, using wood style, were fighting intensely. Obito seemed confident against Yagura, not even using Kami. Masashi grinned and prepared to head over. Suddenly, He sensed something and turned to look at a nearby cliff. With his Sharingan, he saw someone standing there. But he didn't dwell on it. He continued moving Susanoo toward the Kaguya clan's settlement. As Hidden Leaf Village's #1 collector, I can't let anyone steal Kimimaro, he's a perfect talent. The current head of the Kaguya clan was a big fool. Literally. It might sound disrespectful to say so, but the truth was that the Kaguya clan's leader was infamous in Hidden Mist Village for not being very bright. Genetics shouldn't be blamed solely on him. However, right now, the Kaguya clan was merely observing the situation. And not just them, the other Hidden Mist Village ninjas were also watching the show. This was because the two powerhouses at the center of it all were both men of presence. Yagura's every move was as if he was demolishing buildings, while his target was Obito's wood style. Dobi, as a member of the Uchiha clan, you're quite skilled at the secrets of the god of shinobi, said Yagura. His entire body was now enveloped in the tail beast cloak, and the thorny woods attacking him were blocked effortlessly. With just a wave of his hand, he could scatter the assault. But scattering it was the most he could do. Obito's chakra reserves shocked him. The White Ghost was like this, and now this man was the same. The Uchiha clan was truly terrifying. As someone capable of completely controlling the power of a tailed beast, he didn't achieve this just because he became a Jinchuriki. It was because, after Hidden Mist Village lost the Three Tails once, he personally sealed the resurrected beast into himself to ensure such an incident would never happen again. Becoming a perfect Jinchuriki was an unexpected bonus. However, his specialties were water style and wind style, which were not very effective against wood style. This meant that most of his techniques were useless. He could only rely on brute force and the chakra of the tailed beast to tear through. Obito knew this very well. You should just obediently fall under my control, he said coldly. Your identity has already been revealed, Dobi, Yagura replied. Even if you can control me again, it's meaningless. Who says it's meaningless? Obito sneered. Didn't you say my Genjutsu was weak? I'll show you how effective it really is. Yagura couldn't help but feel like retorting. Are you a child? Besides, what use is revealing my identity? You Hidden Mist Village ninjas are inherently weak. Once I deal with those who resist, you'll all be my pawns again, Obito continued. Dobi, no, Obito, don't underestimate Kiri, Yagura said, his smile fading. If I didn't think you had potential, I wouldn't be talking so much. Potential? Obito laughed loudly. I'm the loser of the Uchiha clan. You Hidden Mist Village ninjas really are useless. Useless or not, you'll soon find out, Yagura sighed, abandoning the idea of subduing Obito. Honestly, such a good tool for processing paperwork was hard to give up. Plus, the Uchiha bloodline was enticing. Obito always gave him the impression of being disillusioned with the world. Hidden Mist Village had plenty of such people as well. Under the Bloody Mist policy, many of their elite had psychological issues. The usual solution was to arrange marriages. Kiri's women were experts at melting the angsty hearts of men. A few instances of staggering out the door holding their waist, and all their delusions of grandeur would disappear, only an interest in health supplements would remain. The marriage market was one reason the Bloody Mist policy had managed to endure for so many years without collapsing. What a shame, such good talent. Clearly, the White Ghost was still his best bet. As a decisive man who had earned the title of Mizukage, Yagura knew that if he couldn't acquire something, he had to destroy it. His chakra surged explosively. The forest that Obito had just created was shredded layer by layer by the chakra storm. In the debris, a massive figure emerged. It was the full form of the Three Tails, Isabu, as Yagura entered his complete tailed beast mode. Yagura, why did you wake me up? In Yagura's mindscape, he was sitting on Isabu's head. The massive creature was still groggy, it had been sleeping. Sorry, Isabu. This Uchiha is strong. An Uchiha. Hearing that name, Isabu immediately woke up. Through Yagura's eyes, it saw Obito's Sharingan and instantly grew enraged. I'll kill him. Good. Let's do it together. Ending the conversation with Isabu, Yagura, now in his complete beast form, swung his giant hand toward Obito. This was entirely different from before. A Jinchuriki's use of a tailed beast's power generally had 3 stages. The first stage involved covering the body with a tailed beast's chakra to form a shield and provide offensive power. The second stage, partial transformation, combined the chakra with the Jinchuriki's body. At this stage, the chakra caused physical harm to the user, which was why incomplete Jinchuriki often stopped there. The final stage, complete transformation, allowed the Jinchuriki to fully harness the tailed beast's power without any injury. This was the mark of a perfect Jinchuriki. Isabu's hand swept forward, generating a violent gust of wind akin to a high-level wind-style technique. The ground was instantly torn up, And due to the sheer size difference, Obito's entire position was engulfed in the shadow of the massive hand. Unfazed, Obito activated Kamui. Inside the Kamui dimension, Shisui, who had been keeping his Sharingan active while waiting, noticed an anomaly. In this seemingly infinite space, Obito's figure appeared momentarily, though his gaze was not directed toward the dimension. Then, as if erased by an eraser, Obito vanished. Just as Masashi said, Shisui muttered, standing up. He estimated the distance between himself and where Obito had appeared. It was far. Shisui was nicknamed the Teleporter, and his mastery of the body flicker was unparalleled. He attempted to flash to the previous spot, estimating Obito's speed as he reappeared and vanished. Having gathered some understanding, he sat down once again. Back in the real world, oblivious to this, Obito had re-emerged from Isabu's massive palm, continuing to mock Yagura. "Weren't you going to kill me? You're not doing so well," he taunted, smirking. "Come on, try harder. Don't give up." Suddenly, the ground began to tremble, but this time, Yagura hadn't moved. The vibrations came from another direction. Both Yagura and Obito turned toward the source of the sound. What they saw was a massive white giant striding toward them. Susanoo? Obito was stunned. Shisui had already been sealed into the Kamui dimension, so there shouldn't be any Uchiha left capable of using Susanoo here. The distant Hidden Mist Village ninjas and Kaguya clan members were also in turmoil, unable to determine whether this Susanoo was friend or foe. "Mizukage-sama, I am here to help." The Susanoo spoke. "Masashi?" Yagura was surprised. "You possess this kind of technique?" Others might not recognize Susanoo, which had vanished from the world for years, but as a Mizukage, he certainly did. Obito, on the other hand, fell into self-doubt. Susanoo with only the 3 Tomoe Sharingan? Are you messing with me? Kamui was powerful, but he only had one eye. And the one with attack abilities wasn't with him. As for wood style, he did have Hashirama's cells, but he couldn't use wood style on Hashirama's level. Obito's face darkened. "Masashi, you bastard. You really are here to mess with me." Chapter 120, the day Obito lost twice. Unlike the stoic face beneath Obito's mask, Yagura was genuinely pleased. Even though his allies fell silent after witnessing Susanoo, he couldn't hide his smile. "The white giant. It's on our side." A veteran Hidden Mist Village ninja shouted. The Hidden Mist Village ninjas were also delighted. So, it turned out this behemoth was an ally. Their cheers echoed through the battlefield. "Hold positions. Maintain the perimeter." A squad captain barked, organizing the forces. On the other hand, the Kaguya's expressions were twisted in anger and frustration. The arrival of another monster-class fighter had crushed what little hope they had left. Masashi paid no attention to the myriad of expressions around him. He stepped boldly into the battle zone between Yagura and Obito, each step of the Susanoo sending tremors through the ground. Gesturing at the distant Hidden Mist Village ninja army, he made a shooing motion, like chasing away chickens. "Don't get in my way." The Hidden Mist Village ninjas showcased an exemplary willingness to comply, retreating even further than they already had. After all, no one wanted to be accidentally squished by the towering chakra construct. The Hidden Mist Village ninjas had already pulled back considerably when Yagura unleashed his full-tailed beast form. And now, with the arrival of yet another giant figure, they didn't need Masashi's orders to decide to retreat further. However, as they retreated, they maintained a tight encirclement around the Kaguya clan's territory. They ensured no one from the clan had any chance of escape. It was necessary. No one had ever looked favorably upon the women of the Kaguya clan. After all, the clan's famous motto was, "Eat more, or you'll have no strength." The women of this clan were indistinguishable unless they spoke, otherwise, no one would guess their gender. In the battle zone, Masashi, controlling his Susanoo, approached Obito. "It's time to come back with me." "Are you joking?" Obito sneered, cursing inwardly. "That bastard Black Zetsu. If he hadn't threatened me, I'd expose all his schemes right now." What was Black Zetsu's deal with trusting Masashi so much? Did he really believe this guy was a devoted fan of Madara? Even if he was, so what? He was Obito. This world is nothing but lies and deception. The ninja system, the villages, they're all part of an endless cycle of hatred. Don't you understand that only through my plan can true peace be achieved? "I never joke," Masashi said seriously. "And don't start spouting philosophy at me. Since when have you been so self-righteous? Neither of us are that kind of person." "This has nothing to do with self-righteousness," Obito replied. "The ninja system is rotten to the core." "Then why were you shouting about becoming Hokage back in the day?" Masashi retorted, reminding him. "And didn't you say the White Fang was a hero? Those were your words." "Yes, I said it." Obito's voice grew colder, chakra swirling dangerously around him. He was a hero. Which is why Hidden Leaf Village is broken, and so is this entire ninja world. Broken? Then why not become the Mizukage? I don't give a damn about being Kage. Who would want that job? If you don't understand me, forget it. Obito, you've changed. You're so crude now. Masashi sighed. But if you'd been a bit more reckless back then, you and Rin could have had kids in school by now. At Rin's name, a bloody glint appeared in Obito's lone eye. The air around him grew thick with killing intent. You, who still serve Hidden Leaf Village like a pawn, have no right to mention her name. Masashi's gaze turned equally dangerous. The Suzunu's chakra flared in response to his anger. It's been a while since we sparred. How about a match? The Suzunu's fingers flexed. Fine by me. Obito removed his mask, activating Kamyu to store it away. The scarred side of his face twisted in a sneer. Someone as clumsy as you won't even scratch me. Yagura, observing Obito's face, suddenly had a thought. He'd heard rumors that the Uchiha clan was full of handsome men. For someone who was quite confident in his own looks, disfigurement must have been a big blow. It seemed Hidden Leaf Village's medical ninjutsu wasn't all that advanced. Obito, Yagura suddenly spoke. Both Masashi and Obito turned to look at him. Our village excels in cosmetic surgery, Yagura said. We can restore your face. Consider joining Kiri, and I'll forgive everything you've done. What kind of wild imagination did this guy have? Mizukage-sama, Masashi interrupted Yagura's train of thought. Obito is a member of the Uchiha clan. Unless the Uchiha severs ties with Hidden Leaf Village, he can't join another ninja village. I'm not joining any village, Obito said, casting a scornful glance at Yagura. Receiving such a look, Yagura realized he might have overthought things. Not that he felt awkward. If he feared embarrassment, he wouldn't have become Mizukage. Masashi, don't overthink it. I was just trying to mess with his mindset. Well, that's just brilliant, Masashi replied sarcastically. Then, changing the subject, he asked, Mizukage-sama, are you planning to wipe out the Kaguya clan entirely? Yes. Their ideology is irredeemable, it's inherent to their entire clan. In that case, how about letting me take their children? The environment in Hidden Leaf Village might help them grow up normal. Yagura gave him a suspicious look. Children? I never thought you had such interests. Should Hidden Leaf Village be worried? Masashi stared at him flatly. Is this really the Mizukage? Fine, but only if you are willing to leave some Uchiha bloodline in Kiri. I could groom the child to be Mizukage. Masashi rolled his eyes and summoned Suzunu's massive sword again. I'll handle my clansmen myself. Very well. Yagura's figure shrank, reverting to his normal form, and he headed back toward the Hidden Mist Village ninja forces. Obito, you won't return with me, nor will you flee. Are you so confident you can stand against Suzunu? Let's find out. Suzunu isn't invincible, and I want to see how long your chakra lasts. Obito's Sharingan spun lazily. Alright. Masashi nodded, lifting the sword to strike. For some reason, his Suzunu was white. Even when using Sage Art enhancements, it remained the same color. Could it be because the first bloodline limit he replicated and mastered was Ice Style? That didn't seem related. While pondering this, Suzunu's massive blade cut through the air with surprising speed. Honestly, fighting with Suzunu was pretty dull. It was like Hashirama using his wood golem or True several thousand hands, just brute strength and repetitive attacks. The first strike caused the Kaguya clan's structures to tremble, revealing how poorly maintained their buildings were. The ground cracked under the force, spiderweb patterns spreading outward from the impact point. Obito walked out of the smoke leisurely, his posture arrogant. The debris passed harmlessly through his form. That's it? He scoffed. Patience. There's more, Masashi replied. Suzunu's other hand materialized another chakra sword, and two more hands sprouted from its back, each wielding a blade. With four swords in play, the strikes became fiercer. Each blade moved in a different pattern, creating a web of attacks that would force even the most skilled shinobi to exhaust their chakra dodging. Meanwhile, in Kamyui's dimension, Shizue held Obito's mask, watching fragments of Obito's body flicker in and out of existence. He was intrigued but also a bit troubled. The flashes were so brief he couldn't decide where to strike. Maybe a kick would work. If he hit from the side, what would happen? Just as he had this thought, a piece of Obito's body flickered into view. Acting on impulse, Shizue delivered a swift and powerful kick. The moment the fragment vanished, his expression shifted. That texture. No way. The more he thought about it, the more sure he felt. Suddenly, Shizue felt an overwhelming urge to wash his foot. The Kaguya clan's territory lay in ruins. Although Suzunu didn't directly attack the compound, The shockwaves from its assaults caused widespread destruction, collapsing many buildings. After a relentless bout of fighting, Masashi suddenly noticed Obito curled up on the ground in a strange position. He was using his Mangekyo Sharingan's abilities, but the more he used them, the more tightly he curled up. The distortions in space around him were becoming increasingly erratic. Masashi paused, a little taken aback. What's going on? Some new tactic? Black Zetsu had only just started laying the groundwork. He couldn't afford to let Obito ruin his momentum. Details mattered when it came to manipulating people. Hurting Obito wasn't a big deal. In Black Zetsu's eyes, Obito's persona was that of someone burdened by his clan's fate yet yearning for world peace, someone who could be used without disrupting the grand plan. That was why Black Zetsu tolerated Masashi's limited assaults on Obito, chalking them up as self-inflicted. But if Masashi went too far and something truly interesting happened, Black Zetsu would inevitably get suspicious. Masashi didn't care much about Obito's actions, but he had nothing but respect for Black Zetsu and Madara. Simply stopping Obito wouldn't deter those two. Their plans run deeper than any single pawn. Even without Obito, there was still Nagato of the Uzumaki. And if neither of them worked out, there were surely backup plans. Keeping both Obito and Nagato alive, however, allowed Masashi to maintain some degree of control over the situation. So, while he walked a fine line, he never pushed it too far, unless he could master yin-yang release. At that point, nothing else would matter. Susanoo took a single step forward, and with the resulting quake, a few more of the Kaguya clan's buildings crumbled. The quality of their construction was really abysmal. Positioned at the fringes of the village, their situation mirrored that of the Uchiha clan after the Nine-Tails attack in the original timeline. But at least the Uchiha clan's downfall had been orchestrated secretly, in collaboration with spies in the Hokage's office. The Kaguya, on the other hand, had been openly annihilated by Kiri's regular army, in both the original timeline and this one. For a ninja clan, this was the most tragic and imaginable. In the Ninja Village era, a clan's reputation mattered above all else. As long as their name wasn't tarnished, even a lone survivor had a chance to rebuild. But once their reputation was lost, no matter how many members remained, the clan would inevitably crumble. In the original timeline, the Uchiha had nearly been wiped out, but their name was never disgraced. From beginning to end, they hadn't been labeled as traitors. Thus, the Uchiha retained a place in Hidden Leaf Village's ninja system, until Sasuke's open defection. Only then was the Uchiha name erased from the system. And since he was the last Uchiha left, his defection effectively branded the entire clan as traitors. Sasuke's gamble to either succeed or perish made sense in its own way. But Itachi's actions? Clearly, something was wrong with his head. And to think he expected Sasuke to return to Hidden Leaf Village as a hero? What did he take the ninja village for, a tea house? Come and go as you please? If not for Naruto steadfastly vouching for him with his status as Hidden Leaf Village's strongest ally and future Hokage, Sasuke wouldn't have stood a chance of returning. Fugaku's parenting handbook must have been something he picked up at a street stall. As Susanoo dissipated like a mirage, Masashi landed on the ground. At this distance, he could control any move Obito might make using Kami. On the ground, Obito finally raised his head. His face twitched uncontrollably, and tears welled up in his eye. Masashi's expression grew increasingly peculiar as he took in Obito's posture. Something's really wrong here. Obito was hunched over, his hands clasped tightly between his legs, his thighs clenched together. Even his Mangekyo Sharingan seemed to spin irregularly. He glared at Masashi with gritted teeth, his voice forced out through clenched jaws. You are so despicable. Masashi paused. Wait. What did I do? All I did was summon Susanoo and take a few swings. Sure, I might have held back a bit, but how's that despicable? Wait a second. Shisui. What exactly did you hit on Obito? Finally realizing the source of Obito's agony, Masashi took a few steps back, a cold chill running through him. I only had tea with Shisui once. How did he come up with such a devastating technique? Grrrr. Obito let out a strange sound, pulling one hand away to pound the ground with all his might. Masashi stepped back further, wary of anything splattering onto him. He patted the scroll pouch at his waist. Inside were plans he'd stayed up all night preparing for Obito. But Shisui's otherworldly kick had completely upended his plans. If he tried anything now, Obito might actually die here today. In a flash, several contingency plans crossed his mind, but he dismissed them all. He turned away. And there, sneaking back, was Yagura, watching him and Obito with a peculiar look in his eyes. It wasn't me, Masashi clarified quickly. If this got out, his nickname would turn into something along the lines of Hidden Leaf Village's groin smasher. Never underestimate the speed of intelligence sharing among the 5 Kage. I understand, Yagura said, nodding thoughtfully. After all, battles to the death can get intense. I've been there myself. Masashi didn't bother responding and walked toward Obito. Just stay still. I'll take you back for treatment. Leave. Get lost. Obito roared. Moments later, Shizui was flung out headfirst. He managed an elegant midair flip and landed steadily on his feet. When he saw Obito's current state, Shizui's face flushed with embarrassment. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to, he said sincerely. But don't worry. Hidden Leaf Village's medical team is full of skilled ninjas. They'll definitely be able to fix this. Obito, now standing at a distance, looked furious as he glared at Masashi and Shizui. His Mangekyo Sharingan spun wildly. Mark my words. I'll be back. Clearly, he hadn't accepted Shizui's apology. Not only did he reject it, but he was already planning his revenge. As for how he would carry it out, that was anyone's guess. Masashi hoped Obito would understand the concept of accountability and direct his revenge at Shizui. Mangekyo against Mangekyo. That seemed fair. After delivering his threat, Obito disappeared into the void of Kami. This time, he didn't return. Ain't you going to stop him? Yagura asked. Masashi glanced at Yagura's weapon, which bore bloodstains and something else. There's no stopping the space-time ability of the Mangekyo Sharingan, he said, offering a passable excuse. Then he asked, did you finish what you came here for, Mizukage-sama? Yes. Yagura smiled faintly. Luckily, I stayed vigilant. The Kaguya clan had imprisoned a prodigy, you see. Fair enough. So Yagura had gotten there first. That didn't matter as long as Orochimaru didn't get his hands on them. Then you'd better keep a close eye on them, Mizukage-sama, Masashi advised. I spotted Orochimaru on my way here. Orochimaru? Yagura's expression turned serious. Another dangerous individual. No one ignored a ninja of Orochimaru's caliber, an old-school Kage-level threat. The term Kage level varied slightly depending on the village's perspective. For instance, in Hidden Leaf Village, such a ninja might be called Hokage level. In other villages, the terminology changed accordingly. But the deeper meaning was the same. Each village believed their Kage was the strongest, and even among Kage, there were hierarchies. Respect had to be shown accordingly. Masashi, Shizui, I'll take my leave now. Let's talk after the battle. With that, Yagura hurried off. This battle had cost Hidden Mist Village dearly, wiping out most of their clans with bloodline limit. Whatever promising talents remained, he would do everything to protect them. Chapter 121, New Home, Old Wounds. The year had already passed its halfway point. As Masashi and Shizui once again stood before the gates of Hidden Leaf Village, basking in the pleasant weather of the Land of Fire, they both felt comfort. It was truly delightful. Stretching leisurely, Masashi turned to Yagura with a smile. Mizukage-sama, this is your first time in Hidden Leaf Village, isn't it? Yes, it's indeed a unique experience. To establish a truly amicable relationship between Hidden Mist Village and Hidden Leaf Village, this Mizukage had gone all out. He personally traveled to Hidden Leaf Village, accompanied by Ao and Mai. A gesture of absolute sincerity. Masashi and Shizui, not ones to take advantage of others, showed full respect to Yagura throughout the journey, extending meticulous care to ensure his comfort. It wouldn't do to let their guest feel even a hint of displeasure. Such conduct would be contrary to the traditional virtues of Hidden Leaf Village. Once assured that Yagura was in a pleasant mood, Masashi turned his attention elsewhere. Are you both adapting well, Hikari, Haku? The Hidden Mist Village contingent consisted of 3 individuals. In addition to Yagura, there was Hikari and her younger brother. Yagura was a man of his word. He followed through on his promises. This too was a demonstration of sincerity, and in a way, it was meant to showcase this to Hidden Leaf Village, offering even the Ice-style bloodline as a gesture of goodwill. Kiri's stance was clear. How Hidden Leaf Village chose to respond was now up to them. Such a display of sincerity would ensure that even the most shrewd minds in the Hokage's office wouldn't make things too difficult for Yagura. Even if Denzo were alive, he wouldn't dare slight the Mizukage, lest he risk alienating Hidden Mist Village from the broader ninja world. Hikari, holding her brother's hand, gazed at Hidden Leaf Village with a sense of dazed wonder. Looking at the towering gates in the distance, she finally felt the reality sink in. She and her brother had found a new life. They would once again live as individuals in this world. Hidden Leaf Village has strict procedures for citizenship. I'll take you to meet the Hokage. He's a kind man. With his endorsement, you'll be able to complete the expedited process for citizenship, Masashi explained. He was confident. Minato would surely agree. Ice style was a renowned bloodline limit in the ninja world, A valuable addition to Hidden Leaf Village's capabilities, a talent the village sorely lacked. Assassination specialist bloodlines were a rarity in Hidden Leaf Village. Yes, I'll rely on you, Hikari said, lowering her head. Haku looked up and noticed tears in his sister's eyes. The perceptive boy said nothing, merely tightening his grip on his sister's hand. In his heart, he clenched his little fist, encouraging himself. Stay strong. Yagura observed the siblings, sighing inwardly. He was reluctant, after all. The ice style. From now on, it would be Hidden Leaf Village's exclusive treasure. Yagura had thought his proactive efforts were sufficient, having built a strong rapport with Haku early on. Yet it was all for naught. Hikari's heart had been won over, and as the saying goes, an elder sister is like a mother. Naturally, Haku followed his sister. Retracting his gaze, Yagura accepted the loss. This was a significant setback, better not to dwell on it. At least it wasn't a total loss. Life always has surprises, and he had unearthed a major treasure from the Kaguya clan. Unlike the potential represented by Hikari and Haku, the boy named Kimimaro had definitely awakened the powerful bloodline limit, Shikatsum Yaku. Thinking of him lifted Yagura's spirits. The group approached Hidden Leaf Village's gates. From a distance, they saw a squad of Hidden Leaf Village ninja already heading toward them. Masashi. The loud voice at the forefront belonged to Tetsuka. This must be the police force? Yagura asked how and Mai. Ow, do you think we could form a similar unit in our village? Mizukage-sama, I'm afraid it would be difficult, not because of manpower, but because we lack the necessary talent, Al replied, unconsciously touching his eye-patch-covered right eye. What do you think, Mai? I share Al's view, Mai said. She had been relatively quiet throughout the journey, perhaps still unsettled by the recent turmoil in Kiri. This turmoil had claimed the lives of many familiar faces, including Mainjutsu. Among the surviving male members of the Hazuki clan, only Suigetsu remained. After hearing their responses, Yagura nodded. He understood the implication of talent. Copying an organizational structure was easy, but without the right personnel, it would be nothing more than an empty shell with no real effectiveness. When Hidden Leaf Village established its medical corps, many villages copied the concept. Most of them later disbanded their medical units, leaving only hospitals in place. The police force was formidable not because of its size, but because it could monitor the entire village and surrounding areas, leaving infiltrators with nowhere to hide. Its combat squads were also above the average ninja level. This strength relied entirely on the Uchiha, Hyuga, and Inuzuka clans. Hidden Mist Village had no equivalent clans. As they spoke, Tetsuka and his squad reached them. Noticing Yagura and his entourage, he grinned widely. Mizukage-sama. Welcome to Hidden Leaf Village. That must have been a tough journey. Not at all, Yagura replied politely. It's rare to have an opportunity to enjoy the beautiful scenery of the Land of Fire. The atmosphere seemed harmonious. Though Hikari and Haku appeared a bit nervous, likely startled by the sudden rush of people, the warmth of the welcome helped them relax. Don't worry, you're safe here, Tetsuka reassured them with a sheepish grin. Hikari managed a small smile, finding his demeanor endearingly simple. Surely someone like this couldn't harbor ill intentions. Where's Fugaku-sama? Masashi asked. He will be here shortly. He had an important meeting and is running a bit late, Tetsuka explained, glancing back toward the gate. Then his expression brightened. Oh, there he is. Let's not keep him waiting, Masashi said, patting Tetsuka on the shoulder. Let's go. Right. Tetsuka waved his hand, and the accompanying police force members formed an escort for the group as they headed toward the gates. As they neared the entrance, Masashi spotted the clan leader. Usually stoic, Fugaku was now wearing a rare smile as he waited to greet Yagura. It just went to show, no one was truly incapable of smiling. If someone claimed they couldn't, it simply meant they didn't want to. Upon reaching the gate, Fugaku stepped forward to shake Yagura's hand. Mizukage-sama, I must apologize. The village has been chaotic after the recent battle, and the notification from Masashi came late. It's regrettable that you had to travel such a long distance personally, Fugaku said before turning to Masashi with a stern expression. You haven't shown any disrespect to the Mizukage, have you? Masashi resisted the urge to roll his eyes, maintaining a polite smile instead. No need to worry, Fugaku-sama. I've gotten along quite well with Masashi. If anything, I find him too formal, Yagura said with a hearty laugh. That's a relief, Fugaku replied, chuckling. This boy barely respects me as clan leader. I worried he might lack decorum. Not at all. If he were one of my juniors, I'd be quite fond of him. Watching the two adults exchange pleasantries and subtly take advantage of him, Masashi chuckled coldly to himself. Keep laughing. But by tonight, that little stash of hidden under your tatami mat will be gone. The name Hidden Leaf Village was unfamiliar to Haku. Though he was said to be an orphan of the Yuki clan, the term Yuki clan was equally foreign to him. Strictly speaking, he and his sister were not biological siblings. However, Hiku's mother knew Hikari, and thus he came to know her as well. Hikari liked Hiku a lot and asked him to call her sister, but the precocious Hiku saw it as an act of condescension from someone of higher status. Both of Hiku's parents were marginalized in the Yuki clan. They neither awakened a bloodline limit nor possessed any talent as ninjas. Hidden Mist Village was not Hidden Leaf Village. Clan members like them were branded as useless and received few resources. In the Land of Water, fairness existed in a peculiar way. Even ninja clans had to work tirelessly to maintain their place. No opponent would go easy on them due to their status, only one could survive. No one wanted to die. For ninja clans, ensuring their ninjas' survival meant prioritizing resources for those who could fight. As the child of ordinary clan members with no notable talent, he never felt familial love from the clan and naturally held no regard for the Yuki name. Hikari was not a ninja either, but as the daughter of the Yuki clan's leader and a skilled manager, she was respected, though the respect was akin to how one treats a prized pet. Hiku thought they were different, but in Hikari's eyes, they were the same. On the night of the clan's massacre, all titles and statuses lost their meaning. Obito, with pure malice, annihilated every ninja in the Yuki clan. At the time, Yagura remained in hiding and allowed Obito to lead the Anbu in this massacre. Fortunately, Obito had his reservations and spared some Yuki clan members with non-combatant statuses. In the end, only Hikari and Hiku remained in the village, and that too for reasons that could not be disclosed. For Hikari, her situation didn't change much. The Hazuki clan ensured her basic needs were met, but she lost her superficial freedom. Her once prominent status now made her a pawn for the Hazuki clan to curry favor with powerful figures. Still, she had to live. She had to survive to protect Hiku. Hiku was the only remaining member of her clan in her eyes. The exiled Yuki members ceased to be part of the clan from that moment on. If they didn't erase their identities, they wouldn't meet a good end. In this process, Hiku truly came to see Hikari as his sister. By the age of 5, he understood a great deal about life. He obeyed Yagura's arrangements, hoping to save Hikari from her plight. Now, it seemed as though he and Hikari had escaped the pit of fire. The sun in Hidden Leaf Village was warm, and the air was pleasant. Everywhere he looked, there were people. There were no towering, cold fortresses. Shops lined the streets, and villagers strolled freely, their laughter filling the air. Villagers didn't avoid ninjas when they saw them. Ninjas and ordinary people conversed with mutual respect. Many street-side food stalls were filled with both civilians and ninjas sitting together, chatting and eating without discomfort. So, this is what a village outside Hidden Mist Village is like. Suddenly, Hiku felt a surge of anticipation. Hikari Nizan, can we live here in the future? Hiku looked up and asked her, who was also observing the surroundings. Yes. It seems like this is where we'll be living from now on. Hikari gazed at the streets so unlike Kiri, taking in the genuine joy of the people around her. She felt as though her past life had been a waste. So, life could actually be this carefree. Not seems, but definitely. Masashi, walking ahead of the siblings, turned back. You're already Hidden Leaf villagers now. Get used to it. Don't worry, the villagers here are very friendly, Shishui added, smiling warmly at the two. Meanwhile, Tetsuka looked on curiously. He felt a tiny pang of envy. Masashi could casually bring back beautiful women. Tetsuka wished he had that talent. But would these siblings also be moving to the Uchiha compound? He mused that there were still plenty of vacant plots in the compound. Building a house wouldn't be difficult, just time-consuming. Masashi, where do you plan to have them live? Unable to suppress his curiosity, Tetsuka asked. Hikari and Hiku turned their gaze toward Masashi upon hearing this. Having a house was essential for settling down, a universal belief, even in the Naruto world. There are plenty of houses in Hidden Leaf Village. Let the Hokage decide, Masashi replied casually. After joining Hidden Leaf Village, villagers could buy land to build their homes or rent apartments. Both the North and South districts had numerous options. If they found it too expensive, they could consider the West district, though it was less desirable due to poor accessibility. Given Hikari and Hiku's special status, finances wouldn't be an issue. Once Hidden Leaf Village allowed them to join, such matters would be covered by public funds. Hidden Leaf Village even had a budget specifically for recruiting talent. Ahead, Fugaku and Yagura were engrossed in a lively conversation, paying no attention to the minor happenings behind them. Ao and Mai watched the siblings with amusement. You don't have to worry, Mai assured them. Given your unique status, Hidden Leaf Village will take care of everything. For now, you don't have to worry about income. What about later? Can I find a job myself? Hiku mustered the courage to ask, finding her less intimidating despite her Hidden Mist Village background. You're still young, Mai said fondly, patting Haku's head. She appreciated how mature he was for his age. Besides, what if you become a ninja? Then you won't need to worry at all. After comforting Haku, Mai glanced at a figure ahead and added silently in her heart, even if you can't become a ninja, he won't let you suffer. She was about to admire Hidden Leaf Village's charm further when she noticed Ao seemed troubled. Ow, what's wrong? Oh, nothing. I'm just amazed by Hidden Leaf Village's prosperity, Ao replied with a smile. He seemed fine, but Mai quickly figured it out. It was about Ao's right eye. Though he wore an eye patch, this was Hidden Leaf Village, home to the Hyuga clan. At any moment, they could encounter them. The seal on his eye patch was merely to prevent the Byakugan from being stolen, not to hide the fact he had one. It simply wasn't possible. The Sharingan users ahead had already noticed the Byakugan under his eye patch. If they could see it, the Hyuga clan certainly would. Being in the heart of the Byakugan's origin, Ao's tension was understandable. Ao was part of Yagura's second gesture of goodwill, a bargaining chip in negotiations. While the Hokage wouldn't forcibly take the Byakugan on Yagura's behalf, encountering the Hyuga clan could be unpredictable. In Hidden Leaf Village, a hot-headed young ninja might already have charged forward shouting, "Prepare to die." Mai didn't fully believe the Hidden Leaf Village clans were much different from Kiri's, but she trusted Yagura. Ao, too, though nervous, followed Yagura's decision without hesitation. After passing through a particularly bustling street, they arrived at a building. A large round emblem hung above it, with a bold red character for fire in the center. They had reached the Hokage building. Chapter 122, Hide and Seek. With the clan head as Masashi exited the Hokage building, only Hikari and Haku remained by his side. Everything related to Yagura from Hidden Mist Village would be arranged by Fugaku, who would accompany them throughout. If anyone wanted to ask about the recent events in Kiri, honestly, it was Shizui who was the official envoy. Any inquiries should go to him. Masashi was off the clock. Before leaving, he would first settle Hikari and Haku. Minato was a straightforward man. With a broad gesture in the Hokage's office, he told Masashi to handle things as he saw fit, whatever was convenient. Since that was the case, he decided not to hold back. Haku was a prodigy, and prodigies needed to be nurtured under close supervision. Although he hadn't managed to recruit Kinema Earl this time, it didn't matter. Every success counted. Collecting talented individuals required patience, not haste. First, he would arrange accommodations for the siblings, then present a grand gift to the clan head, and finally have a celebratory drink with Tetsuka and the others. That was his perfect plan for the day. "I'll take you to meet a kind old grandpa," Masashi said to the siblings, keeping his voice gentle. Hikari and Haku, unfamiliar with their surroundings, still seemed a little dazed. Just moments ago, in front of Minato, both had been too nervous to even breathe properly. Haku had kept glancing at the floor, while Hikari's shoulders had remained stiff throughout the meeting. Although Minato was approachable and cheerful with the villagers in the village, outside the village, his nickname, Yellow Flash, was earned through countless battles. It represented a reputation forged in blood. Thus, despite his warm demeanor, they remained tense. Haku's nervousness stemmed from following Hikari's cues, but Hikari was genuinely afraid. The only Hidden Leaf Village ninja she wasn't scared of now was Masashi. Her feelings toward him were purely of gratitude. "Here, hold my hand," Masashi said, extending his hands to them. Hikari grasped it without hesitation. Seeing his sister's response, Haku also reached out and held Masashi's other hand. The scene around them blurred, and the street vanished, replaced by a house. Traditional Uchiha architecture stood before them, modest yet dignified. Realizing they had arrived somewhere else, Masashi let go of their hands and stepped forward to knock on the door. This was the home of Satsuna. Since Fugaku would undoubtedly return home late tonight, arrangements for accommodations had to go through Satsuna. Technically, with Masashi's current status within the Uchiha clan, he could have made the arrangements himself, but he preferred not to bypass protocol in matters involving clan operations. After knocking, footsteps were soon heard from within. "Who is it?" The door opened, and Satsuna appeared. Despite his status as an elder, he lived simply. His household consisted of his wife, his daughter had already married and left. Physically fit and independent, he had never employed any servants. "Oh, it's you, kid," Satsuna greeted loudly. "Wife. Make some tea, we have guests." "You old coot, always shouting." "I'm not deaf, you know," an older woman grumbled as she appeared, breaking into a smile when she saw Masashi. "If it isn't little Masashi. What brings you here today?" "You're as energetic as ever," Masashi replied with a grin. "I'm here to report to Satsuna-sama." "Sama? My foot." "Just an old man," she teased. "What's wrong with calling me Sama?" "I am an elder," Satsuna huffed before turning to Hikari and Haku, who quickly bowed nervously. Recognizing their bow as a traditional hidden mist village courtesy, Setsuna raised an eyebrow. Our ways are different from Kiri's, but kindness speaks all languages, he mused, studying the siblings. First it was Hidden Sand Village, and now it's Kiri? He remarked, eyeing Masashi. I know what you're up to. Fugaku-sama is too busy, Masashi said with a sheepish laugh. And you're more amenable to my requests, old man. Fine. You young folks handle your business. Come in, all of you. Setsuna-sama, Haku is a boy, Masashi clarified, noting Setsuna's confused glance at the child. What? Well, Tetsuka's still ugly. What does Tetsuka's looks have to do with this? Is this still about that time he accidentally ruined the flowers you were growing? Still holding grudges, eh? Compared to this old man, Fugaku seemed so magnanimous. Still, Tetsuka was a good friend. Every time Masashi flaunted Fugaku's calligraphy, Tetsuka laughed the loudest and even showed it to others. When caught by Fugaku, he never betrayed Masashi, even taking the blame himself. That was brotherhood. Bringing Hikari and Haku into Setsuna's home, sipping tea brewed by the kind old lady, Masashi felt that nowhere compared to Hidden Leaf Village. The familiar scent of green tea filled the room as they sat around the low table, the siblings gradually relaxing in the warm atmosphere. Outside, he was a ninja. Here, he was just a kid. The market district has changed quite a bit, Setsuna's wife said, refilling Haku's teacup. You'll find everything you need there. The fish seller, old Tanaka, he gets fresh catch from the land of waves every morning. Hikari perked up slightly at the mention of the country. We passed through Wave on our way here. Did you now? Setsuna leaned forward, his stern expression softening. Good people there. They've been trading with us since the first Hokage's time. He glanced at Masashi. Speaking of old ties, I suppose you'll need proper accommodations for these two? If it's not too much trouble, Setsuna-sama. Trouble? Setsuna snorted. The empty house next to Fugaku's has been gathering dust. Might as well put it to use. He pulled out a scroll and brush. Besides, can't have him saying I'm not doing my part for the clan's future. The garden there is quite nice, Setsuna's wife added, smiling at Hikari. I'm sure you make good use of it. Haku, who had been quietly sipping his tea with perfect manners, looked up with interest at the mention of a garden. They're adapting well to our customs, Masashi noted, watching Haku carefully handle his teacup. Just like you did with the Hidden Sand Village refugee, Setsuna replied with a knowing look as he finished writing the note. The location will help them integrate faster. He handed the paper to Masashi. Here. This should give you everything you need. Masashi accepted the key to the new home with flattery that had the old couple beaming. Then, he took Hikari and Haku to inspect their new living quarters. A team of clanspeople had already arrived to clean, arrange furniture, and organize the place. By evening, Hikari and Haku could move in, without lifting a finger. The luxurious treatment left the siblings uneasy. Hikari found herself at a loss for what to do with her hands. The Uchiha clan was nothing like she had imagined. Everything about them contrasted sharply with Kiri. In Kiri, the Uchiha were seen as powerful, aloof, and cold, a clan famed for their Sharingan and unparalleled abilities in battle, described as elegant yet merciless. When she had been sent to serve the White Ghost, she had assumed Masashi fit this description. She couldn't have been more wrong. Initially, she thought he was an exception. But even an elder of the clan treated her and Haku warmly. After today's experience, it seemed the entire Uchiha clan wasn't so different. They were kind and approachable. Feeling dazed, she followed Masashi into the house as he explained the layout, where to shop, and the monthly living allowance. Don't overthink it, he reassured her, noticing her unease. The allowance is provided by the village. You're both considered valuable talents, so this is standard treatment. But I haven't done anything. Hikari said hesitantly, her fingers twisting in her sleeve. Life works that way sometimes, Masashi shrugged. It's not about what you've done, but what your ancestors did. The Yuki clan deserves this recognition. Seeing that Hikari was relaxing, he nodded in satisfaction. Just focus on living well and raising Haku. In a couple of years, he'll be ready for the ninja academy. Haku tugged at Masashi's sleeve and asked seriously, but my parents weren't ninjas. That doesn't matter. My parents weren't ninjas either, Masashi said, crouching down to tweak Haku's nose. We all have hidden potential. Some can tap into it, and some can't. Your parents may not have had the chance to try fully in Kiri. Haku seemed to grasp the idea somewhat and nodded. All right, get settled. Later, I'll take you both out for dinner and show you around the neighborhood. Masashi said. Masashi-sama, where are you going? Hikari asked instinctively, then immediately regretted it. Why had she questioned him? Just call me Masashi, he said. Fugaku-sama invited me over. I'll be right back. As he stepped out of his room, he immediately spotted the house of Fugaku next door. He glanced at the sky. The sun was shining brightly. Visiting Fugaku's house in broad daylight, instead of sneaking around at night, felt a bit unusual. But it didn't matter. After all, Fugaku wasn't home. Masashi couldn't quite recall when it all started, but he had developed a peculiar habit of finding Fugaku's prized calligraphy pieces, hidden like treasures, and hiding them elsewhere. Things only got complicated later when Tetsuka became an unplanned participant, causing some of Fugaku's calligraphy works to scatter throughout the village. The chaos had an unexpected benefit: it added another layer to their training. It wasn't intentional. Masashi usually joked about it casually. Honestly, Tetsuka didn't get wrongly accused when he was scolded. He was always the one caught in the act, and he really did lose the calligraphy pieces. Every single piece that went missing had passed through Tetsuka's hands. Standing at Fugaku's door, Masashi knocked. After knocking for a while, no one answered. No one's home. Masashi sighed. Mikoto sure knows us well. She's probably tired of finding calligraphy in strange places. With that, he casually climbed over the wall and entered. Not a soul in sight. Since that was the case, the game was on. The first stop was the study. This was Fugaku's favorite place, where he spent most of his time and handled some clan-related documents. It required a careful search. Entering the study, he activated his Sharingan and scanned the room meticulously, not sparing a single tatami mat. He didn't find any calligraphy pieces but did discover a new hidden compartment. Unfortunately, it was empty. Noted for next time, he thought, resuming his Sharingan-powered search. This had become an unspoken game between him and Fugaku since they became familiar with each other. What started as a simple challenge had evolved into a complex training exercise for both of them. Whenever Masashi searched for the calligraphy, he would only use his Sharingan. If he couldn't find anything without touching, it meant he lost. On the other hand, Fugaku would only hide his calligraphy in shared spaces like the tea room, study, living room, or training room. Hiding them in private areas would count as his loss. One practiced using the Sharingan, and the other perfected the art of hiding. So far, Masashi was the undefeated champion. It was far more effective than regular training. It honed both the eyes and the mind. The only downside was Fugaku's calligraphy skills seemed to be locked at their current level. Despite all these years, there had been no improvement in his artistry, only in his hiding techniques. Masashi even felt anxious on his behalf. Was this what they called developing the wrong skill set? A little secret Fugaku didn't know: Tetsuka also practiced calligraphy and was actually better than him. Otherwise, why would he always laugh so heartily every time? He genuinely understood calligraphy. Masashi had only discovered this secret last year and was utterly shocked. With the thought, this might actually be challenging today, Masashi continued exploring. Fugaku's house was truly large, otherwise, this game wouldn't have lasted for years without a change of venue. Before he knew it, Masashi realized it was almost 5 in the afternoon. Had he been searching this long? And he still hadn't found it? Impossible. This wasn't like Fugaku at all. As daylight began to fade, Masashi, though reluctant, had to face the truth. He had lost today. Not only lost, he had even run out of time. Admitting defeat, he returned to the courtyard. As expected, Fugaku was already there, leisurely sipping tea. Seeing Masashi step out, Fugaku's face lit up with a slightly smug smile. The victory clearly pleased him. Fugaku-sama, where's Mikoto? She's at the Namikaze household. They're eating there tonight, Fugaku replied, glancing at Masashi. Went to Hidden Mist Village and your skills deteriorated this much? Wow. One win, and he's already showing off? Masashi now understood where Sasuke's "I think I'm good again" personality in the original timeline came from. What are you talking about? I just saw your house empty during the day and worried about spies sneaking in, so I came to inspect. A loss is a loss. Nothing shameful about it, Fugaku said, finding the tea particularly delightful. He put down the teacup and stood up, his expression shifting to something more serious. Come with me. I need to ask you something. All right. Following Fugaku into the study, Masashi watched as he stopped in front of a landscape painting on the wall. The expression on Fugaku's face was filled with emotion. Masashi took a glance. It wasn't anything special, just a cheap piece of decor. What was there to be emotional about? The next moment, his jaw dropped. Fugaku touched the painting, and with a whoosh, a pile of scrolls spilled out. Time-space ninjutsu? That couldn't be right. Masashi had scanned the area with his Sharingan earlier. There were no traces of time-space techniques. Then it dawned on him. Turning to Fugaku, he saw the clan leader's eyes transform into the Mangekyo Sharingan, with its distinct pattern beyond the 3 tomoe. Masashi stared in disbelief. Was this necessary? Was it really necessary to go this far? A mnemonic, Fugaku said. That's what I named it. What do you think of this technique? Fantastic. Masashi gave a thumbs up. Isn't this a bit overkill? What do you think? Fugaku's expression darkened. Finding them is one thing, but why show them to that fool Tetsuka? That was just a coincidence. And this was just a coincidence too, Fugaku said coolly. By coincidence, I developed this dojutsu and decided to put it to use. You're the clan leader. Whatever you say goes. Use it sparingly, Fugaku-sama, Masashi advised, deciding he'd have to take it easy in future games. Using Mangekyo Sharingan to hide calligraphy was simply too extreme. Overuse could lead to blindness. Don't worry. This level of usage won't cause permanent damage. Fugaku nodded, feeling validated by Masashi's concern. I know the Mangekyo better than you do. Yes, you're absolutely right. Masashi nodded like a pecking chick. Just try not to overdo it. Fugaku didn't dwell on the topic. He had more serious matters to discuss. Today, I had a lengthy discussion with the fourth Mizukage. Did you use Susanoo in Kiri? Hearing this, Fugaku's expression grew serious. The atmosphere in the room shifted. I did, Masashi admitted. There was no reason to hide it. Still with 3 Tomoe? Yes. Fugaku fell silent for a long time. He had to admit that Masashi's ability to use Susanoo had opened a new path of training for the Uchiha clan. Previously, the absence of Mangekyo meant this path couldn't compare to traditional methods. But now that Susanoo had been unlocked, things were different. The greatest value of the Mangekyo Sharingan lay in Susanoo. The Uchiha clan's 3 legendary dojutsu, also forbidden techniques, were Susanoo, Izanagi, and Izanami. Each with its own price to pay. The clan faces new challenges even though times are less dire than before. Your ability to use Susanoo is a blessing, Fugaku said, nodding. After using it, did you experience any discomfort in your eyes? The Mangekyo Sharingan's overuse could lead to blindness, a basic principle every Uchiha aware of its existence understood. But only those with significant experience knew that as long as one used only their unique Mangekyo techniques, blindness would take much longer. Rapid blindness typically occurred from frequent use of Susanoo. The closer Susanoo came to its complete form, the faster the Mangekyo deteriorated. In short, Susanoo was the Mangekyo's ultimate strength, and its greatest curse. I didn't feel anything unusual. Everything's fine, Masashi replied, especially pleased with this aspect. Really? Fugaku wasn't entirely convinced. It wasn't about mistrusting Masashi but rather considering that side effects might not manifest immediately. Still, Fugaku thought it might be time to teach Masashi a certain technique. He was curious how far Masashi could go. Are that pair of siblings settled in the house next door? Yes, Fugaku-sama. The Yuki clan's ice style is quite impressive. Be nice to them. You don't need to remind me. Go get them, and let's have dinner at Minato's house. That's all you wanted to ask me? Of course not. Let's eat first. We'll talk afterward. Chapter 123, Pride, Power, and Preschoolers. Masashi wasn't particularly eager to dine at Minato's house. A dinner there meant an entire evening gone, and his plans for a relaxing night with some sake were down the drain. But on second thought, he'd lost today. Without Fugaku's prized calligraphy piece to enhance the mood, it just wouldn't feel the same. Although Fugaku had displayed his work, could Masashi take it? No way. Not that Fugaku would refuse, but it was a matter of pride. A real man stood tall, even in defeat. For now, dinner it was. Masashi gave Fugaku a parting glance as he casually made his way next door. Fugaku shook his head, gathered the scrolls scattered across the tatami, and carefully stored them in a newly installed hidden compartment. Except for one, the newest edition, a fresh scroll. He knew exactly how many scrolls he'd hidden. A sudden extra one? Clearly, Masashi had sneaked it in again. His methods of smuggling items were becoming increasingly subtle. Opening the scroll, he nodded in satisfaction. It was as he thought, a new edition. Maintaining a hobby, it seemed, wasn't easy. The Mangekyo was truly remarkable. With its power, the tides of battle could always turn unless Masashi's Sharingan advanced even further. Work hard, brat. Otherwise, you'll never see my masterpieces again. Still, the boy's development of Yang release techniques was genuinely impressive. Another update this time, even. Satisfied, he stowed the scroll away and, hands behind his back, strode out of the courtyard. Outside, he spotted Masashi leading 2 figures, Hikari and Haku, out of the compound. Haku, being a child, showed little nervousness and more excitement. Hikari, on the other hand, was visibly uneasy. Seeing her anxious demeanor, He decided to project the kindness of a senior figure, ensuring she felt at ease within the Uchiha clan. With that thought, he approached and flashed his signature dignified, yet deeply reassuring elderly benevolence smile. "Don't be nervous. We're all family here." Hikari quickly bowed. "Fugaku-sama." She was so nervous, beads of sweat had already formed on her forehead. Ever since arriving in Hidden Leaf Village, she'd encountered one high-ranking individual after another. "No need for formalities," Fugaku said, his smile growing even more benevolent. "You can call me Uncle Fugaku. If that feels too sudden, just call me clan leader, like Masashi does." "Fugaku-sama." Hikari's cheeks flushed as she caught onto his implication. She stole a glance at Masashi. The white ghost, however, seemed oblivious. He was merely clicking his tongue, as though evaluating Fugaku's smile. He was definitely holding back laughter. Hikari was certain this was Masashi's current thought. From her time at Kiri's welcoming hall, she'd learned to decipher his expressions. Still, what a close relationship they had. As the daughter of the Yuki clan's leader, she had never enjoyed such casual interactions with her father. This must be the ease of the truly powerful. She admired it, not Masashi's strength, but his attitude toward life. It was something she longed for but lacked. "It's getting late. Let's go," Fugaku said, taking the lead. Any longer, and he might just lose his temper. If reincarnation were real, he was convinced Masashi must have spent his past life being repeatedly beaten up. Leaving the clan grounds, the group began the walk from the southern district to the northern one. Along the way, Fugaku decided it was a good opportunity to discuss matters and align their narratives. After all, certain things had to be addressed when they reached Minato's place. "Masashi, a few issues arose while you were in Kiri. Some will require your attention." "Oh? What issues?" "First, Hidden Leaf Village will soon formalize a treaty with Hidden Stones Village. You'll need to take those two kids and represent Hidden Leaf Village as the official envoy to Hidden Stones Village for the signing." "They're acting tough for a defeated village?" Masashi asked, feigning ignorance. "That's why you need to go," Fugaku said. "Don't get impatient. There's no one better suited. Your presence will keep the Hidden Stones Village ninjas in check and expedite the process. With the Mizukage here, the rear is secure, but Hidden Clouds Village remains unsigned, likely waiting to see how things unfold. The Two Tails is still captive. Are they giving up on it? Of course not. They've been feigning weakness, claiming poor conditions, and asking for delays. They've even paid maintenance fees for the Jinchuriki's care. Hidden Clouds Village was still the same, shameless. I see what's going on. Good. You know the situation. The fourth Hokage will give you discretion over the treaty terms. Handle it swiftly. Once Hidden Stones Village is settled, Hidden Clouds Village won't be able to stall any longer." Masashi nodded. There was no way Hidden Clouds Village could hold out. Hidden Leaf Village's alliance with Hidden Mist Village and Hidden Sand Village, along with peace with Hidden Stones Village, would isolate Hidden Clouds Village, making it a clear target. Onoki wouldn't hesitate to kick them while they were down, and Kiri, hungry for external resources, might join Hidden Leaf Village in another strike against Hidden Clouds Village. A 1-against-3 scenario? Hidden Clouds Village couldn't handle it. Personally, Masashi wouldn't mind seeing Hidden Clouds Village take a hit. In the original timeline, they had been the ones kicking Hidden Leaf Village when it was down. Back then, Hidden Leaf Village was far weaker, with only Hidden Sand Village as a nominal ally. It had lost the fourth Hokage, the Sannin, the White Fang, and Jinchuriki. Its lower ranks were depleted after the Nine Tails attack and renewed clashes with Hidden Stones Village, leaving the village too exhausted for further conflict. Continuing the fight would have revealed Hidden Leaf Village's true frailty. Hidden Clouds Village had predicted this, so they mercilessly struck. The arrogance of their envoy, a mere Chunin-level ninja, showed their attitude. What was more, the envoy attempted to kidnap Hinata on his first night in Hidden Leaf Village. Hiruzen's response was timid, as were the Hyuga clan's leaders, though under the circumstances, their choices made sense for the village. In hindsight, they had reacted swiftly given Hidden Clouds Village's calculated aggression. The result? Hidden Leaf Village lost a valuable elite like Hizashi, while Hidden Clouds Village suffered nothing but the loss of a disposable envoy. Hidden Leaf Village's sacrifices since the Third War had become Hidden Clouds Village's stepping stones to power, painting Hidden Leaf Village as weak and Hidden Clouds Village as strong. While much had changed now, Masashi's disdain for Hidden Clouds Village remained. After all, he'd poured his heart into Hidden Leaf Village. Don't worry, Fugaku-sama. I'll make sure Hidden Clouds Village behaves. As the group arrived at Minato's house, the sounds of laughter and cheer could already be heard from within. Don't get the wrong idea, it wasn't because the house had poor soundproofing. It was simply that Fugaku and Masashi had exceptionally good hearing. As the sound of knocking echoed, The door opened, but the first thing to appear was a small figure. 3-year-old Naruto was already filled with energy. The little guy charged out with a shout and latched onto his left leg with a loud splat. Masashi was perplexed. He was just about to step inside. Wait, was his relationship with Naruto this good? Then, he saw Sasuke bouncing out energetically. When Sasuke saw Masashi and Naruto clinging to his leg, his eyes lit up, as if some strange switch had been activated. Another splat. Now there were 2 little kids, one clinging to each leg, suddenly staring at each other and seemingly exchanging intense eye beams. Masashi frowned. With one hand each, he picked up the 2 tiny versions of Azura and Indra, carrying them inside alongside Fugaku. He could feel Fugaku's amused glance at the situation. Hey! Fugaku, Masashi, come help. Minato called out from inside, clearly setting up for a feast as he tidied up the table. Masashi first set down Naruto and Sasuke, who quickly scampered off to Mikoto, giggling and asking for hugs. He glanced inside the house. Where's Karen? Oh, that child is so considerate. She's in the kitchen helping Kushina. Minato spoke cheerfully. Seeing him still fussing over the table, Hikari, who had been following Masashi, quickly stepped up to assist. No need to trouble yourself, Hikari. You and Hiko are guests. Minato smiled, then turned to Masashi with a knowing look. Your new girlfriend is quite beautiful. Hikari's face instantly turned red, while Masashi's eyes widened. Wasn't this Hokage the one who signed off on her recruitment himself? How could he forget? Before Masashi could voice his complaint, Kushina's loud voice interrupted him. Dinner's ready. Dinner's ready. She came out of the kitchen, carrying a large pot of stew and signaling the start of the meal. Steam rose from the pot in the center of the table as everyone settled into their seats. The rich aroma of the stew filled the room as Kushina began serving. Naruto bounced in his chair, watching each ladle of stew pour into the bowls, while Sasuke, trying to look like his father, kept fidgeting as he waited for his portion. Naruto, sit properly, Kushina said, ladling stew into bowls. But Mom, Sasuke's not sitting properly either. I am. Sasuke protested, straightening his back even more. Mikoto covered her laugh with a hand while Fugaku pretended not to notice their antics. I can eat more than you, Naruto declared suddenly, pointing his chopsticks at Sasuke. Let's see. Before either mother could intervene, both boys were shoveling rice into their mouths. Sasuke, maintaining his Uchiha dignity for about 3 seconds, matched Naruto's pace bite for bite. Slow down, you'll choke, Minato warned. Right on cue, both boys reached for their water cups. Karen, sitting next to Naruto, quietly pushed his cup closer. The adults continued their meal, passing dishes. Masashi noticed how Minato smoothly directed conversation, keeping topics light while ensuring everyone was included. As they finished eating, Naruto and Sasuke shouted, I won. Actually, Masashi said, Karen finished first. He nodded toward her empty plate. Both boys turned to stare at the redhead, who blushed and seemed to shrink in her chair. Wow! You are amazing. Naruto recovered first, making her blush deeper. As they cleared the table, Minato started stacking plates. He flicked a plate toward the sink like a shuriken. It spun through the air before landing perfectly in the soapy water without a splash. Not to be outdone, Masashi gathered cups in one hand and chopsticks in another. With a quick movement, he sent the cups spinning in a perfect arc. Each landed neatly in the drying rack while the chopsticks dropped into their holder like Senbon finding their target. Show-offs, Kushina muttered, but she was smiling as she shooed the children toward the living room. Naruto and Sasuke were already racing there, while Karen followed at a more dignified pace. Mikoto and Hikari gathered with Kushina and the children, their laughter soon filling the house as some game began. Shall we take that walk? Minato suggested to Masashi and Fugaku, drying his hands on a towel. Masashi, Fugaku must have already discussed this with you, right? He asked as they walked. Yes, Fugaku-sama told me, Masashi nodded. He felt like he'd been playing delivery boy way too much lately. I do have something to say, but I'm not sure if I should. If it's troubling you that much, maybe it's better not to say it. No worries, no trouble, Minato said earnestly. I'm not troubled at all, so I'll say it anyway. Masashi retorted firmly, countering his superior's words. I think someone else should go. You can't keep picking on me. I only just got back from Kiri. Well, you're the one who captured Deidara and Kurotsuchi, so they're more familiar with you. Besides, this was suggested by the third Hokage. He said if we want the third Sushi Kage to behave, we'll need someone who can use Susanoo. Isn't that counterproductive? The third Sushi Kage was once beaten up by Madara. Then who do you think is suitable? Minato asked, his eyes showing he already knew Masashi's eventual answer. Well, obviously. Masashi started to say a name but suddenly froze. After thinking it through, he realized that this really had to be handled by someone from the Uchiha clan. As the only active third Kage left, Onoki wasn't someone an average person could intimidate. Using brute force wouldn't work either. And in the Hokage's administration, apart from Minato himself, the only other Kage-level person was Sarutobi Hiruzen. The once thriving Hokage faction now had only these two high-level combatants remaining in the village. With the deaths of the White Fang and the dissolution of the Sannin, none of them were around. Unknowingly, the Uchiha clan's top-tier combat power had surpassed the Hokage factions on the surface. Masashi began to understand why Minato had grown closer to Fugaku over the past 2 years. While personal friendship was part of it, the political reality likely played a significant role as well. "So, what do you think?" Minato asked with a grin. "Fine, I'll go." Masashi sighed, though he began to reflect internally. He felt that the Uchiha clan's current atmosphere had grown a bit too arrogant. The clan's ninjas had moved from initial delight over their new popularity to taking it for granted, and Masashi himself was no exception. He decided this wasn't a good trend and made a mental note to discuss it with Fugaku later. "Don't worry, it'll all be classified as S-rank missions." Minato thought for a moment and added, "Also, if we can resolve the matters with Hidden Stones Village and Hidden Clouds Village in one go, Fugaku and I have agreed to integrate the Aburame clan into the police force. Additionally, the Uchiha Jonin will be given the option to join the Jonin Corps voluntarily." "Oh?" Masashi was surprised, glancing at Fugaku, who nodded in confirmation. "That's a bold move." "No, it's been a long time coming," Minato said seriously. "I want everyone to join hands and move past prejudices tied to their surnames." "Of course. No one wants to be at odds with their homeland," Masashi agreed with Minato's vision, noting how carefully the Hokage had chosen his words. The internal conflicts within Hidden Leaf Village had indeed eased significantly in recent years, thanks to Minato's leadership style. Not just the Uchiha clan, but also the Hyuga, Aburame, and Inuzuka clans had softened their stances toward the Hokage administration and were actively engaging in village affairs, both domestic and external. This reminded Masashi of Ao's Byakugan. About the Mizukage's entourage this time. The Mizukage is quite bold and has earned the Hyuga clan's favor. It's possible that the final agreement might include terms more favorable to Kiri. "Will there be an alliance?" Masashi asked. "It's uncertain for now. If Hidden Leaf Village allies with Kiri, it might strain our relationship with Hidden Sand Village. After all." Minato didn't finish, but both Fugaku and Masashi understood. Hidden Leaf Village was currently benefiting from its alliance with Hidden Sand Village, using it as a key source of resources. If Hidden Mist Village couldn't provide enough value, Hidden Leaf Village likely wouldn't form an alliance. "So, when am I heading to Hidden Stones Village?" "No rush. We'll wait until we've finalized matters with Kiri." Masashi calculated and figured he'd have about a month of vacation. "Then I'll prepare well." Chapter 124, The Most Obedient Student Wins, a ninja bribe on the Uchiha training grounds. Masashi had just finished his morning workout. He woke up relatively early today. Last night, after strolling and chatting with two notable figures, he returned to the clan grounds to rest. Of course, before heading home to sleep, he made sure to escort both Hikari and Haku to their new home. The siblings had adapted remarkably well to Hidden Leaf Village, considering their circumstances. However, last night, for some reason, Fugaku and Minato seemed to have hit it off, ultimately asking him to run a pre-enrollment class for the two little ones. Though framed as a request, could he refuse? Rank had its privileges, after all. In Hidden Leaf Village, most children enter the ninja academy around 7 or 8 years old. The system was designed this way for a reason. Young minds needed time to develop before handling the responsibilities of ninja life. Children like Hitachi, who enroll early and graduate early, are exceptions. And looked how that turned out in another life. The Uchiha children usually enroll at the standard age, but the clan offers pre-enrollment classes, starting from as young as 3 to 5 years old. Each child's potential needed to be carefully assessed and nurtured. However, Jonin were often busy, and it was unrealistic for them to teach daily. When they were on missions, they asked close acquaintances to help with teaching. The higher their status, the more skilled they could recruit. At the level of the Hokage, it was essentially delegating entirely. For instance, Hiruzen once handed his youngest son over to Denzo for tutoring. Masashi was undoubtedly a skilled ninja. Conveniently, he was also on a month-long break, making him the perfect candidate for the job. Naturally, Masashi himself found the idea somewhat intriguing. This time would be different from when he tutored Hitachi. He wouldn't slack off, he intended to teach seriously. The stakes were too high for anything less. He was curious to see the raw talent for ninjutsu in individuals imbued with the chakra of Vajra and Indra under normal conditions. While the original timeline Sasuke required no elaboration, even Naruto, despite his reputation as a class dunce, eventually proved otherwise through his achievements. Moreover, teaching 2 kids wasn't much different from teaching 3 or 4. He decided to include Karen and Haku in the lessons as well. Each child would need a different approach, but they would learn to work together. Once he resumed his missions, he planned to have Shisui assist with the teaching. Leaving the training grounds, he first headed to Hikari's place. When he reached her new home, he found her already waiting at the door, pulling along an excited Haku. "Hikari, no need to wait for me at the door," Masashi said. "Just wait at home." Hikari's face turned bright red, though whether it was from the cold morning air or something else was unclear. Even Haku's cheeks looked flushed. "No, I truly don't know how to thank you," Hikari said shyly. "When will you be home today? I'll cook for you." No need to go to the trouble, Masashi was about to decline but reconsidered. After teaching 4 little ones all day, cooking would likely be the last thing he wanted to do. "Alright then, but I'll be bringing the other kids over as well." "Of course." Haku was even more excited. His sister had told him last night that they'd be learning ninjutsu today. "How cool. I want to become a ninja and protect my sister." Seeing his eager expression, Masashi chuckled. He loved watching newbies' enthusiasm before reality crushed their dreams. What a bad guy he was. "Haku, come on, follow me. Today's your day to shine." "Yes." Haku shouted enthusiastically. Masashi smiled silently, took Haku from Hikari, held his hand, and headed next door. Sasuke was, of course, next on the list. When he knocked, the door opened almost immediately. It was Itachi, holding a sleepy-eyed Sasuke by the hand. This little cub liked to sleep in. That wouldn't do. Such a bad habit needed to go. Success came to those who hustled. "Masashi, what took you so long? We've been up for ages." "Nonsense, like hell you have. Your little brother was definitely dragged out of bed just now. You're competing with Hikari now." Masashi chuckled. "Alright, hand Sasuke over. I'll teach him how to pilot a Jaeger." "What's a Jaeger?" Itachi pondered seriously for a moment before grumbling slightly. "Come to think of it, you've never taught me ninjutsu even once, Masashi." "Hey, Shisui's techniques are more suited to you. I taught you how to read. That's what's important." It took some effort to pry Sasuke away from his overly attached brother, but thankfully, it didn't delay the schedule. The next stop couldn't be done on foot, he was running out of time. "Come, Sasuke, grab my hand," Masashi said, watching the young Uchiha's reactions carefully. Sasuke looked at his empty hand in confusion. Though still sleepy, the boy thought he figured it out. "You're taking me to eat, right? I want dango." Masashi glanced at Itachi, who gave an awkward laugh. "Sasuke's still young," Itachi explained lamely. "He's not that young," Masashi replied. Turning to Sasuke, he said, "No dango, but I can take you flying. Want to?" "Yes." Sasuke perked up, grabbing his hand without hesitation. Itachi was immediately reminded of his first outing with Masashi. He quickly tried to say something, but before he could get a word out, the 3 had disappeared before his eyes. "Ah!" Itachi sighed. "What's wrong, Itachi?" Fugaku stepped out of the house. "Masashi already took your brother?" "Yes, father," Itachi replied, thinking of the strong but quirky tutor, unable to resist complaining. "But are you sure about this? His personality is peculiar." "There's no need to worry," Fugaku said firmly. "You and Sasuke have different paths, which is for the best." He added a reminder, "Shisui will come by later. Make sure you're prepared, don't slack off in your training." "Yes, father," Itachi said, giving up on further complaints. Resolving himself, he obediently went to prepare. Meanwhile, Masashi had just picked up Naruto and Karen from the Namikaze household. The Flying Thunder God had left both children slightly dizzy but excited. Naruto and Sasuke hit it off instantly, their energy filling the room. Their first interaction was a volley of Naruto and Sasuke. They're only 3 years old and already at it. Judging by Minato and Kushina's completely unfazed reactions, this must have been a daily occurrence. Sigh. "Indra, why did you and Azura ever have to fight in the first place? Maybe this time." Karen, on the other hand, was quiet and well-behaved. To her, Masashi was a kind big brother, so she listened intently. After greeting Minato and Kushina, Masashi set off with the 4 children. Before starting lessons, he decided to take them somewhere special. According to the original Ninja Academy admission standards set by Tobirama, to enter the Ninja Academy, one must first master the clone jutsu and demonstrate a good aptitude for chakra control. The reason was simple. During the Warring States period, the goal was to quickly cultivate combat power. Talented individuals destined to become ninjas needed to have a systematic understanding of their growth path from the start. Among the 3 basic jutsu, clone jutsu was the most commonly used and best reflected in ninjas' characteristics. Every exceptional ninja mastered the clone jutsu to an extraordinary degree. Talent was secondary, the key was understanding. Moreover, once a system was established, it was best not to switch midway. A prime example from the original timeline was Kakashi, who began with a specialized approach but later adopted a hodgepodge of styles. Similarly, Sasuke and Naruto had shaky foundational training. Naruto, for instance, lacked proper guidance at the beginning. His understanding of ninjutsu was severely underdeveloped. Although the Nine-Tails chakra interference was a factor, his struggles with the clone jutsu at the academy underscored weak fundamentals. By the time he had competent teachers, many bad habits were already ingrained. Sasuke's foundation was solid initially, but after the Uchiha clan's downfall, he had no guidance. Until the Chunin exams, his progress stagnated. Later, he trained under Kakashi and Orochimaru, 2 teachers with vastly different systems and philosophies. Orochimaru was comparatively more consistent, which was why Sasuke's strength soared after defecting. It was a gamble that paid off. However, neither Sasuke nor Naruto started with a systemic, big-picture understanding. They learned piecemeal, with no clear direction. Without their inherent plot armor, they would likely have ended up mediocre. So Masashi believed that his role was to teach the basics. The rest didn't require intervention, both of them had access to abundant resources. The 5 figures reappeared in the Valley of the End. This was the site of the legendary battle between Hashirama and Madara. Their clash had carved out a deep river gorge. A river now flowed through the valley, with the largest elevation drop forming a waterfall. Full-body stone statues of both of them stood majestically on either side of the waterfall. Masashi led the 4 children via Flying Thunder God to the forested edge near Madara's statue. From this vantage point, they could see the river below and clearly view the 2 enormous statues. The 4 kids collapsed to the ground, their initial excitement replaced by exhaustion. The Flying Thunder God was a bit too stimulating for their age. After a brief rest, they regained their senses and immediately noticed the towering statues and the waterfall cascading between them. "Wow!" the children exclaimed in awe. "They're huge." Sasuke's gaze fixated on Madara's statue, while Naruto was drawn to Hashirama's. Both found these monuments deeply captivating. "Starting today, you'll all call me teacher," Masashi's voice snapped their attention back to him. "Sasuke, Naruto, at the request of your parents, I'll spend the next month teaching you how to field chakra and use ninjutsu. Karen and Haku will join as well. Especially you, Haku, you're the oldest, so you'll need to work extra hard." Haku nodded vigorously. "Yay! I'm going to learn ninjutsu!" Naruto shouted in excitement. He always thought it was amazing how his mom's hair would float when she got angry. Maybe he could learn to make his own hair do that too. Sasuke, who often watched his brother and other clan members performing ninja feats, was equally eager, though he tried to maintain a more dignified appearance. Karen, on the other hand, had no clear concept of what ninjutsu entailed. Her memories of ninjas were mostly terrifying, but Masashi was an exception, so she listened intently. "Before we dive in, since you don't have a clear idea of what ninjutsu is, I'll start by demonstrating techniques from your respective clans. Since Sasuke and I are both Uchiha, let's begin with an Uchiha jutsu." Turning his back to the children, Masashi formed the seals for the Great Fireball Jutsu. For him, using it now was almost instantaneous. The morning sky was still dim, so to the children, the world was suddenly bathed in fiery red. A huge fireball lit up everything as it plunged into the river below. The valley walls turned blood red, and when the fireball smashed into the water, it ripped away dirt and rocks, sending steam and debris shooting up everywhere. Sasuke's face lit up with excitement, his eyes reflecting the dying embers. He loved playing ninja games and thought this was the coolest thing ever. His older brother would never use a fireball like this at home, not because he couldn't, but because their parents would tan his hide. Naruto was equally thrilled, though a bit envious. After all, Masashi had said this was a Uchiha jutsu. His feet shuffled impatiently, waiting for what would come next. "The second one is from Naruto and Karen's clan, the Uzumaki clan." Naruto perked up immediately, and Karen couldn't help but feel a flicker of anticipation. Suddenly, hundreds of chakra chains burst forth from Masashi, rising into the sky and forming a massive net that descended toward the ground. Wow! Though it didn't have the same destructive visual impact as the fireball, the children instinctively closed their eyes, feeling as if the chains might crush them. Just before the chains touched down, Masashi stopped the technique. The chains dissolved into nothingness. "It might not seem as flashy, but these chains can attack physical targets," he explained, releasing a smaller number of chains from his hand this time. The chain shot into a nearby forest, tearing through trees and leaving a path of destruction. The kid stared, slack-jawed, as broken branches and debris rained down. Naruto, after a moment of silence, felt elated. His clan's jutsu was just as amazing as the Uchiha's. His chest puffed out with pride. Finally, we have the Yuki clan's ice style. Stopping the chakra chains, Masashi clapped his hands together. Massive ice arms burst from the forest, their crystalline structure reflecting light to create a dazzling display of colors. Haku's eyes sparkled with excitement. "That's about it," Masashi said, looking at the children. "Do you want to learn?" All four nodded furiously. Even Karen, who'd held back the most, couldn't hide how excited she was now. "I can show you how, if you want." "But..." Masashi smiled mischievously. "These are ninjutsu only obedient children can master." "So, who's the most obedient?" "Me. I'm the most obedient," Naruto shouted, raising his hand eagerly, practically jumping up and down. Sasuke gave Naruto a disdainful look. He raised both hands. "No. Me. I'm way more obedient than Naruto." Chapter 125, The First Lesson, Sweat Now, Jutsu. Later at the edge of the Valley of the End, a small clearing had been made in the forest. Under Masashi's watchful eye, the four little ones were enthusiastically shouting, "Hiya! Hiya!" Since he was teaching, the first thing he worked on was laying a foundation for yang release. After all, it had no upper limit and was widely applicable. To build a foundation for yang release, of course, taijutsu came first. Remember, focus on form first. Power comes later, he called out, adjusting Karen's stance slightly. Each movement should flow naturally into the next. This was obviously a far cry from the flashy ninjutsu training scenes the kids had envisioned. However, the vibrant and dazzling giant ice arm in the distance never failed to rekindle their motivation. Every few minutes, one of them would glance at it, their eyes shining with fire. From the start, the four kids demonstrated distinct differences in aptitude. As Masashi predicted, Naruto and Sasuke excelled, showing outstanding learning abilities. They were born to be ninjas. Karen performed slightly better than Haku in learning, making him seem like the weakest among the four. Yet Masashi noticed how Haku's movements, though slower to learn, were more precise once mastered. However, even Haku, who appeared to lag behind, was still far ahead of most others. All four were undoubtedly genius-level talents, with two of them hiding overpowered potential beneath their genius exterior. He silently admired them. The sight of their tired faces brought back memories of his own training days. He had also started training at the age of 3, but compared to these four little ones, his own efforts seemed lackluster. "All right, take a break." He clapped his hands to signal the four to pause and catch their breath. "Teacher, who's stronger, me or him?" Naruto and Sasuke immediately blurted out at the same time. The eager, expectant looks in their eyes showed their strong sense of competition. That was a good thing. The Ninja Academy's team-based teaching system was designed with this in mind. "You're both amazing in different ways," Masashi said, then turned to Sasuke with a knowing look. "You're even stronger than Itachi was at your age." "Really? I'm better than my brother?" Sasuke's expression lit up like a small star igniting. It was predictable that he would go home and demand praise from his family, and Itachi would probably respond with a resigned, "Ah, yes, yes." Naruto, on the other hand, had no interest in Itachi. His interest was focused solely on Sasuke. So, being told he was amazing too didn't satisfy him, it didn't hit his sweet spot. His expression now was like, lame, tied with that annoying Sasuke again. He kicked at the ground, avoiding eye contact. "Take a good rest, and we'll continue shortly," Masashi reminded them sternly. "You have a bit more time, so no fooling around. Recover properly. Foundation matters more than speed at this stage." As soon as he finished, the difference between children from ninja clans and non-ninja clans became apparent. Although today was their first day of training, Naruto and Sasuke had grown up surrounded by ninja life. Thanks to their upbringing and their parents' unconscious guidance, they already had a basic understanding of how to recover efficiently without further instruction from Masashi. Karen and Haku, on the other hand, were different. They either didn't understand recovery methods or didn't grasp them well enough, so he had to guide them. He knelt beside them, demonstrating the proper breathing technique. "Remember this feeling," he advised while demonstrating. "You're going to be ninjas. Ninja recovery is different from regular people's recovery. Think of it like recharging, every breath should have purpose. You need to build this habit and make it instinctual now." Each ninja clan developed its own recovery techniques tailored to their unique ninjutsu systems, optimizing endurance. Among them, the Senju clan's recovery methods were particularly versatile and compatible with most ninjutsu styles, thanks to their broad knowledge of jutsu. Since Masashi wasn't familiar with the recovery methods of the Uzumaki or Yuki clans, he taught them the Senju technique, which he used himself. It didn't matter much, what mattered was that they had a method. After some time, he called them to regroup. Their breathing had steadied, and their eyes were clear again. The first step to becoming a ninja is feeling chakra, Masashi said. Let me explain what chakra is. Teacher, I know this one. Naruto eagerly raised his hand high, nearly jumping in place. Chakra is inside the body. With chakra, you can be a ninja and use jutsu. Sasuke gave Naruto a disdainful side glance, saying nothing. His father had told him just the day before how amazing his teacher was and to study hard, so he was determined to be the perfect student. And that jutsu his teacher used earlier? It was seriously impressive. Oh, really? Masashi smiled. Then, Naruto, why don't you tell everyone, what is chakra? Yes. Chakra is... Naruto's face gradually turned blank, his earlier confidence evaporating. Huh? What was it again? Chakra is... Chakra. Idiot, Sasuke muttered quietly, though everyone could hear him clearly. Sorry, teacher, I think I don't actually know, Naruto admitted sheepishly, scratching his head. That's fine. I didn't know at first either, that's why we need to learn, Masashi said nostalgically. When you get to the academy, don't disregard what the teachers teach, even if it's just textbook knowledge. Knowledge you think is useless might just be something you don't need right now. The kids nodded, though Naruto still looked slightly embarrassed. Now then, let's talk about chakra. Originally, this world didn't have chakra. You've heard the story of the Sage of Six Paths, right? Yes. The sage created chakra. Naruto's quick reflexes for answering questions were unmatched. His enthusiasm hadn't dimmed despite his earlier mistake. Who told you that? My dad said so. Then remember to tell your mom tonight that your dad has hidden money behind the wedding photo in the living room. Got it. After giving the Hokage the punishment he deserved, Masashi resumed the lesson. The Sage of Six Paths revealed the truth of chakra, including its composition. This allowed everyone, in theory, to feel and use chakra, which also led to the existence of ninja beasts. Even animals can use chakra. Masashi held up one finger. First, understand this, how much chakra a person can use depends on their ability to access it, while the maximum amount of chakra they can have depends on their physical and mental energy. Think of chakra like the fibers in your muscles, you have two main types. Slow twitch fibers are like your physical energy, they work longer, give you endurance, keep you going. Fast twitch fibers are like your mental energy, they give you quick bursts of power, sharp and intense. Your chakra is what happens when both types work together. Just like how a muscle needs both types of fibers to work at its best, you need both physical and mental energy balance to create strong chakra. That's why some ninjas who only train their bodies can't use complex jutsu, and why others who only study scrolls can't maintain their techniques for long. You need both, working together. At this point, he praised Naruto, noting how the boy's earlier embarrassment had made him more attentive. Naruto has the best stamina among you, so he will have the most chakra. Yeah. Naruto cheered, finally getting the recognition he wanted. Don't get too excited yet, Masashi doused him with a metaphorical bucket of cold water. Having a lot doesn't mean you'll be strong. Control and usage are a whole different matter. In the original timeline, Naruto's chakra control and usage were disastrous before graduation, earning him the title of dead last. Don't worry about that for now. First, I'll teach you how to mold chakra, then how to build your chakra reserves. The more you practice molding and controlling it, the stronger you'll become in the future. Teacher, Hiko raised his hand this time, what happens to our chakra when we don't use it? Does it just disappear? Good question, Masashi nodded, pleased by the thoughtful inquiry. Chakra naturally flows back into your system when not being used, replenishing your stamina. This is why knowing how to balance chakra usage and stamina recovery during battle is a fundamental skill for ninjas. Without a solid foundation in chakra control, you can't become a strong ninja. Human learning ability was truly amazing, which was why the concept of talent exists. It was like how some people weren't great at academics but were naturally skilled at fighting, relying purely on their instincts to outmatch others' intellect. As for who that might be, Masashi wasn't going to name names. As the sun was setting, the 4 children under his training had almost reached their physical limits. Through his experienced eyes, he could see the varying levels of exhaustion. They were panting heavily, their tongues practically hanging out like dogs from the Inuzuka clan would when exhausted. Sweat dripped from their faces, creating small dark spots on the training ground beneath them. That's enough for today, he said, and the 4 children felt like they had just heard the voice of an angel. The teacher was handsome, the teacher was strong, but the teacher was brutal. That was Sasuke's impression of Masashi after a day of training. The young Uchiha's legs trembled slightly, but his eyes still held that characteristic fire. On the other hand, Naruto didn't think too much. Naturally energetic, he felt invigorated after pushing his stamina to its absolute limit. Karen and Haku, however, were both exhausted and happy. When they first managed to feel chakra, they were so excited they wanted to jump for joy. Molding chakra on the very first day of training would probably earn them the label of prodigies elsewhere, but for Masashi, having 4 geniuses handed to him meant that failing to mold chakra on the first day would almost feel like an insult to his skills. Generally, there were 2 reasons why someone failed to mold chakra: either they lacked talent, or their teacher's methods were poor, leaving the student to figure it out on their own. But these 4, each of them had talents so extraordinary it would make any other ninja clan envious. Once Naruto and Karen entered the ninja academy and showcased their abilities, coupled with Kushina being the wife of the Hokage, the Uzumaki clan might even consider rebuilding their legacy. When that time came, the one most awkwardly caught in the middle might very well be Kushina herself. Overall, the resurgence of the Uzumaki clan would benefit the ninja clans of Hidden Leaf Village, but it wouldn't be as simple as it seemed. There would inevitably be factions trying to obstruct it. Even within the Hokage faction, some would resist. However, none of that concerned Masashi. He had finally decided to teach someone and didn't care about anything else. "Teacher, can we start learning ninjutsu tomorrow?" Haku, the most eager of the group, asked. Having personally experienced the night of his clan's massacre, he yearned for power more than anyone. In this regard, he was very similar to the Sasuke from the original timeline. The difference was that Haku sought power not for revenge but for protection. "What are you thinking? You've only just started molding chakra, and you're already talking about using it?" Masashi flicked Haku's forehead lightly. "Today, you were just standing still, but tomorrow, you'll have to start running." "Running? Do you see real ninjas standing still while fighting?" Masashi conveniently ignored the fact that he often fought while standing still inside Susanoo. Ninjas move while using ninjutsu. Building and molding chakra while moving is a basic requirement. Once you master that, you can move on to chakra control. Only after achieving sufficient control can you start using techniques. "Oh." Haku nodded in sudden realization. "I understand. I'll work hard." Good, eager to learn, with the right attitude. Masashi was very satisfied. Unlike certain other students I could name from my past life. "Don't worry. As your teacher, I will teach you well and won't abandon you midway. I'll not only teach you ninjutsu but also many important life lessons." "Life lessons?" "The ninja world isn't just about ninjutsu," Masashi said, calling over the other 3 kids. Their faces turned attentive, even Naruto's usual restlessness settling into focus. Ninjas are still human. Most of the time, dealing with people and situations is the norm. Some missions even require handling things without using ninjutsu at all. "Eh?" Naruto sounded visibly disappointed, his shoulders slumping. "That doesn't sound cool at all." "You're wrong, Naruto." Masashi gave him a side glance, remembering a certain orange-clad ninja who changed the world more with his words than his jutsu. "Sometimes, a ninja can be even cooler without ninjutsu." "Really? I'm your teacher. Would I lie to you? Especially to you 3 boys, remember this early on. Think of it like walking through a field of mud without getting dirty. Do you know what that means? It means that as you grow up, you'll face many temptations. But you must learn to handle them wisely. This is one of my most valuable life lessons from years as a ninja." I know. Naruto raised his hand eagerly. "I've heard Mom tell Dad about the 3 taboos for ninjas. But she never said what they are." "That's too shallow." Masashi shook his head, looking regretful. "The taboos are just the surface. The deeper lessons are beyond what you need to know at your age. Let's save those particular life lessons for much, much later." The kids didn't fully understand, but they figured that since their teacher was so amazing, whatever he said must be right. So, they silently committed it to memory. "Alright, that's it for today. Go home, rest well, and reflect on what you learned today. Remember the feeling of molding chakra, but don't do it at home," Masashi said. "If you try molding chakra secretly, I'll know. And if you disobey, I won't teach you anymore." Haku froze, alarmed, as he had been planning to practice more tonight. His slight tension didn't escape Masashi's notice. "Don't think you can endlessly push your stamina without consequences," Masashi continued, reading their expressions with precision. "The cost of overexertion is something you can't afford yet. In an ninja's life, there are things you must never do unless you're in a life-or-death situation." This was a mistake he had made in his earlier life and didn't want these kids to repeat. His stern expression intimidated the children. The 3 boys immediately pounded their chests, swearing they would be the most obedient. Karen, unable to mimic their gestures, clenched her fists to show her resolve. Masashi was pleased. He patted her head to praise her, and the little girl shyly buried her head into his stomach, giggling. It's getting late. Hold hands and form a circle, Masashi said, returning to his usual gentle demeanor. He took Karen's hand first and called for the others. Haku quickly grabbed Masashi's other hand. Naruto and Sasuke, awkwardly holding hands, were more straightforward when it came to picking a third partner. Activating the Flying Thunder God, Masashi first appeared at the Namikaze residence to drop off Naruto and Karen. There, Naruto and Sasuke exchanged an embarrassingly cringy declaration of rivalry that they would one day look back on with mortification. Don't ask. Just know it involved a duel at the Valley of the End. Masashi thought that if he had friends like these, he'd have dug an underground bunker for Minato on the spot. Finally, after the two finished their theatrics, he grabbed Sasuke and Haku, quickly teleporting away. Chapter 126, A Bath, a Dinner, and Unspoken Intentions. When Haku was finally sent home, he walked to the doorway and saw Hikari waiting for him at the entrance. Seeing his sister, he cheered and ran toward her. He had made good use of the resting technique Masashi had taught him, and now he had enough energy to run. Hikari quickly bent down to catch Haku, whose steps were still a little unsteady. He dove into her embrace, shaking his head and acting spoiled, feeling very proud of his performance today. His head bobbed as he moved, and Hikari's ample figure swayed in response, causing Masashi to momentarily consider the effects of gravity on physical objects. He couldn't help it, he had always been fascinated by science. In his original world, he was a devoted fan of programs like Quarks. However, in the world of Naruto, chakra had been added to the mix, leaving the science here somewhere between actual science and pseudoscience. It felt a little off. So he had to turn to fields like human biomechanics, which he was more familiar with, to rekindle his old interests. Masashi, Hikari said softly, stroking Haku's head. Dinner is ready. Would you like to eat now or take a bath first? Her sense of indebtedness grew heavier. From Haku's accounts, Hikari could tell that Masashi was treating him like a disciple. Every detail he shared showed the careful attention his teacher paid to his development. Moreover, Haku truly had the potential to become a ninja, which meant the Yuki clan was not extinct after all. With the White Ghost as his mentor, as long as Haku avoided making grave mistakes or the Uchiha clan didn't experience some disaster, the Yuki clan could be reborn in Hidden Leaf Village as a ninja clan. Hikari thought long and hard, concluding that there was only one way she could repay such kindness. She couldn't offer business expertise, could she? That would be absurd. Even in the Land of Water, she knew the kind of reputation the White Ghost held among merchants in the Land of Fire. To contribute to the Uchiha clan's enterprises, she would have to start as an apprentice. Let's eat now, Masashi said, glancing at Haku. Eating at this time is just right. The other 3 children in his care had top-tier ninja families backing them, so he didn't need to supervise them as closely. But for Haku, he needed to keep an eye on things until the boy learned proper routines on his own. All right, Hikari said, immediately understanding that Masashi's lesson wasn't over yet. She had begun to recognize the subtle shifts in his teaching methods. The 3 of them entered the house. Haku obediently tried to help in the kitchen, but Masashi stopped him. Sit down and continue, he said. Training someone was a skillful task. Positive training pushed the body to adapt to molding more chakra, enhancing physical capabilities without causing damage. Negative training, on the other hand, depleted the body's potential, leading to irreversible damage and a vicious cycle. During the Warring States period, ninjas had no choice but to subject their bodies to extreme stress. The consequences varied depending on the degree and method of stress. Each pushed their limits, often breaking them permanently. Even Hashirama was not exempt from this. His self-healing jutsu, praised by Madara, came at the cost of his lifespan, trading it for powerful regenerative abilities. He did die a natural death, but not of old age. His body never even showed signs of aging before his death. If even the god of shinobi was not immune, it showed the toll on other ninjas. If not for the peaceful era he lived in, Masashi wouldn't have achieved his current strength. Having accepted 4 students, he hoped they could follow a path of steady growth in their ninja careers. He also planned to secure this peace for them as soon as possible. From the Third Great Ninja War to the present, he was already tired of constant fighting. Activating his Sharingan, Masashi sat across from Haku, observing the changes in his body. The remaining chakra in the boy's body was decomposing, converting back into physical energy. Molding and building chakra, as well as learning how to accelerate its recovery into physical energy, were the key lessons for today. Chakra, though an energy form, couldn't be effectively quantified due to the complexities of ninja battles. Therefore, ensuring physical stamina and mastering rapid chakra molding and recovery were paramount. On that foundation, one could raise physical limits and maintain high efficiency in chakra molding and recovery. The body would adapt and grow stronger. That was how tail beast levels of chakra were achieved. Once at that level, with proper control, one could essentially have unlimited chakra in regular battles. Finally, the last remnants of chakra in Haku's body were fully decomposed, leaving him visibly more energetic than before. "Well done," Masashi said. "Among the four of you, you lasted the longest. That's a strength you should maintain." "It's because I'm older than the others," Haku replied modestly, ducking his head slightly. He truly believed this. Among the four students, he was the oldest, and it mattered to him. Every advantage seemed important when starting so late. Even though Masashi had praised him multiple times in front of everyone today, Haku wasn't the least bit conceited. 3 years old and 5 years old, there's no real difference, Masashi said with a shake of his head. You haven't gained any advantage. I'm telling you this not to make you arrogant, but so you can figure out the path that suits you best. In the original timeline, the boy followed the assassin route, trained in Zabuza's fighting style. However, Haku didn't have a ninja sword, and the demon's methods were based on his impression of the Yuki clan. From today's training, Masashi felt Haku had more potential. The boy was versatile, and his talent wasn't inferior to that of Naruto or Sasuke, though his aptitude in taijutsu wasn't as high as theirs. In other areas, however, he excelled. For example, he had the fastest chakra molding speed and could build it for the longest time, but his chakra to physical energy recovery rate and his body's natural recovery rate lagged behind the others. Masashi suspected that the fighting style of the White Fang might suit the boy best, but he needed more observation to be certain. "Alright, Haku, get ready for dinner," he said, satisfied with the day's progress. As soon as he spoke, Hikari, who had been keeping an ear on their conversation from the kitchen, promptly brought out the dishes she had prepared. In no time, the table was filled with food. The dishes were typical of the Land of Water's cuisine. Haku quickly got up, served a bowl of rice, and respectfully presented it to Masashi. "Teacher, your rice. Am I doing this right?" The others mentioned proper etiquette matters in Hidden Leaf Village. "Good," Masashi said with a smile, taking the bowl. "Sit down and eat. Just eat as you normally would." "Yes," Haku replied, beaming at the praise. He then served a bowl for Hikari and finally a large bowl for himself. He couldn't help it, he was starving. The day's training had depleted his reserves completely. At first, he tried to eat in moderation, but within a few bites, he completely let loose. His chopsticks moved with increasing speed. Having a big appetite was also a basic ninja trait. Hikari ate delicately, pleased that Haku's performance satisfied Masashi. Her heart raced as she kept sneaking glances at him. Should she act on her feelings? Would it seem too forward and make him think she was an improper woman? Men in the Land of Fire seemed to value this sort of thing. Their traditions around courtship were more formal than in the Land of Water. Several times, she gathered her courage to speak, but after glancing at Haku, she held back. After finishing dinner, Hikari started tidying up the dishes, while Haku obediently went to bathe and sleep under the pressure of his devil-like teacher. Structure is what separates a genius from a prodigy, Masashi thought as he laid out the schedule. Wake up at 5 a.m., go for a run, and no using chakra. He would come to pick him up at 8 a.m. Coming out of Haku's room, he couldn't help but stretch his arms. Playing the role of teacher for a day was no easy task. The main issue was that Haku's guardians were unreliable, leaving him to oversee everything personally. "Masashi," Hikari approached and softly said, "Let me give you a massage." "No need." Masashi waved his hand, signaling her to follow him. "Let your brother rest properly. We'll talk in the living room." In the living room, he sat down on the sofa and asked Hikari for some paper and a pen. Placing the paper on the coffee table, he began writing. Hikari didn't dare disturb him, even trying to keep her breathing as quiet as possible. What Masashi wrote were notes on things to pay attention to during training. "That's about it for now," he said, putting down the pen and handing the nearly full sheet of paper to her. "In the future, when Haku is at home, try to arrange his rest and training according to this. As for meals, follow the dietary suggestions written here." Seeing how carefully Hikari treated the paper, as if it were a treasure, Masashi couldn't help but say, "There's no need to be so cautious. It's just a diet plan, nothing more than something that's good for the body." "I understand." Hikari looked at him with deep gratitude in her eyes. The Yuki clan has similar diet plans that are considered top secret. Then they must be out of their minds. Masashi found it baffling. Are they taking secret medicines every day? Don't stress about it too much. Just use something similar, if you can't find the exact ingredients. As long as the structure is similar, it's fine. If eating could make you stronger, what's the point of training? Suddenly, he realized that his words weren't entirely accurate. There were indeed ways to get stronger just by eating, but that had nothing to do with food itself. Isn't it a very precious diet plan? Hikari asked, puzzled by Masashi's casual attitude. There's no such thing as a precious diet plan, he said. Even ordinary ninja families know this stuff. The reason you don't see it often is because only ninjas care about it. It's no different from you women eating diet meals. Seeing her still confused, he explained further, some ingredients help enhance bodily functions, and a healthier body can produce chakra more efficiently. So, kids can benefit from eating this kind of food while growing up, but the real progress comes from training. This is just supplementary. Hiko hasn't had proper training before, so this is just to help him catch up. Hikari finally understood, it was her own overthinking. She blushed deeply with embarrassment. Masashi decided to have a proper talk with her. He didn't like seeing Hikari always acting as though she owed him something, it wasn't healthy. Gratitude should be appropriate, too much could turn into resentment. What he wanted were partners, not servants. We didn't have much time yesterday, but now that I'm here, he said, patting the sofa beside him. Hikari obediently sat down, maintaining a respectful distance. You're from a ninja clan, so I'll be straightforward. I hope you can see your own identity clearly. First, this is Uchiha territory. Here, the clan head and elders are mostly symbols of prestige, so you don't have to act overly cautious around everyone. Hold on, let me finish. Stopping her from speaking, Masashi continued, in Hidden Leaf Village, camaraderie is important. I hope you and Hiku can become part of the Uchiha. This isn't some peaceful sanctuary. By bringing you to Hidden Leaf Village, you're now tied to the Uchiha. Taking care of you is simply my duty. I understand, Hikari said earnestly. I've already prepared myself for this and am grateful for the opportunity. Then we're on the same page. Masashi smiled. I'm not exactly a saint, but I'm dependable when it comes to my comrades. Don't dwell on the past, everyone has their low points. Once it's over, there's no need to look back. After a moment's thought, he added, before you two, there was another girl who was also betrayed by her village. I like making friends, so she joined the Uchiha too. She doesn't live far from here, I'll take you to visit her someday. Hikari's ears perked up immediately. Another girl? And she lives nearby? Masashi. Yes. Perhaps. You should take a bath as well. I've already heated the water earlier. Her suggestion made Masashi actually consider it, he had worked up a sweat. Alright, thanks, he said, standing up. I'll grab some clothes. Ah, there's no need for that. Your clansman delivered many clothes yesterday, including men's clothing. The sizes are just right. Why is logistics so careless? Masashi muttered, slightly annoyed. Hiko was clearly just a kid, yet they didn't even check the sizes when fetching clothes. To be fair, Uchiha's warehouse clothes had very standardized designs, making it easy to grab the wrong size if you weren't paying attention. Fine, I'll use them for now. Have them send a few sets that actually fit Hiko later. Understood. Hikari lowered her head, hiding the strange expression on her face. The clothes had actually been picked up earlier that day. When she went to get them, she hadn't thought much of it, she simply wanted to make things easier for Masashi. But the clan member who gave her the clothes had sighed and commented, one storm passes, another one brews. It wasn't until later, on her way home, that she understood the meaning behind those words, and her face turned beet red. Still, after Masashi's long talk, she understood his intentions. She was also curious about the girl he had mentioned. And regarding his statement about becoming part of the Uchiha clan, she had her own interpretation. Many in Hidden Mist Village knew that she was a very stubborn woman once she set her mind to something. The sound of running water soon came from the bathroom. Hikari sat back down on the sofa, carefully reading the notes Masashi had written, committing them to memory. She would do her utmost to help Hiko become an outstanding ninja. Perhaps, one day, the Yuki clan could re-emerge as a vassal of the Uchiha clan. Being a vassal of a powerful clan wasn't shameful. As for herself, she hoped her children could bear the name Uchiha. Chapter 127, The Diplomat Who Could Kill You. After leaving Hikari's house, Masashi gave himself a mental thumbs up. Hiko wasn't asleep. While he and Hikari were chatting in the living room, that little boy had sneakily come out. He didn't need the Sharingan for everything, that would be underestimating him. Throughout the entire interaction, he felt that he had performed exceptionally well. Not only had he further raised his favorability with Hikari, but he had also established a reliable persona in Hiku's eyes. The way the boy had tried to hide his presence while eavesdropping showed both curiosity and caution. How could that not eventually bring results? Unlike Karen, Hiko was someone who could truly be absorbed as a loyal member of the Uchiha clan. From his memories of the original timeline, It was clear that the boy was the kind of partner who would be extremely dependable once trust was established. For people like that, Masashi could place 100% of his trust in them. Kinamaru was another such individual, though unfortunately, he hadn't managed to bring him into the fold. As for Hikari's feelings, he understood them all too well. Ultimately, it boiled down to the fact that their initial acquaintance had been at the reception hall, which left Hikari with a sense of inferiority toward him. In this state, taking their relationship further would do more harm than good. Otherwise, things would have progressed long ago, given all the obvious signals she'd been dropping. It wasn't as if he couldn't understand them. Hopefully, things would improve once she met Pakura. If, by the time, she still had these feelings, he would have no problem accepting them openly. After all, he was unabashedly a carnivore in this regard. When he arrived at the entrance to his house, Masashi habitually glanced at the house across the street. It was pitch dark. Thinking about the upcoming negotiations with Hidden Stone's village in a month or so, he couldn't help but feel a slight headache. Politics are always more exhausting than combat. At least in a fight, you know where the attacks are coming from. Dealing with Anoki wouldn't be easy. He could only hope that during this time, Bakura had managed to leave a favorable impression of Hidden Leaf Village on the two children she was looking after. As for Kurotsuchi, she could be considered a wild card, but Deodar's potential combat abilities could prove invaluable in the future. With one final glance at the house, Masashi returned home. A month passed in the blink of an eye. The fourth Mizukage had achieved his goals in Hidden Leaf Village, leaving both sides satisfied, a true case of mutual benefit. The Hyuga clan was especially pleased, as Hidden Mist Village had even voluntarily returned a Byakugan that had been lost in the past. Some of the credit for this also went to the Uchiha clan, as they had played a crucial role in these developments. Furthermore, their involvement was indispensable in the subsequent collaborations between the two sides. At the very least, the association responsible for this outcome could only function with the Uchiha clan at its core. For Masashi, the month he spent as a full-time teacher also allowed him to revisit his own training journey. One of the advantages of teaching talented individuals was that the teacher could gain new insights as well. Naruto and Sasuke had extraordinary learning abilities. Even Karen had displayed remarkable potential. But the most surprising of all was Hiku. As Masashi had expected, the boy had an innate talent for chakra molding. This meant that he was naturally suited for a fast-paced combat style, capable of quick bursts of power and critical strikes. He was unlikely to engage in prolonged battles but excelled in finding and exploiting opportunities for devastating attacks, making him a challenging opponent. This style was akin to that of an assassin, but not entirely the same. Hidden Leaf Village's last pace-setter of this kind had been Minato, who was now the Hokage. The one before him had been the White Fang, who had sadly taken his own life. Masashi felt that Haku was an exceptionally compatible student for him, much like how Tobirama must have felt when he first saw Hiruzen. There were so many techniques he could pass on to the boy. Especially ice style. He firmly believed that this Haku was the same Haku from his memories, one who would undoubtedly awaken the Yuki clan's ice style bloodline limit. Thus, on the last day of the vacation, seeing that all four children had already mastered the foundational knowledge he had taught them, he decided to start their ninjutsu training before he departed. As always, he chose the grove near the Valley of the End for their lesson. Compared to a month ago, the four children now carried themselves with far greater confidence and energy. Today, I'll teach you a ninjutsu, Masashi announced, watching their eyes light up with excitement. A fundamental technique that every ninja must master, the three basic jutsu. I won't be teaching the transformation jutsu or the substitution jutsu today. Instead, I'll teach you the clone jutsu. Hearing that they were about to learn ninjutsu, the children were thrilled. None of them thought the clone jutsu was unimpressive. After all, the clone jutsu was one of the most iconic techniques of a ninja. Masashi broke a branch from a nearby tree and used it to draw diagrams on the ground. After writing down the words physical and non-physical, he drew two lines branching off from non-physical. The clone jutsu can generally be divided into two types, physical and non-physical clones. Non-physical clones include only two subtypes, the basic clone jutsu you'll learn in the academy, which creates a kind of illusions, and the illusionary clone, which falls under the category of Ganjutsu. Teacher, which one is stronger? Naruto leaned forward eagerly, his eyes fixed on the diagram. Clones aren't about being strong or weak. It's about how useful they are, Masashi replied, moving his branch to the physical side of the diagram. Physical clones, on the other hand, can be divided into four types: shadow clones, medium-based clones, transformative clones, and specialized clones. After finishing his diagram, he gave a meaningful glance at the blonde boy. Multi-shadow clone jutsu, a technique that Naruto from the original timeline treated as his bread and butter. However, shadow clones had many advanced uses. Unfortunately, Naruto had later focused most of his energy on perfecting the Rasengan, neglecting further exploration of the Shadow Clone Jutsu, which was a pity. As for Sasuke, who preferred direct confrontations, getting him to use a clone technique was more challenging than convincing him to get married. Tossing aside the branch, Masashi clapped his hands to signal a pause, letting the children digest the information before continuing. Today, I'll teach you the simplest and most common type, the illusory clone. He slowly demonstrated the hand signs for the clone jutsu. Watch carefully. Speed comes later, precision is what matters now. The 4 children immediately tried to imitate him, eager to learn. Naruto's fingers tangled slightly, while Sasuke's movements were sharp but rigid. The hand signs for the clone jutsu were simple and involved just a single seal. Even the shadow clone jutsu required only a single cross-shaped hand sign. However, how effectively one used the technique depended entirely on the individual. Watching the children diligently practice the hand signs with both hands, he felt gratified. Some ninjutsu required intricate and challenging hand signs, but the illusory clone was relatively straightforward. With practice, it could be performed with a single hand or even without any signs at all. Seeing their clumsy attempts at forming the seals, he decided that their next training phase would focus on improving finger flexibility. Keep practicing. Your hands should flow like water, not move like wooden blocks. Among the 4, Sasuke was the first to grasp the technique, followed by Haku. Sasuke's quick mastery didn't surprise Masashi, as he had likely been practicing finger exercises long before this. Haku being the second, however, was unexpected. But upon reflection, he found it perfectly logical. In the original timeline, Haku had displayed the ability to perform single-handed seals in front of Naruto and Sasuke, showcasing his exceptional talent for chakra control and his aptitude for refining and improvising hand seals. Once again, Masashi silently praised his own luck. He had truly found a gem. Good work, all of you, he nodded approvingly. Remember, mastery isn't just about getting it right once. It's about making it as natural as breathing. Masashi, acting as the official envoy of Hidden Leaf Village, set out on a journey to Hidden Stones Village. During the war between Hidden Leaf Village and Hidden Stones Village, the militant faction of Hidden Leaf Village had been highly active. But when it came time for negotiations, it was entirely up to the Dovish faction to step forward. There was no other way. Except for Hidden Clouds Village, where 9 out of 10 were hawks and no other option existed, most villages preferred to send Dovish representatives for negotiations. While doves might not always be likable, their goal was undoubtedly to achieve peace. Unless the goal wasn't negotiation but provocation. In this Hidden Leaf Village delegation, the only one who could nominally be considered a hawk was Masashi himself. And this was precisely why he found himself with a headache. He wasn't necessarily an extreme hawk, but the group accompanying him was full of seasoned doves. Surrounded by a nest of doves, he couldn't help but feel uneasy. The delegation's chosen route led them through the land of grass to the land of earth. After traveling westward across the land of grass and passing through the border area between earth and grass, the lush greenery began to fade. Eventually, a vast expanse of rocky desert stretched before them. Rugged and majestic mountains dominated the landscape. The air was dry and scorching, and the intense sunlight bore down on the mountains and the desert plains. The mountains were yellow, barren of vegetation. The ground was covered in coarse gravel, and walking on it felt like stepping on solid rock. Both Deidara and Kurotsuchi were part of the delegation, and the 2 youngsters were in high spirits. Kurotsuchi's face had grown rounder, while Deidara looked thinner. At this moment, Deidara felt that Hidden Stones Village was the most beautiful place in the world, mainly because it was quiet there. That said, after spending so much time in Hidden Leaf Village, he found the people there to be quite kind, contrary to his earlier assumptions. Although they were technically enemies, he didn't harbor much resentment toward them. Staying home all the time truly limited one's understanding of the outside world. For instance, he had thought the supposedly timid Hidden Grass Village ninjas were harmless, but they turned out to be rather ruthless, just lacking in skill. Similarly, he had believed Hidden Leaf Village to be overly aggressive, but they were actually quite magnanimous. What impressed him the most, however, was the White Ghost. His power was overwhelming and despair-inducing. Deidara believed that to contend with such a technique, one would need a level of destructive force beyond imagination. Among Hidden Stones Village's arsenal, only the particle style fit the bill. But apart from his master, no one else seemed to have mastered it. Look, a lake. Someone in the delegation called out. Deidara glanced over,